Oh man, you know something? I really, you know what? That's actually what we're gonna do. Once we're done with everything, we are actually going to uh get stuff rolled up. Actually, I don't even need it anymore because the AC system isn't even gonna be. Hold on, guys. I had this on because my AC was on full blast, but it's not on full blast. So, go ahead and take that off now. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's get right to it. I already got my phone plugged up. I do want to finish that Ben Shapiro RFK debate, and then after that, after that, then we can we can do
It's,
something else. We'll probably make a. You know what? We'll start off making another song first. We'll do another song real quick first, and then we will. Um,
or that China wants. Close those shipping lanes so we can literally.
yeah, We'll finish this up. We might do. There was a Candace interview that actually seemed really interesting to me. Just because I recognize one of the guys on there. So I know it'll be contentious and full of something crazy. So we'll do that. But I want to go ahead and I'm gonna make another song, a new song real quick. Can I like edit? Can I like rename this though? Are you allowed to like rename this? No? Do I have to close it and then I can rename it? Practice. Edit. Edit one. Okay. Yeah, statement changes. Hold on. Can I rename? No, you can't rename. Doesn't let you. I guess you create a copy. How do you rename these things? One day, one day I'll be good at making musical stuff. But until then, which are not installed in this machine, how is it referencing plugs? What does it say? No audio device is configured. Audio output is disabled. No audio. How is an audio device not output? Wait, did something happen? Did my device just like crap out on me? Right? I'm not crazy, right? Everything looked good. Um, my shit still defaulted. I don't know how, I don't know why it did that, but okay. Um, I don't have to worry about input. 48's cool. Audio buffer size. I guess 960 samples. I don't know. Shit, man. I don't know. They don't make this shit like, excuse me, easy at all. Enable Duke Tape JavaScript engine. High resolution automation. What is that? Aims to put actual automation at the cost of CPU usage. Enable shared playback memory. Aims to reduce memory usage or sharing reusing memory whenever possible during playback. Use 64 mask when mixed. When enabled, autocall will be improved for edits that use many tracks. Real-time priority mode. The highest priority test for on the computer, which will probably help to reduce minimum latency possible. Is that some VSCs can freeze the operating system. I see. Okay. Well, it's getting a little bit extra for me, and I don't want to. Okay, there we go. Song two. I just want to make something. Is it still? Yeah, it still has all the things, right? We're gonna make a. I want to make a different beat, uh, real quick. Let's make a different beat real fast, and then we'll go from there. Whoa, why did this shit go all the way over there, man? Stop it. And I just need one more, which is, of course, I'll move you down here then. And then my bass dragon. All right, we'll make one more quick beat, and then we will jump on the Canvas stuff real fast. All right, so what I want to do is okay, so I'm disabling all of these first, right? Um, oh, is that what that is? Let me see something real quick. Okay. All right, guys. What do we? So this is what this. I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna make this a little different here. I want. I'm gonna want. Damn. I wish I even understood what the hell's the difference between chords, a melody, and stuff. Right. Let me just test this out real quick. Here. Shit, kind of low. Oh, yeah, because I got this low. And what does the pluck do? Oh, okay, I get it. Wow, there's a lot of like stuff. Full? What does a full do? Okay, what if I did rhythm? That's okay, it's a little loud in my ear. I want to do like B sharp. What the hell is it EB? EB major, BB major, BB minor. They don't have a B sharp? B major, F major, BB, AB, BB, F major. They really don't have a B sharp in here. Why don't I have a B sharp? A B sharp's not a song. They don't have flats, right? D, B major. I guess we'll do like a F sharp. Or C. Do they have a C sharp? No, they don't. I guess I'll do F sharp. I want to try F sharp. Yeah, we'll do F sharp. Okay, so I'm gonna stick with hybrid, and we're gonna go down the list and we're gonna see if we find something actually. That thing of it jumping back and forth between my ears is kind of crazy. Big room, prog house. What is this? Jesus. Cinematic, orchestral. Classical. Okay, I'm gonna get done with this a little bit, but I guess I'll just stick with what I know. Let's do dancehall Afrobeat. Nah. Wait, what would drum chords even look like? Monday, my brain is going to be able to combine all these different conceptual things together, and I would probably make something grand. Until then, I'll probably never hear these again. Sad. It's just a full. I didn't know they have a drum bass thing. Oh, okay, so yeah, so full is just the thing. Okay, we put it back on hybrid. Standard hybrid? I didn't know it was a standard and advanced. Was I missing that the whole time? Oh, let me just change this first. Future bass and mellow trap. Huh. Let's try advanced. Ooh, hold on. I'm liking this one. Hold up. Do we have a feature bass and little trap? I gotta get drums first. Hold on. This is 8 bars, right? Let me see something. I like this one. Yeah, I like this one. I like the little changes. This sounds like something good I'd rock with. Hey! Okay, yeah. Woo! Okay, yeah. I can rock with this shit. Hold on. Oh yeah, we found it. Okay. Oh yeah. I can hit this. F sharp major, right? 8 bars. Alright, let's start our bass dragon and see what we got. Nah. Let's try that again. It's close. Let's try one more time. Oh shit, he powered up on that one. There we go. Yeah, okay. I can this shit a little bit. Bro, oh my god, bro, this is amazing. Okay, last thing now is just this. What the hell was I using? I was using a hybrid. See, I wish they would have had a thing, but I'm gonna just stick with chords. Chords is the only thing I know. Chords. Oh yeah, I forgot they had this here. Prism, repressed memories, unique. Formula. See, I don't know what any of this stuff means. I'm just sorry. Yeah. Okay, let's alright, let's go ahead and hit this. Alright, and let's cut her on. That don't sound like nothing at all. Okay, let's... Oof. That sounds horrible in my brain. Let's try it again. Okay, so it's definitely the thing here. I think for something like this, we gotta go... Let me listen without it real quick. That maybe... I'm trying to think of the words. Maybe clean? I think maybe it's a clean chord. Let's try. Let's try. Alright, here we go. You want to do another one and put it on the drums? I think we do. I think we should. I want to feel crash mark. Let's save this first before the unthinkable happens, and then let's lower this down. All right. I really like this. This shit's fire, bro. This shit's fire, man. Like the amount, like the possibilities is just endless at the tip of my fingers. Just. Let's save the edit. Okay, now because I've never done this part before, does it allow me to duplicate Sound Doctor like that? Oh shit, it does. I ain't got a problem with it. Okay. Okay. So these are drums. So I'm gonna do drums. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Let me cut all these other ones off. Okay, let's see what it's gonna give me. I guess I'll stick with clean on the drums. Oh my god, bro. You not hear this? Let me hear what this shit on. Just regular good drums, but then when you throw this shit on, oh my goodness, bro. This is crazy. Okay. Let me cut this off real quick. And so these are the chords, or the hybrid. It's a hybrid. I hope I'm using the right term, right? And then here's my manipulation on that. You hear the difference? Listen to that. Turn it off. But then you cut it on. Okay. Then I put the drums on. I'm sorry. I'm like really jamming on this, but this shit's crazy. This is something we're gonna have playing in the background now. And then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit the edit on the drums. This shit is this is fire right here. And then lastly, then I'm gonna add our bass on. Wait, do you do bass too? You don't do bass too, do you? Ooh, you do bass in the 80s, so we can manipulate the bass too? But damn, that means we need 3 sound doctors. Can my computer do it? I'm so scared. I don't know if my computer might be able to do it, but okay. So this is what I'm gonna do. I gotta have everything else off first then. Hold on. So this is what the bass is gonna be off the bat, right? Bro, I'm running out of screen real estate here. I'm trying to keep them together. Oh yeah, see my computer already kind of spazzing out a little bit. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? See, this is what I was scared of. Like, I knew my shit was gonna like act crazy. I'm gonna just move you over here real quick. Okay, Bass Dragon. One more thing of Unison, bro. Please don't crash. Okay, I guess I'll just put you over here. All right, but then I'm not gonna be able to ever get to my screen ever again. This is what's gonna happen, right? Does this let me put it up front? No, it doesn't. This is gonna be crazy. All right. Bass Dragon Unison Sound Doctor. Okay. Bass in 80s, and then it's also still clean, right? I like the clean hit. We'd have to play with everything else and see how they sound like, because those two sound good, and I don't know how I put the bass in. So this is the bass. Okay, I'm gonna go hit the drums. Then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna hit the effects on it. This shit crazy. Then go ahead and hit the bass. Okay, and then now I need my sound doctor. Hold on, and then okay, so it sounds exactly like I kind of expected. Okay, so no, not that one. Let's do one more, or let's do a couple more. Nah. Maybe it needs a different one, because it doesn't necessarily sound clean like the other two. But maybe I need actually something else. Maybe it is aggressive. Oh no. Okay. So Let's try warm. I think I want to do a warm one. This one might actually be it. It might just add the touch I'm looking for. Let me see. There's no way. Oh, I was about to say, I was about to be so mad. And then I kind of almost like this by itself, but okay. Can I maybe dreamy? So not dreamy. Wow, I need 30? Ooh, that sounds crazy. Gotta find something. Gotta find something for it. I just don't know what. That ain't it. Hold on. Warm. Let's try clean. Okay, we're gonna give clean a few more iterations, and then we might just stick with warm. I think warm's only been the best one. It's kind of like fit the way I'm kind of imagining. It's almost no difference though, right? Okay, it's a little touch, but try one more here. Oh, it doesn't. Hold on. Let me see. It's really close, but I think I am gonna have to just go with the warm. Definitely ain't that one. That's the one thing I just hate about, like, you brush your teeth, man, and it's just like it always makes this so much. Like, I don't know what the toothpaste. What's up with the toothpaste? Jeez. Okay, I think this might be it right here. Or maybe you want? Do you want to try like just a whole different beat? We might try a whole different beat. It's just not working. Let me see. There we go. We can actually turn this one back up now. And then if we... Ooh. Ooh, I really, really, really like this. All right, we gotta. I wish there was just a better way for me to like just manage this, but I guess it is what it is. Let me just save this. All right, let's all right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Oh yeah, I am gonna need to lower it down though. Okay, I guess what? I guess we just do we just like put them down now, right? Bro, this shit is so good. You know what I'm saying? I gotta save again. All right, let me get back into this. Pause that real quick. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and let's get back to the RFK here. Get back to the RFK. Is it? There's no thing to let me. I guess not. I guess I'll just go like this. Cool. This up, right? And then we got. Okay, yeah. This looks good to me. Let me just give me a second. I'm gonna just try to get me some water. I'm gonna get some water. Wash my hands. I'm hoping I got all the toothpaste stuff. It's got. You know what? Now that I think about it, is it only? No, I think I've had this with other toothpaste besides whitening. I just don't know why it's just always a residue. It's got to be a whitening agent of some sort. But yeah. Let me grab some water. Grab me water. A little more. Okay. I don't know how. Oh, because I was. Okay, let's wash my hands. It's like, why are my hands so wet? Okay. Whew. Okay. All right. It just sucks because I have what I'm looking for lotion on, so like just feels weird. Okay. All right, guys. Bro, this shit is fire. Oh yeah, and all right. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's get to it, and then we could probably should lower this down even more. How's this sound?
Strangle China.
That doesn't require naval power, by the way.
But what I would say is what we should be thinking of is instead of a hot war with China, let's fight the war that China wants, which is by projecting economic power. But China, during the last 20 years that we've spent bombing bridges, ports, schools, churches, universities, mosques, etc., $8 trillion we spent on that enterprise. The Chinese spent $8 trillion building ports, building roads, building schools, universities.
Okay, so
with their Belt and Road program, 15 years ago, we were the largest creditor in every country in Latin America. Today, China is on virtually all of them. The same is true in China. I mean, in Africa. Africa is now throwing out the U.S. military. And we've left behind all these kind of resentments, and they're embracing the Chinese.
Are you a Rocky Mountain Power customer? How would you like to get paid to put a backup battery in your home? So most people don't know this, but almost 100% of homeowners that make the switch to solar this year through ES Solar will do it for $0 down while getting paid thousands of dollars up front Buy Rocky Mountain Power
Jesus,
to
stop
put a
it.
backup battery
Wait,
in their home.
there's
It's
no.
called the
Oh, they don't have a thing to let you like skip ads on the. Oh, sucks. There's gotta be. Do I just have to? Do I just have to click on? I do. I just gotta click on the actual thing.
My
Okay.
my uncle,
Whatever.
President Kennedy, never sent a combat troop abroad to die, and he was begged to in Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, the Checkpoint Charlie in Berlin, Checkpoint Charlie twice in Cuba. Called a traitor in the State Department for not sending
guess it's a forever loop.
250,000 troops to Vietnam. They wanted, and he refused to do it. He said, no, we need to be projecting economic power abroad. I don't want African children, when they hear of the United States of America, to think of a man in a military uniform with a gun. I want them to think of a Peace Corps volunteer. I want them to think of the Alliance for Progress. I want them to think of USAID, where we were end running the oligarchs in these countries and the military juntas and bringing economic development directly to the poor to try to build a middle class, which is the foundation stone for stable democracies in those countries as a counter to the promise of communism. That was his policy. Today, as a result of that, there are more statues to John Kennedy, more buildings named after him, more schools, more universities, more hospitals, more parks in Africa, Latin America, and Asia than any other president, certainly, and probably more than all other U.S. presidents combined. That was working foreign policy. We project economic power abroad. Meanwhile, we fortify ourselves at home. We arm ourselves to the teeth around our borders so that we're too expensive to ever invade. We maintain a military sufficient to keep the sea lanes open, neutral places like the Arctic. We have a two-strike capacity around the world to punish bad behavior if we need to. And then we start bringing money home.
And if you can find a way to do all those things militarily and cut the budget by half,
but yeah,
then
this is a $500 billion budget. And by the way, that's the same budget that Eisenhower had during the height of the Cold War when we were, had an existential threat from the Soviet Union. And that's what we were also promised to cut down in 1992 when the walls came down in Europe. And, there was all kinds of convocations about the peace dividend. Where do we cut to achieve those things? How big should our military? The promise then was that we were going to cut it from 600 billion to 200 billion, and that we could do all those things. Now that'll cost us 500 billion. But what our true military costs, although the actual Pentagon spending is about 940 billion, the truth, if you look at the national security costs and then the foreign aid costs, which is just we give money to Ukraine or Israel or wherever, and then they, under contract, have to buy our weapons. The whole cost of that is 1.3 trillion. So, we need to cut back. And my biggest savings is going to come from ending the chronic disease epidemic. But also,
It's gonna have to go this way.
the GAO does a study every year on the most wasteful government programs. The stuff that is just comical. It's like, it will make you laugh if you read about
it's the golden toilets and all of this.
right,
yes.
the golden toilet. So
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't believe a single thing he's saying. What he's saying sounds way too. This is like standard like political gymnastics. There. That's why Ben was like, "You're gonna be able to do all of that and cut the budget in half," and he was just sitting there. Oh yeah, no, this is a $500 billion. Whatever, man. Like, whatever. Greenland instances frozen forests can be launched to from anywhere. They do not require capture of nearby territory. Number sectors such as this one are optional. Number sectors such as this one are optional. Yeah, but I needed a place that I could actually like make stuff. So that's why I'm here. Okay.
those reports are this thick, and they're all brought to some shelf in the Library of Congress, and they're put there, and that's, the bureaucrats have done their job and identify them. I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to use AI to identify waste in government, and I'm going to have a transparent system, a budgetary system, blockchain budgetary system, so that every
What?
American can see every expenditure that we have on the budget, everything. And I'm going to use that system to identify waste and cut it. And then, I'm going to take the
He don't know what the hell he's talking about. You're gonna use the blockchain to like publicly display the budget expedite. Like what? Like what? Oh my god, bro! I'm not gonna lie to you. That was wild. I truly do not believe he really understands what it is he's even talking about. That's like that. Not only is that like entirely unnecessary, right? I mean, I get it. Like if you think that's the only way to have transparency, but why not just have a roll up of just like exponential items? Shit. I knew there was gonna be a leak. Why not just have a roll up of just like the shit that you're spending your money on, like just neatly like put together, just straight on the government website. I don't get it. You're gonna have them devise an entire, like, first off, right? When we was at that crunch where like the government was getting ready to not be able to like pay its bills because the Republicans didn't want to update the debt ceiling. Like one of the things that the Fed chair said is that our systems are so old that we can't select which debts to pay and which ones not to pay in order to prioritize, right? It is what it is. So like what he's suggesting would 1000% require a complete redesign of like whatever system we have in place now in order for it to actually work and be connected to a blockchain, right? And then there's going to be a huge security a huge security implication is going to be like tied to that. Like, oh, like what? Like that's wild. A blockchain? We're going to have a blockchain that's just going to show everything we spend our money on. Like that sounds fun. That sounds fun in theory, but like that's entirely unworkable. That's crazy. That is crazy that he sat there and like really, I gotta hear this again. That's crazy that he sat there and really uttered like that idea.
Identify waste in government, and I'm going to have a transparent system. You read about
That's the golden toilets and all of this.
right,
yes.
the golden toilet. So those reports are this thick, and they're all brought to some shelf in the Library of Congress, and they're put there, and that's the bureaucrats have done their job and identify them. I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to use AI to identify waste in government, and I'm going to have a transparent system, a budgetary system, blockchain.
And I just can't stress this enough. What he's talking about, that could potentially take a bare minimum 2 years to fully implement the way he's doing. Like AI, like people, like I understand like how magical people think AI is, but AI requires such a tremendous amount of human work to actually get working, right? Like you don't just like tell it, here's this stuff, and then it just magically just is able to interpret and understand everything, right? What you have to do first, what's going to have to happen first is he's going to have a ginormous company, right? A company that's willing to like offset a lot of manpower hours or a lot of resources to like to sit there and sift through and properly catalog and like annotate all the different pieces of data sets you're going to feed that AI before it can even understand what it is you're even giving it, and then you'll be able to sit there and do calculations. Then you have to fine tune it in order for it to actually be able to give you what exactly it is you're looking for, and then you got to start handling like any unforeseen issues that come up that you won't see until you get into that stage of the play. It's not at all a quick process. There's a reason why like a lot of the AI stuff, a lot of this AI stuff was actually being done a long time ago, like in 2012 ish, around there. The only reason why it blew up now is because that's how long it took from actual capability to actual usability, right? Because like the amount of human capital that was required to sit there and like annotate the data set that you're going to feed the AI and then create all of the different types of logic, like those stupid like trigger no tree thing, like whatever those things are called. Like that stuff took a tremendous amount of time. You're not doing it in 2 years, and then all the bureaucracy that you're initially going to have to go through for funding and like this idea is so crazy. This is such a crazy like like I said. I can't believe. Oh, never mind. Let me
Budgetary
shut up.
system so that every American can see every expenditure that we have on the budget, everything. And I'm going to use that system to identify waste and cut it. And then, I'm going to take the worst of all those programs and put them in a single bill. And I'm going to send it to Congress like we did with the Base Closure Commission for an up or down vote, right? And stuff that nobody can defend. I'm going to send it for an up or down vote, so they have to vote for it.
So when you look, again, we've been talking a lot about the budget and the military and how much money we're spending. Social Security is a looming crisis. That one is not going away because even if people are healthy, in fact, especially if they're healthy, they're living longer. The retirement age, people can start receiving partial Social Security at 62, then 65, then it finally kicks in total in 67. The life expectancy of people who live to 67 is well above 80 at this point. So what do you propose to do when you're talking about the budgetary crisis? The reality is that within 10 years, the biggest costs on the books are going to be clearly Social Security, Medicare, interest on the debt, bigger than the military. And so when you look at that, what do you do about something like Social Security? We have an aging population. We have a base of a demographic inversion in which we don't have enough young people. People are trying to fix that by bringing in extraordinary numbers of illegal immigrants as though this is going to somehow solve the problem. Yeah. So what do we do about that?
Yeah, I don't know yet what to do about that. I think Social Security is a particular problem because
bro, why am I getting the hardcore robots at this point in time? Oh no, I gotta beef up security.
40 years, and then we said to them, when you reach the age of 65, you're going to get that money. So I don't think that the United States should break its promise to those people. So I'm going to look at it. I'll tell you what, a lot of the budgetary stuff is we can't even comprehend it now because of what AI is going to do to our economy.
I know. Well, okay, hold on. Actually, that actually went a little bit different than what I was expecting. I thought the moment he invoked the word AI, I thought, oh no, I hope he's not one of those people that just like have the super little understanding of how AI truly works, but then like have these grand super ideas of like just how like they're going to be able to use it to like solve the crazy problems. No, but like the way he did it, like as far as not being able to conceptualize what exactly is going to the economy, this is true. People don't understand. Like, look, I'm all for capitalism, but people don't understand. Once AI is in full swing in motion, like that shit's gonna is gonna murk a lot of it's gonna gut a lot of the economy. And like I truly do believe we are going to be forced just due to the greed of capitalism, right? We're going to be forced to have to like migrate to a socialist system. We won't have a choice, right? AI is going to suck up all the jobs because like the key tenet of capitalism is like may the strongest win, and you can't outcompete you can't outcompete a machine. You can't outcompete a machine that can think just as well as you and do it faster and better, right? So like what's going to happen?
Building your online business?
Jesus.
Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a
you.
And if we don't manage it very, very carefully, and that's another reason that I think that is an argument for me becoming president, because I don't think President Biden or President Trump understand or appreciate how much that's going to change our country, and the promise of AI to solve a lot of our most intractable problems, but also this terrible peril from AI, its capacity to alter our realities and to enforce compliance and to control our behavior, not only our to press these, to activate these neuronal pathways in all of our brains that are hardwired in there from,
What is this man
20,000
talking about right now?
generations of tribal evolution and being scientifically to activate those to make people behave in certain ways, to make them believe certain things. And I think it's going to be the biggest battle in the history of democracy to see if democracy can survive AI.
I mean, so this actually.
And I don't think they are thinking about this. And I think we need the smartest people in the country, because we also don't want to lose you can't regulate it in ways that punish it, because we want to be the hub of it in this country. We don't want to drive it to China. We don't want to drive it to Europe. We want it to be here. And so in order to do that, we need kind of entrepreneurial freedom to experiment. And at the same time, we want to make sure that we regulate it in ways that don't get out of control, that we have agreements with the Russians, the Chinese, people we're fighting wars with right now. This is the war of our life. It's the war of survival. Like Elon Musk said, first it's going to take our jobs, then it's going to kill us. It's going to kill all of us, right? I saw today that Elon and somebody else had a statement that said by 2030, AI is going to be smarter than all the human beings in the world combined. And, and it's already lying to us. It's already, it's already doing some really scary stuff. And, I just don't think any of this goes into Biden's head. I don't think that President Trump is really capable of looking at this thoughtfully and saying, okay, I'm going to bring in people who I don't like, I don't agree with, and because I need them to solve this problem, we need to bring in the smartest people in the country, and including, people that we don't like.
There are a couple of things that are crossing streams here that are really interesting. So when you talk about AI, obviously there's the economic aspects, which are fascinating, and you have the techno-optimists, and you have the techno-pessimists, and all of this. What's more interesting to me is sort of the social aspect that you're pointing out, which is how AI is going to mess with our entire perception of the world. We can already see this in miniature, and it doesn't feel like in miniature since the rise of the smartphone, since the rise of social media, which has driven, as you mentioned right at the top, this extraordinary level of political polarization in the country, people hating each other who have never met each other and will never meet each other. And, as a religious person, I know you're a religious person also, the sort of death of church, the death of community in the United States, that seems to be one of the giant creeping problems that everyone is ignoring, is the fact that we do, in fact, need people to go to church. We do need people to get in church together and be with each other and touch grass once in a while, for lack of a better phrase. Now, what do you think is going to happen in terms of community building? How do we fill that gap?
Well, what you said is controversial, and I tend to sort of viscerally agree with it, but I also, churches don't necessarily bring people together. They also divide people. But I think the underlying assertion that you just made is it hits it, right in the center of this problem. How do we use these technologies to build communities rather than fragment them? And right now, our experience with this technology is total fragmentation, and dissolution and atomization of, we have a whole generation of kids who are growing up lonely and
not saying anything
and
like
disconnected
real
and disaffected and alienated.
well interest yet. So,
and and it's any of us, you have young kids. I have kids who have been through their teenage years, and you watch kids who are my kids luckily escaped a lot of this, but so many of my friends who have kids who are just lost, and they don't know how to make connections. They don't have, a lot of them are, this generation is, don't have just basic social intelligence skills. And I think a lot of that may be from, the toxicity in the environment, but a lot of it is also just from, the spending so much of your childhood on video games and swipe right. One of the, I talk about this, one of the sort of encouraging things that I see is coming out of the podcast world, I always make fun of my kids because they have no attention. They have the attention of a cricket because they're used to getting instantaneous stimulation. When I was a kid, I'd go out on the side of a hill, and I'd sit there for hours and wait for a snake to move, or watch a hawk, or watch the cloud go overhead. My kids, there's no way they could do that. They need stimulation constantly. One of the encouraging things that I see is that what they do with podcasts, because they listen to you, they listen to Jordan Peterson for 3 hours, they listen to Joe Rogan, and it's like, they're really smart, and they're getting this very high level of information because they're hearing these, very energetic debates, very intelligent debates among super smart people. And, what we have to figure out is that is the good part of technology, right? How do you make people smarter, more engaged? And the bad part is this part that's just driving us all apart. And the algorithms prey on that. As you know, the algorithms, inadvertently, the algorithms are designed to keep eyeballs on the site. But as it turns out, this part of human nature, our hardwiring, is we will pay more attention to something if it is reinforcing our already held worldview. So if you're a Republican and you ask a question of Google, you're going to get a slightly different answer than a Democrat. You're going to get an answer that, or images or whatever, that reinforces your existing biases. And that means that we're systematically, by this, through this incredible mechanism of subtle control, but overwhelming control, being driven further and further apart, that our concrete is being poured on our biases, our prejudices, our hatred, and so to me, that's why during this campaign, Ben, I've really tried. It's just that this campaign is really an experiment. Is there a way to find a middle ground, to find landscapes where Americans can talk to each other again, where we can find brotherhood and sisterhood with each other? And what I find, and so I avoid the culture war issues. I try not to
because I feel like this is a
talk
boss.
about them.
10.
And I try to talk about
10.
the things that hold us all together, the values that we share. And what I found is those landscapes are just huge. Everybody wants a good education for our kids. Everybody wants
sector captured.
to
Nice.
have clean, good soils, regenerative agriculture, good foods. Everybody wants to take care of our veterans. They don't want them, eating in soup kitchens. They want to make sure the ones that have PTSD are taken care of. Everybody wants to end the fentanyl epidemic. Nobody thinks it's a good idea when you come right down to it for the Sinaloan drug cartel to be running U.S. border policy. If you frame that issue in a certain way, which is I hate immigrants, you're going to get division. But if you frame it in a way that, do you think this is right? If you want to talk about the environment and you want a fist fight, talk about climate. But if you want to get people together, talk about toxicity, talk about clean water, talk about clean air, about the destruction of the Appalachians, about all of these other issues that, when I was fighting the lead contamination in Flint, Michigan, we had Hell's Angels standing shoulder to shoulder with urban blacks because everybody wanted clean water.
We'll get to more on this in just one moment. First, let's be real. There are some people who pretend that cauliflower crust pizza is like actual pizza. That sort of stuff. You mentioned your most, the hot button 35%. We really haven't spent a lot of time on them specifically because I want to talk about the things that you're most passionate about and that you're most interested in with your campaign. But these hot button issues obviously do divide Americans. You become president of the United States, you're going to have to decide what to do on issues like what sort of legislation you sign on, say, abortion. So what do you do on an issue like that?
Abortion?
Yes. I mean, to take the most hot button issue in the country.
My take on abortion is this. I grew up in a family where they were both pro-life and pro-choice. People in my family, a deeply Catholic family. And so I think we should be able to talk about these issues without, hating each other. I've been a medical freedom advocate for my entire career. I think people should have bodily autonomy. I don't think I don't trust government to make decisions about what we should be doing with our own bodies. I think that the only solution for me is that a woman has to make that that choice for herself. I believe that every abortion is a tragedy at one level or another, and that we should do everything we can as a society to try to make sure women have other choices. And particularly, I don't like federal policy that channels women to one solution, which is abortion. I think if a woman, I talked to some mothers in the last couple of weeks in Atlanta, Georgia, in this facility where I've been repeatedly back to, called Angie's House. And it's one run by Angela Stanton King, who is a kind of a relative of Martin Luther King's family. And she had a baby when she was in prison. She was literally handcuffed to a bed. And everybody was telling her to get an abortion. She didn't. She had the baby in prison, and that girl just won the Harvard debating prize. She is full scholarship at MIT, and and Angie now takes care of women who.
You know what? I'm kind of curious. I'm curious, like, so did she go to jail pregnant? You'd like to hope so. Definitely would like to hope so, but it's otherwise kind of crazy. Let me go here.
Are being pressured to have abortions because they don't have the money to take care of the baby. I don't think that should ever be a reason in this country for a woman not carrying her child to term.
This is a place where obviously you're going to bump heads, and I'm not sure there's a way around it in the sense that a pro-lifer looks at a position like a woman ought to have bodily autonomy, and they say that's completely missing the point. We're not talking about the woman's bodily autonomy, we're talking about the baby's bodily autonomy, which is obviously not only the pro-life position, but the position of many mainstream religions, including the Catholic Church. Yeah. And so when you look at pro-lifers who say, okay, well, I understand that you believe it's a tragedy, but along those same baseline biological lines, it's not just a tragedy; it's a crime against the child because the child has an independent interest. What?
God, Jesus Christ, man! Because you know, like what the problem with this debate is just because like there's a lot of assumptions being made that goes up to like to an entity that you can't even like speak to. You can't validate this with. You can't ask for guidance. You can't. There's like this notion that like when these two cells like combine together within a body, that all of a sudden like a human soul is then entered into what's essentially just like literally like 4 or 5 cells before they as they're continuing to replicate into 8 cells, then 16 cells, then 32. Like it's just like it's so stupid. It really is just stupid. It's just honestly like there's no better word for it. It's really stupid. It's a really just stupid thing to like base yourself, because this is tying us. This is taking us right back to religion, and it's just like it's. Oh well, hold on. I want to say that this shouldn't back up, right? That's just because it's just like a bunch backed up, and okay, no, it will actually back up. No, you know what? I'll leave it like this because then eventually I'm going to upgrade it to the titanium, which is going to be a lot faster. So I won't actually worry about that for right now. But, like, let's see if I can actually make my point a little bit more coherent here, right? If you cannot definitively say with 100% certainty that something is a human life, then and you're just relying on religion to make that assumption or that belief, then it has no place in the United States government that has been founded on that principle of separation of church and state. Period. Right? Because then what you're sitting there is doing is like you sit there and you say the child has interests, right? But like then like you don't care about anything about the child after they're born. Like You don't actually care about the stuff. Wasn't you just complaining earlier about the entitlements that help a lot of like a lot of mothers that have like children that the living expenses is too much for them to actually bear, so they have to sit there and they gotta use food stamps or whatever. Like it's so crazy to me. It is so crazy to me.
But what do you say to that?
Deal with this.
I say that I understand that position, and I don't agree with it. I think that the solution of having the state come in and
right, because then when you draw, where do you draw the line, right? You sit there and like I don't know what the hell kind of like theory it is, but like then to sit there and say that, right, that this is a human life and this is going to be off of this, I mean, it's inherently based off of like some religious belief. So then what happens when a majority of a different religious belief takes over? Then what, right? You can't. What are you going to say and do at that point, right? It gets too messy. This is why they just sat there and they said that like separation of church. Do not bring church-related matters into the government, because then it becomes a massive problem. It will become a massive problem later. It really does.
dictate choices that that the woman is making is not.
You know what I'm saying? Because like if you establish it where you like somehow enshrine it that like religion then has like some kind of real place in the government, then it's like, okay, bet, right? Then let's give it a decade or two, right? When the population starts turning over, right? And like other other religious groups, right, are having more and more children versus Christianity and whatnot, right? And then let's see, right? Then once they start getting into like little phases of power, then what happens? You know what? Then what happens? Right? Like you can't say shit then. You can't say shit then because you already established. You established the president, the precedent. Excuse me. Like it's so crazy.
That's not a good solution.
Like people want to like redefine like the core tenet of what makes America so bad. It's sad. It really is.
A bureaucrat making these very, very difficult moral choices. I think that choice should be between the woman, her pastor, her spiritual advisors, the people who she consults in her life, and that it's a very, very difficult decision.
So you don't believe that the child has an independent right to life, for example, at any point during the pregnancy?
All right. And then you have and then like you get back to it. Then you start having the problems about like whose life is worth more, right? The child's or the mom's, right? Then you like, under what circumstances does the mom have superior right? At what point does the child have superior right? And then like you got cases where like mom's life is in danger, right? So then all of a sudden it's okay, like it's okay to like kill somebody just because somebody else's life is like going to like naturally be in jeopardy from like current child. It's just I don't know. It's so stupid. The abortion thing. Like I said, morality and religion. Stay away. Just stay away from it. Like it's I hate those. I hate it so much. I really do.
I mean, how far does
Well,
the right to
here's what I would say, man. There's no woman who has who gets pregnant, carries that baby for 8 months, and then decides to have an abortion for some frivolous reason. They're in that kind of case, and nobody in their right mind would do that. In those kind of cases, there's some kind of those very, very rare cases where that happens. There's always some kind of extenuating circumstances that I don't feel prepared to turn that over to the government. So that, you and I will differ on that, and that's just a place where I differ. And I understand your position. I have tremendous respect for you, for having that kind of absolute moral clarity on that position. But I think it's more nuanced and complex than that.
So, we only have a few more minutes. I want to ask you about the theme of your campaign and your hope for the country. So, obviously, most Americans are incredibly pessimistic about the future. Young Americans, in particular, are very pessimistic about the future. It does feel like things are falling apart on the foreign front. It feels like at home, despite the fact we have a low unemployment rate, it does feel as though things are falling apart economically speaking with high inflation. Americans' hopes seem to be at low ebb right now in the country, which I'm sure is one reason why you're doing so well as an independent candidate. What do you think is the prospect of America being able to turn this around, given all of the systemic obstacles that you're talking about?
I feel 100% confident that I'll be able to turn it around as president. I have practically zero confidence that President Trump or President Biden will be able to do that. And I don't, I stay away from personal criticism of either of them. I try to be respectful, particularly, they held the highest office in the land, but I just think we all need to be able to talk to each other in a way that, that steps back from the rancor and from the vitriol and from the vilification and demonization of each other. The issues that are most critical, like to this generation of kids, my kids' generation, the big promise of the American dream when I was a kid was that if you worked hard and you played by the rules, that you could finance a house, you could take a summer vacation, you could raise a family, you could put something aside for your retirement on one job. And there is not a single member of my kids' generation that believes that that promise applies to them. I have one of my sons is a third.
It just doesn't exist. It stopped like being able to support a family off of one job. That's long gone. That's history at this point, right? Like the cost of living, the expenses of having children, health insurance, right? The healthcare, like especially if something goes wrong, because people will be really surprised. Like if you are blessed and lucky to be healthy and to not have anything major happen to you, you're good. You don't have to worry about. But it's crazy to me that people don't have a problem with like some key issues that our current healthcare system has, like that is just naturally born from just capitalism and profits, right? There is no reason why, like, if my child gets stung by like one of those really bad poisonous things, like animals, like over there in Nevada or Mexico, like wherever they're at, right, that the anti-venom treatment, like the entire thing would cost $62,000, and God forbid I don't have health insurance for that. $62,000 for an anti-venom that like my child's life will potentially like depend on. Like, and I always bring up the first hearing under Trump's presidency for either the first Congress or the second Congress, because each presidential term has two like Congress flips, and that first hearing was about a mom whose daughter couldn't afford who couldn't afford penicillin for her daughter, and her daughter died. Like, it's just like that's like enshrined in the American dream at this stage. Like, there's just no way that you're going to be able to survive off of one job income. I'm sorry. Like, it's just it's like anybody that says, especially like in the red pill community, it's crazy. We was just looking it up on the income bracket thing, right? Like 50%, like half of the U.S. population alone makes like $50,000 a year, right? And so like if you want to sit there and like if you really want to be sufficient to maybe start kind of protecting yourself, like you and your family of one child, right? You're looking at like having an income of like around $80,000 to $90,000, and you want to hope that nothing medically goes wrong, because like your health, the medical costs are going to really creep up and, for lack of a better word, like just like penetrate you. Like that's just the fact of the matter. Like that's just what it is. Like what? Like what was it, like the EpiPen? Like the EpiPen when it first came out was like what, like $12 or something like that, right? And then like what? Then over a span of like, I think it was like 4 or 6 years, something like that. Like it wasn't too long. The formula didn't change, packaging didn't nothing about it changed, and then the price jumped from like $12 to like $600. Like it's just like that. That's what capitalism brings you inside of healthcare. I'm all for capitalism in everything but healthcare. We should not be allowing profits to be a priority at any point in time in an industry that somebody's life literally would depend on. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
9 years old, and he owns a home. But all the other ones went to the best schools in our country, the best schools you could possibly go to. They're smart. They're very capable. They have great jobs.
I'm not getting no coal.
None of them's looking for a house because it's just out of their reach, and none of that's generated. And if you don't own a home, I mean, you're talking about community. We need to reestablish the ownership society here, because that's the only way America survives.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big Wireless has once again raised their prices. In response,
if you own a home, you care about your community. You care about the police, the firefighters. You show up at the PTA meeting. You care about the transportation. You care about the appearance of your property, and you care about your neighbors. If once you become a renter, which is what BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard want us all. This is the new oligarchy, this feudal oligarchy of.
It's been like really crazy lately too. Like, has anybody been seeing like the homeowner stuff that's been like creeping up like in the news lately, or at least like news articles and stuff? Like I don't want to say like it's like major news or anything like that, but like that stuff's been like hitting my my news feeds for a bit, like on the articles I read, and like the shit's kind of crazy that you own a home and then like you can't be allowed, like you can own the home, own the property that home is in, and you can't do certain things, or you're not allowed to like add or take away or even park your vehicle like on your drive or whatever, just because of like the homeowners association, like in that area that you also got to pay and stuff to. Like, to me, that's pretty anti-American in my honest opinion. But I mean, I understand like some of the benefits like of collective, I don't want to say bargaining, but a collective like working together, whatever the word what that would be. But like the restrictions, right, on a property and house that I own, that's crazy. To me personally, that's crazy.
Controlling the land base. We go from being citizens to being subjects. And the main thing is that if you own property, you have equity, which means you can borrow on it, which means you can pursue your entrepreneurial impulses. So if you decide, I want to build a yoga studio or a bowling alley or a juice bar or whatever, you can borrow on your house, you can beg your house on it, and then you can go to the bank and get that money, and that's why one of the reasons that our country exploded. The American middle class after World War II became the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. And a large part of that, of course, we destroyed the industrial base of Europe and we owned everything. But also, we spent that money wisely in making sure every veteran got into a house. Every member of that generation basically was able to own a home. And you had this ferment of entrepreneurial energy, what Franklin Roosevelt called America's industrial genius, that was released. And, when I was in 1960, when I was a kid, we owned half the wealth on the face of the earth. And it wasn't owned by an oligarchy. It was owned by the American middle class. And, we've adopted a lot of policies, and particularly the way the Fed is operated, which is a criminal agency, right? It's just a vacuum cleaner for Wall Street to shift wealth upward to this, to this kleptocracy. And it's a captured agency. They're all captured, right? The CIA is captured by the military-industrial complex. Its function is just to give us a pipeline of new wars. The Fed is captured by Wall Street to consolidate all the banks. So all of them are too big to fail. It's not making more banks, right? It's making fewer and fewer every year. And it's all, it's all designed to shift wealth upward, and we financialize the economy and destroy our industrial base. And we need to reverse those policies. And the good news is this. We have a terrible, economic forecast, right? We have the most entrepreneurial and imaginative entrepreneurs in the world in this country. You don't see that. I travel all over the world, and everybody says that something unusual about the United States. The entrepreneurial energy of this country is extraordinary, and we can encourage that. The Australians did it with this superannuation program that gives everybody a little piece of the stock market, and they have to hold it, and they choose which investments to make. So you're educating an entire generation you're giving them an economic IQ, a financial IQ. I want to do everything I can. The other thing, we have terrible soils in this country, but we have the most imaginative farmers and regenerative agriculture. We have the worst health in the world in this country, but we have the best doctors, these integrative medicine and allopathic, or the integrative medicine, functional medicine doctors. We're doing all this breakthrough science with very, very new, exciting technology. When you unify it with AI,
Jesus Christ, man,
the potential is extraordinary. So I think there's a tremendous reason to hope in this country if we have the right leadership. And the reason I'm running is because I just don't believe that President Biden, who I've known for many years, and like personally, that he has any capacity to even see, over the horizon and see which direction and provide the kind of leadership that we're going to need to make this transition. And I think, listen, President Trump, President Biden both had a chance. If you want more of the same, you know what you're going to get if you elect them. You're going to get more polarization. You're going to get more, more debt and more chronic disease. If you want more of that, then you should vote for them. If you want something completely different, if you want this country to live up to its idealism, to have people listen to have a president who actually wants to build communities, who wants to bring us together, actually, then you'll be supporting me.
Final question for you. You look back at the 1968 campaign in which your father was murdered, and now you're running for president of the United States. That must be emotionally a journey for you. You can describe what that's like.
Well, there's a lot of parallels between my father's run in '68. My father ran at a time, he ran against a war, which is what I'm doing. He ran at a time that there was greater division in our country than any time since the Civil War. And, it's comparable to what we have today. I think the night that Martin Luther King died, over 100 cities burned. We haven't seen that yet, right? There were terrorist groups that were bombing buildings on campuses in New York City. The Army, National Guard was shooting people on campuses. They were, you had civil rights issues, Vietnam, mass protests, all this. So it was really divided country. My father, on the last day of his life, he won the most rural state in our country, South Dakota, and the most urban state, California. And he succeeded in bridging that gap. He was also running against impossible odds. Nobody gave him a chance. He didn't have, every power structure was against him. The liberal media from the New York Times, the Village Voice were all horrified, appalled by his running. The labor unions, he had run my uncle's campaign in '60, so 8 years earlier, and he had all the labor unions. This time, all the unions were against him, except for the UAW and for the United Farm Workers, for Cesar Chavez's union. He had all the big city mayors against him. They had all been for him in 1960. Mayor Daley was, angry and threatening. So my father really didn't have any of the, and then all of the New Frontier people who he had brought into office were all working for Johnson. So they were in the White House, so he didn't even have his team. And, he ran, and, a month later, Johnson withdrew from the race, and then my father started winning the primaries in the last day of his life. He ran the primaries, and one of the last calls he took was from Mayor Daley saying, Mayor Daley controlled the delegates in Chicago, so he would have gotten the nomination, and he'd already beaten Hubert Humphrey once in '60. He'd already beaten Nixon once in '60. I think he had a very clear path for the White House. So, I look at that. I was there. I was 14 years old. I was with my dad when he died in Los Angeles. but I look at his history of that campaign, and I take inspiration and hope from it.
Well, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., really appreciate your time, and obviously good luck in the campaign.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
The Ben Shapiro Show Sunday Special is produced by Savannah Dominguez Morris. Associate producer is Jake Pollack. Editing is by Jim Nickel. Audio is mixed by Mike Coromina. Post-production is managed by Matt Kemp. Camera and lighting is by Zach Ginton.
That wasn't
Hair, makeup, and wardrobe by
that wasn't too bad. I
Title graphics by Cynthia Engel.
like the kind of questions that Ben was like grilling them on was actually like pretty decent, but it was just I'd say like maybe 60%, 70% of that is just like that, and then 30% was just like just having him speak about like his ideals and stuff like that and what he's gonna do and whatnot. So it was all right. It was all right. Let me. Okay, so I guess we are gonna actually do this. I'm going to be really interested in seeing this. Yeah, I guess.
This summer, embrace the feeling of coming home. Come be inspired by Utah's
meaningful discussion. And if anything, what I want you to take away is that speech matters. More speech, not less. That's what we have coming up on Candace. Already had a discussion with these two individuals, and they were actually productive on this topic, and there has been a lot of nonsense and a lot of emotion, but I think that these two individuals are going to have a good discussion. I think it's also important to say, because you hear people say, oh, I'm moderating the discussion, I don't have an opinion. You guys already know my opinion. You guys know that I've had Dave Smith on, and I agree with him on foreign policy. So to keep this discussion productive, I'm just going to be as quiet as possible. Not an easy task for me. Not an easy task at all. But I want to make sure that we're not accidentally tipping the scales, and occasionally I'm just going to say bad and mean stuff to Dave Smith just to make it easy. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Candace.
Thank you, and congratulations on the success of the new show. It's awesome to see.
Whoop, whoop, we can't cancel Candace. So, I do want to start with you because you and I had an offline discussion about really how not productive my discussion was with other people that I had on the show, that I was not intending to. People were upset with me thinking that I had sort of intentionally had on like a rabid pro-Israel voice. I'm going after Rabbi Shmuley, and most people agree left and right that he's an interesting person, so to speak. And the truth was I was really only having Rabbi Barkley on because he had personally written an article about me, not because I think that he's the most logical pro-Israel voice or that he gets it right all the time. I don't think he does. So I do want to offer you an opportunity right here at the beginning. We're seeing right now the media sort of saying that any critique of Israel as a foreign nation kind of registers as a critique of all Jews across the world, which makes it easy to call people anti-Semitic if they disagree with Bibi Netanyahu. So I just want to hear your take on that.
Sure, yes, thank you. I think that there's always a better way, I maintain, when there's disagreements to lend themselves to conversations and coming in good faith and understanding your opponent's positions actually what they've said before coming into any conversation. So there's conversations you've had since our conversation that I want to clear up, but also with regard to criticism, the idea that it's not that any criticism of Israel is being labeled as anti-Semitic, but the point is that there's a lot of disproportionate criticism, the singling out, the double standard that Israel's being subjected to. That is grounds for that, I do believe, and I think that there is a catch-22 that happens in the anti-Semitism game where someone can make an incendiary comment, an anti-Semitic remark, and then the Jewish community calls it out, and they say, well, you see, Jews are trying to control me. You see, they're trying to control the speech. And so it almost becomes an impossible task to combat effectively. And I said this in our last conversation, that to call things that are not anti-Semitic is incredibly unproductive and wrong, and it's almost like a cry wolf scenario. But when we do see things that are anti-Semitic and we call it out, or problematic comments that embolden anti-Semitism, a catch-22 forms where I've seen it all over Twitter too, where people say disgusting things about Jews. They couch it sometimes in criticism of Israel, and no one can deny that there's a lot of anti-Semites that disguise themselves in anti-Zionist rhetoric, and they say these things, and then when the Jewish community calls it out because they say these Jews are trying to control our narrative, control our speech, then we call it out, they say you see, and then proceed to double down, and it just continues to spiral. So it leaves the voices who want to speak out productively and constructively about this fairly stuck. And in a world post-October 7th, when we see a rise of anti-Semitic incidences simply because Israel is in a war, and then you see thousands of people, mobs of crowds in the street cheering Intifada revolution, Al-Qassam, here are your next targets, protesting at the Nova exhibit where Jews were slaughtered on October 7th. I was there 2 hours before that with a cohort of comedians visiting. When you're seeing these things, and then you see a rise of anti-Semitism, I think rhetoric that contributes to that, we need to be able to, open our ears and eyes to understand that being aware of these things and calling it out is not trying to control or censor, and it is a real thing, even though in the past it may have been an exaggeration.
What do you think, Dave?
Well, I guess I agree to some extent. I mean, I think that there's certainly, I see a lot of Jew-hating stuff on Twitter. And I do think that when you're Jewish, you kind of can't win. You make a fair point there. It's like, I've heard there was one thing that I got tagged in where it was like, a whole list of political commentators with the Star of David, behind it. And it was like, first off, they just got a bunch wrong. A bunch of people who just aren't Jewish were put on there. But then they had me and Glenn Greenwald and Max Blumenthal and a bunch of other people. And you're like, yeah, but we're all the sharpest critics of Israel. And they're like, yeah, but you see, that's the Jewish game. It's like, you control both sides of it. So it just becomes this thing where it's like, oh, okay, so if I was pro-Israel, that's proof that there's a Jewish conspiracy. If I'm critical of Israel, that's also proof that there's a Jewish conspiracy. So my feeling on that is just kind of, it's a losing game, and I find it stupid. And I totally don't like seeing that stuff. I do think that the difference is that these are kind of, for the most part, random Twitter comments, and it's hard to know what's really going on there. Is this somebody trolling? Is this a 15-year-old? I mean, I have no idea what it really is behind that. Whereas when it comes to actual people who are known, who are making these arguments, I just don't see almost anybody. I mean, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe there's someone I'm not thinking of, but I see people like Candace who, from everything I've seen, bends over backward to be like, hey, I am not talking about Jews here. I have nothing but love for Jewish people. I've grown up around Jewish people. That's what I see for the most part, that people that then still just get called anti-Semitic. And so, I do, where I would probably disagree a little bit is that I think the idea that if you are critical, I mean, look, Douglas Murray just had a debate at the Monk debate the other day. His argument is that being anti-Zionist is being anti-Semitic. And it's remarkable to watch people like Douglas Murray just become woke leftists when they talk, well, anti-Semitism is a shape-shifting virus, and if you say anything critical of Israel now, you now own the entire history of hating Jewish people or something like that. The truth is that there definitely is more criticism of Israel than there are of other governments, other countries.
Far worse governments too, I would say.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of reasons why that's the case other than the fact that it's a Jewish state. And we could get into
I need coal too?
Oh
yeah,
I
jacked that up.
very unique about the relationship between the United States of America and Israel as it
Now I
pertains
gotta
to our foreign
actually
policy,
figure this out.
particularly over the last 20 years, which has been catastrophic for not just our nation, but every nation involved. There's also something different about a war, which I hesitate to even use the word at times, because I'm not sure that's the correct word for what we've seen over the last 8 months. I don't know if I can think of another example around the world, again, correct me if I'm wrong, where a captive, permanently stateless refugee group of people are just being mass slaughtered. A group of people who do not have a military of their own, do not have a government of their own, are completely captive and have been ruled by Israel since 1967. That's also unique. And so I think there's a lot at work here. I'm not going to argue that people hating Jews is not an element at all amongst anyone, but at the same time, it's like if you are for border restrictions, you might attract some people who don't much like Mexicans. And if you're for DEI, you're going to attract some people who don't much like white people. And if you're critical of Israel, you also probably will attract some people who don't like Jews. All of this to me is kind of irrelevant to the real question, which is what Israel is doing to Gaza over the last 8 months, and whether or not this is acceptable, and whether or not we should be funding and arming this conflict.
Well, that's a great question, and I would love to hear Ami's response to it. When you and I first spoke, Ami, it was only a few weeks, I think, after October 7th, and I think that we had a really great discussion. Somehow I was still called anti-Semitic after it, and I was going, I thought that was such a productive discussion. I learned so much, and I thought it was good and healthy for people to hear.
I was called a lot of things in the
side.
comments too, but fair enough.
Yeah, they just sort of I thought it did both of us a disservice. I was very proud of the discussion because I was coming from it in very good faith, and I know that you were as well. And so I think that much has changed. I think people were floating around, this is genocide. I don't think that matters. We don't need to get hung up on the verbiage. Do you believe that the response to the October 7th attacks has been equal, overboard, and also what would you say is an equal and overboard response?
Well, first of all, Dave, I'll just say, I know you wanted to debate Douglas Murray, but here you have him. It's the next best thing, okay? Everything Dave said is utter nonsense from the get-go. People of your ilk. But anyway, that's what happens when you get two comedians on to talk serious. Well, yes, for you, maybe. Anyway, I'm a huge Douglas Murray fan, and I think he did an awesome job. But for the record, I'll just say this. A couple of things just to what Dave said, and then I'll address your question, Candace, because I think, Dave, would you concede that this, you don't like the word war, I don't like the word conflict, because I think there's a fundamental flaw in presuming that Israel and its enemies are, and I'm using this word carefully, moral equals in the sense, in terms of the values that Israel tries to uphold, the state it tries to create, which confuses me about your position in the sense that you're someone who's always fighting for individual rights and sovereignty, and that these governments, the whole purpose of government in and of itself is to protect those rights to the best of its ability. That's what its primary function is, and to the extent, to the degree to which Israel does that better than any other area in the region, I would think that at least morally, sympathetically, your solidarity or whatever you want to call it, your advocacy, your opinion on this would lie more so with what Israel has to go through because it's fighting regimes that do not share any of those values at all. Any of our values that are here today in terms of tolerance, individual rights, these kinds of things that Israel, although it's imperfect, is a Western democracy. So it always shocks me when I see people who are principled in your position not see that or side with that. And I know you haven't fully condemned Israel fully, but and I've seen other interviews where you do defend what Israel's, the virtues of Israel. But at the same time, I always find that very surprising because the values that you uphold and say are fighting for on behalf of the Palestinians, it doesn't seem to me that they're regimes that represent them, and a lot of people in those populations don't uphold those values.
I mean, so far they're just okay. I like that they're making each of their positions very clear, and they're doing it without immediate grandstanding. So okay, so so far so good. So I'm just waiting for them to start actually hashing out the disagreements, and then we can actually see what's going on.
Themselves, or those desires themselves. So seeing it through a Western American lens, there's a hierarchy of values here, and it seems that the real motivating factor in this war is it's not a geographical or political dispute or a conflict that presumes two sides are fighting as moral equals, but rather an ideological one in which Israel is fighting regimes that are genocidal, that wish to see its destruction because it's a Jewish state, because of not just it as a Jewish state, but Jews worldwide, and they've been very explicit about that. So it confuses me that we impose this idea that everybody just wants the same thing, and we have to just work this out, as a geographical dispute with all that messy history. What's always seemed to me been animating this before any occupation of any territory even existed was a deep-seated hatred for Jews, the Jewish people, and the Jewish state. So even if people critical of Israel aren't anti-Jewish, the people Israel's directly fighting certainly are.
Okay, that's interesting. So I only want to say that because I did have, and I'm interjecting here, I did have a conversation with someone who.
Hold on, didn't she say she was going to interject as little as possible? Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. Here we go. I mean, this is exactly what I was asking for. Okay.
Whose parents were forced out in, I want to say 1945. Is that the correct year?
48. Yeah.
And it definitely. I don't think every person that has an issue with Israel is being guided necessarily by this idea that it's just Jewish people. I mean, some of these people were actually living there and had accepted Jewish refugees into their home. One Palestinian is coming to mind, Mohammed Hadid, who they were allowing these refugees to live there for 2 years. They went out one day, came back, and the locks were changed. And they said, this is, again, I'm telling you what Mohammed Hadid told me, you're not allowed to come back here. Your home is being taken over. If you come back, they will shoot you and kill you. So I think some people are being motivated by what they perceive to be the historical injustice. Do you think that that's a fair assessment to say that some people aren't just looking at this as these are the Jews, they're looking at this as these are people who took our homeland, and it's not fair? or do you think it's changed over the years?
I think what's always fundamentally, not, like there are marginal issues and there are fundamental issues, and I'm not denying that innocent Palestinians suffered as a result of all this. And I think you could play a suffering Olympics all day long and keep going back and keep playing this game all day over atrocities that have been committed across the board throughout history. That's not unique to the foundations and formings of any state. But I think that as far as what's fundamental here is not that there's this thirst and desire to create a Palestinian state, but rather to destroy the Jewish one.
Dave?
Okay, let me address a bunch of that stuff. So I think, look, when you say, okay, so like I'm a libertarian and I believe in freedom and government should, if it exists at all, only be there to protect property and natural rights. So, look, if you were to say, like, let's compare the United States of America to Saddam Hussein's Iraq, which society would I rather live in? Which society do I think is more moral? Which government, was less oppressive? Okay, obviously the answer is the United States of America, or at least to its own people. We're probably a lot more oppressive to other countries. But that's totally irrelevant to whether I'd have solidarity with George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. The question is, who's right in this conflict? Were you justified in invading and destroying and killing 1 million people there? And the answer is no. And so it doesn't matter. Like, it's just totally irrelevant to the conflict. Now, it's not irrelevant to how you feel about the country as a whole. But if you're talking about the war in Iraq, I'm not going to go like, well, George W. Bush is not as brutal as Saddam Hussein, therefore I have some solidarity with him. It's like, no, he's destroying a nation of people. He has no right to do this. And by the way, he's also greatly degrading my country. Now, as far as the rest of your characterization of Israel, I think it's totally unfair and not in line with the history, and it's kind of circular reasoning.
Like you don't have a right to go into another country and kill millions of people. I mean, like, I'm sorry that war isn't like pretty, but like if people, if you suffer an attack, I'm sorry, like they're not, it's not like they're intentionally going out of their way at all times to kill the civilians. Like this, that's just the way war is. Like this idea that like war has to be, that war is supposed to be held a certain kind of way. Like it's not real. It's just truly not real. Oh God, bro, why is this shit not? Okay, there we go. It's not real. Like they're not even killing, like, what's the death toll? What's the death toll right now for out there? Like what? Like death toll in Gaza 2 days ago. 37,000, right? You're not allowed to kill me, like 37,000. It's not even like something to compare. Like this sounds pretty well in line with like a military conflict that's in like a highly densely populated area. Like, I'm sorry that like you don't like that, just like that it's just war, period. But like this is just how it is. Like to say that you don't have a right after you've been attacked is like just crazy to me.
You're like, well, but don't you? Israel's the good guy, so how come you don't support the good guy? Wouldn't you be more sympathetic to them because they're the good guy? It's like, well, no, but look, Israel is not a Western democracy. They're just not. And they don't get to play this card anymore. Israel took control of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967. They haven't occupied them for a few months after a war, or even a few years after the war. They've occupied them for nearly 60 years, for longer than the Soviet Union occupied all of Eastern Europe. And none of the people in those territories have any voting rights whatsoever. So how do you call yourself a democracy? By the way, I don't even...
And that's just, now that I would say that's just because of laziness. I don't know, well, laziness and like just bitterness. But that's, I like, to be fair, that's a bit on the Palestinian side. Like, at any point in time, like if on the Palestinian side, like they had leadership that was actually like legit about making peace and like accepting, for example, like the OG partition plan, like then like Israel would have been forced to then like have to like accept what was being offered, or like accept like the terms of the deal, and then have to like completely end all hostilities and then start like breaking apart like its control over Palestine. And like obviously you can argue that like this was never something this was never something that like truly was in the ultimate interest of like the Jewish nation, but they wouldn't have had a choice, right? Because like it's really hard to, I mean, to what, like fight another nation that just wants nothing but peace and actively seeks peace, right? Would look crazy bad, and you lose all support from like international communities. Like this is fundamental. Like we know this, but like that. Every time like one of those conflict things like came up and happened, like that just gave them an excuse to actually just be like, oh, all right, you don't want to accept this, and you want to like attack or protest or whatever. Okay, good. We can slowly chip away at more territory and real estate, and just like keep pushing this issue down the road until what, right? Until something happens. And then here we are, October 6th. Okay, I think I can get right here.
Not that into democracy.
I understand.
don't really care about voting rights. My beef is that they have no natural rights whatsoever. But you don't get to just hold 5 million people captive for nearly 60 years with no voting rights and claim to be a democracy. That's an apartheid regime. And so I don't listen. The fact is, and many, just to your other point, because there were a few there,
Sure.
many Israelis at the highest level of government have admitted this for many, many years, from Moshe Dayan to Barak, all up and down. A bunch of former prime ministers admitted. It was Ehud Barak who said, if I was a young Palestinian, I'd be a terrorist too. And it's not because they are just all possessed by evil and Jew hatred. The truth is that the creation of Israel, however you feel about it, involved 750,000 Palestinians being kicked off of their land. And then after 1967, they've been occupied by a foreign military ever since. It is the most human thing in the world that you would develop hatred for the people who did that to you. There is no group of people anywhere, including the three of us, who would not develop a burning hatred for the foreign military that is policing your streets, kidnapping your people whenever they feel like it, killing your people with zero consequences. I mean, imagine this government. Look, the Likud party, Benjamin Netanyahu's party, which is he's the longest serving prime minister in the history of Israel, was founded by who? Menachem Begin, a literal terrorist. That's what Israel did with their terrorists. They elected them prime minister. Who wouldn't? How could you possibly live in Gaza or the West Bank and not hate Israel?
Okay. Can I respond? Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So
Yeah.
there's a lot there. I mean, I appreciate we're letting each other go for a little while because I appreciate your perspective. But you mentioned the word invasion, and if we bring it to here and now, and we talk about what happened on October 7th, because we are talking about this current military campaign, just to kind of hone in on specific points in history from it, because we can deliberate all of the history that you mentioned and alluded to, and it can take up 3 hours. But if we're just talking about here and now, right now, and trying to solve these problems, on October 7th, who invaded who? And did they invade occupied territory, or did they invade sovereign kibbutzim of individuals and deliberately target their civilians because they were Jews? Let's remember, the terrorist that called his parents on October 7th, and they have an audio recording of it, saying, Mommy, Daddy, he didn't say, I got our house back, I got our property back, guess what, I liberated Palestine. He said, Mom, Dad, I killed 10 Jews with my bare hands. And they scream in pride and elation. They took Israeli babies that are still being held hostage today. The reason
Like like that, and that's just like another big thing too, right? It's just that, like, like one of the other unfortunate realities too is that, like, it's also hard, like, obviously, like, you want to, like, put the focus on Hamas, but like, the thing is, it's just like there's quite a lot of support for for Hamas in the general population. And then, like, I mean, I guess you can argue that, like, on one hand, right, that's just unavoidable because, like, they seem to be, like, the only entity willing to, like, fight and take extreme measures, because like let's not, like, pretend like the Palestinian issue is not like a shitty, there's just not like a shitty situation. Like, it really is, like, crazy, just the kind of living conditions that they just had for, like, so many years, just because, like, the ultimate solution of, like, trying to figure out a way to get these people to, like, accept some kind of deal so that everybody can go about, like, their own separate way. I mean, that's just, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it just is what it is. So I don't know. Like, it's a good point to be made, but, like, they're just gonna say that, just like, how do you think, again, like, how do you think a group of people that were just oppressed, how do you think they were just going to turn out? And then, but then you can't have this thing where it's just like, then you reward these people, like, for committing, like, the heinous act, and then now and now they start getting things what they want, because, like, then that reinforces a lot of things that you probably don't want, you don't want reinforced, for sure. I think I'll go, like, right here. All right, so let's just.
And they're doing it because they're animated by Jew hatred, and I think to be naive to that is incredibly dangerous. Animated, they took Israeli babies that are still being held hostage today. The reason they're doing it because they're animated by Jew hatred, and I think to be naive to that is incredibly dangerous, and it misses the entire motivation behind what Israel's facing. This occupation of these places that you mentioned. First of all, Israel leaving Gaza in 2005, 2006, leaving it to every effort, in other words, for Israel to give land back and minimize what you call the occupation, which I think is a false term, and we can talk about that, because occupation refers to one sovereign nation illegally occupying an existing sovereign nation, of which there was no such thing when it came to Palestine. I know the geography was called Palestine, and I say that just as a point of reference to say that a lot of the language in this conversation is deceptive. It's not just a propagandistic talking point, but I think saying terms like that gives people this false narrative impression that a sovereign state of Palestine that was independent and had its own leadership and its own independence was usurped by Israel in what you alluded to today, leaving out what actually happened in the formation of Israel, in that the refugee crisis was largely caused by the fact that a lot of the Arab nations did not want the creation of a Jewish state and sought to destroy it upon its formation. And so we can't just start the story in the middle. So fundamentally, you can say it's the occupation that's leading to all this terrorism, and I know you're not excusing the actions of the terrorists that some people have tried to throw your way. I'm not saying you're saying that, but you're saying that there's a context here. And I would say, yeah, it didn't start on October 7th, but it didn't start in 67 or 48 either. There were massacres of Jews in the 20s in Hebron. There were massacres and tensions between these two people, and and hatred going on in the Islamic world going back to the beginning. If you go to protests today and you hear chants in Arabic, they're not saying two states side by side, liberation for the West Bank for a free state of Palestine alongside Israel. They're saying Khaybar, Khaybar, Yar Yahud. And what is that reference to? Khaybar, Khaybar, Yar Yahud? The Battle of Khaybar, in which Muhammad came across the Jews and he gave them a choice: convert to Islam or submit and become dhimmis and second-class citizens. And this is what's animated the entire region and the expulsion of Jews throughout all of the Arab countries.
I can't wait to start.
So
Like I said, I finished reading like the whole Bible, and like I am planning on fairly soon doing the Dead Sea Scrolls and then like doing the Quran. It's gonna be. I'm almost certainly probably gonna live stream those, so I can't wait for that, because I think like those reads are gonna be like really good. I mean the Bible was like something like I wanted to be able to do. Like I if I had thought about the streaming thing before, I probably would have did it like that live too. But I just think like actually reading, like if we actually sit there and actually like go find the text and actually go and then like read it and see like what's actually being said and like how these things are interpreted, especially the stories. I think we'll get a lot of good information out of it. I think so anyway. Let me I do want to just put the color real quick. Let me see how good is everything producing. Okay, I mean, there's a good steady stream. Wait, am I losing power? No, I'm not losing power. Why does it just like shrink like that? Or is it just because of the occasional, like it just makes stuff and then it has to like power up to like build? That's probably what it is. Yeah, because it just needs 2 sands. Okay. Interesting. Okay, and it looks like, yeah, like my sand production looks like it's keeping up pretty well. There's no issues there. Coal, right? Oh, well, yeah, I got a whole like little unit just dedicated to it, so it looks good. And oh yeah, so now like the stuff's starting to back up now. But okay, so I actually look like I might be able to get away with a third one, maybe. Although like I think like an issue though, I think it's just that the conveyor belt may not be fast enough, but I don't want to start sitting there and really start converting everything to titanium conveyor belts. But all right, let's get back to this.
Jewish safety in the region, I think, is super important and not to be discounted. And my fundamental point is that I do not think it's occupation that leads to terrorism. It's terrorism that leads to occupation. In other words, the only reason these things perpetuate is because Israel is continually attacked. And if you want the solution to stop, you have to have goodwill on the Palestinian side to commit to not wanting to kill the Jews in Israel and attack them. And I think leaving Gaza in 2005 was a perfect example of that. What did happen? I know you've heard these points before, Dave, that greenhouses and infrastructure were left there. Hamas takes over, kills their political opponents, fellow Muslims, Fatah, and establishes a terrorist state using all the international aid and funding to fire rockets and attack at Israel. Invade Israel on October 7th, breaking a ceasefire. So accountability. I'm not denying suffering of what you're talking about for local populations, but who's accountable for that? And at a certain point, you can't say Israel is.
Okay, so thank you so much. And I want to ask a question back to you, Ami. Dave, I know you're going to have a lot to respond to with that, but again, I want to be very clear. Of the three of us, I know the least about the history, which is why I think it's important to let you two talk. I do keep hearing this point over and over again that, it wasn't a state, meaning like, this was just some territory, but people lived here, and my family is St. Tomian, and I just think, they've lived in generations upon generations in St. Thomas. It's not officially a state, it's a U.S. territory.
She's gonna ask good questions. I thought she was gonna ask questions. She's gonna let these two debate. Like it's clearly like what she's setting up. Like because she's so against it. She's so inherently against it, right? She just cannot help herself, because when he sits there and he starts making good points, like that's what he's there for, right? He's there to argue that point. You're there to moderate. Why are you sitting there and you're interjecting yourself into and then you seem to keep interjecting yourself on the just side. Like it's just I bet I wouldn't be surprised if he already knew what was up, and this is just how it is.
Thought process, I guess we're talking about Puerto Rico, we're talking about St. Thomas, that if the U.S. wanted to right now, they could say, hey, we're giving St. Thomas to Jewish people in Israel, give up your houses, we're not going to give you any money, get out or you'll get shot. And then your thought process is, hey, listen, you're not a nation. Like you're not a nation. No. It's like this. I know you've been living here for a long time.
No, that's no. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Ottoman Empire at the time, right? The Ottoman Empire like allowed them to buy this land, and then they said that that if you wanted to like kick those people off, you had to basically like pay him, like I guess something that would be like akin to reparations or something. Like I don't know like the specific details, but what I just do know is that they did actually go through the proper way of acquiring that land, acquiring that the initial bulk of land that they did get, that the Palestinians were sitting in. Like it's the unfortunate reality is that the Ottoman Empire kind of just like sold them out on that, and then when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, I mean, it's just like that shit was just like all over the place. So I'd be really curious to see how he breaks it down, because that's like my rough understanding of it.
Could you clarify
Sure.
that? 'Cause I don't
Yeah,
want to misrepresent.
I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying there. I think the whole essence of creating Israel in a 1947 partition plan was that there were native peoples living there, Jewish and Arab alike, and no one disputes that native people live there. I'm simply dispelling a false narrative, and I think a lot of people fall into that who aren't informed on this issue when you talk to people, that there was this prosperous, free, independent state of Palestine with its own sovereignty, not in the context of under a British mandate and previously under an Ottoman Empire, and at a time when the whole region was being carved up by the Western powers and figuring out what to do with the native peoples where there was tension. I'm not disputing that they were.
And again, this is why I tell you guys, right? Like why war? Like people just don't like what ends up in war, right? If your country was part of a war and it was on the loser side and it loses, like then if the winning war powers like want to sit there and just take your land and just like kick you out, like it is what it is. Like I'm sorry, that's just that's just the reality of it. Like I'm sorry, it sucks. It really does suck, and like it's something that you know typically probably wouldn't be okay in you know in today's standard. But like at the end of the day, I mean the war is war. War is war. That's just how it is in war. Nothing you can do about it.
But I'm saying it to be very precise in getting the history and figuring out what to do with the native peoples where there was tension. I'm not disputing that they were present, but I'm saying it to be very precise in getting the history right, because I think it's often misrepresented, and I don't know what Dave feels about that, but I'm being very particular and narrow in specifying that.
I am
because
gonna
I
have
think
to like
a lot of
push
this
the sand out a
conversation
little
about this topic
faster.
is so co-opted by false words and language that's very confusing and deceptive.
But you would agree that telling people that have purchased a home and are living there irrespective of the politics that they have to get out without even giving them money. Because I actually was very surprised when they didn't get anything in return. I thought maybe they wrote them a check and were like, get out. I think we would all principally agree that first thing is wrong morally. Do you agree with that or not really?
Yeah, I can understand that position, but I'm just saying at the time the reason for a refugee crisis, and we can debate the history and our accounts of this, is that if you accept that there's also a Jewish legitimate claim to the ancestral homeland in Israel and a priority to create a Jewish safe haven for Jews.
So he didn't say anything about that. Like they didn't get paid. Like I could have swore. Like I could have swore that like when well maybe the very initial carve out maybe, but no, but that wouldn't make any sense, right? Okay, we do have to. We gotta. It'll take like a really simple Google search, right? Did Jews buy land from Ottomans? In 1880s, Jews predominantly Ashkenazi began purchasing land and properties across Ottoman Palestine in order to expand collective territorial ownership of the issue. This is what my understanding was. Oh, but it happened before. It happened before World War II, right? Because World War II was like what, 1933? When was right? Yeah, 1939, right? Start date was like 1939, right? So yeah, right? So they started, that's what I'm saying. Like my understanding was that like the Jews were like officially buying land from the Ottoman Empire, um like well before then. And then like after like World War II, I mean the Ottoman Empire collapsed, so then it was just like shit, you know, shit's up for, you know. That's it. But there was like stipulations on it, right? Like you know, if you're gonna kick these people off the land that you're buying because we're trying to raise money and this is why we're letting you buy the land, right? You have to pay these people, which they did do, right? In the 1880s, Jews, predominantly Ashkenazi, began purchasing land and properties across Ottoman Palestine in order to expand the collective territorial ownership of the yeshiva. Large Jewish corporations and private Jewish buyers led this effort through multiple intermittent transactions that continued after mandatory Palestine was established in 1918. The largest of these arrangements, known as the Sursock Purchase, resulted in the procurement of Jezreel Valley and the Bay of Haifa, if that's how you say it, Haifa. By the 1930s, the purchase of land was often accompanied by the eviction of Arab tenants. On 1 April 1945, the British administration statistics showed that Jewish buyers had legal ownership over approximately 5.67% of the mandate's total land area, while state-owned domain was 46%. By the end of 1947, Jewish ownership had increased to 6.6%. This cycle of land acquisition ultimately ended when the Israel Declaration of Independence yielded the founding of the Jewish state on 14 May 1948. So, the mandatory... Where's that? and of the mandate's total land area. So I read this. I don't know too much about like the actual specifics on the mandate. But it sounds like to me that of the land that the mandate carved them, they already owned a small portion of it. And it says while state-owned domain was 46%. I do wonder what this means. Stop, man. Get out of my way. By sub-district, village statistic, land ownership in Palestine. Yeah. Towards the end of the 19th century, the creation of the Zionist movement resulted in many Jews immigrating to Palestine. Most land purchases between the 1880s and 1930s were located in coastal plain area, including the Acre to the north and Rehoboth to the south, the Australian and Jordan valleys, and to the lesser extent in Galilee. These were mostly the less inhabited coasts and valleys which had high rates of malaria. The migration affected Palestine in many ways, including economic, social, and political. The Talmud mentions the religious duty of settling the land of Israel. It also allows for the lifting certain religious restrictions of Sabbath observance to further its acquisition and settlement. Wait, they were allowed to like ignore the Sabbath? The Talmud is the central text of rabbinic Judaism and the primary source of Jewish religious law and Jewish theology until the advent of modernity. Because I want to say nitty, but that's not it. Modernity. Modernity. I guess that's how you say it, right? In nearly all Jewish communities, in Talmud was the centerpiece of Jewish cultural life and was foundation to all. That's crazy. Like it sounds crazy to me that there was you were allowed to like lift the religious restriction of the Sabbath. That's crazy. History and purchase policies. In the first half of the 19th century, no foreigners were allowed to purchase land in Palestine. This was official Ottoman Empire policy until 1956 and in practice until 1867. When it came to the national aspirations of the Zionist movement, the Ottoman Empire opposed the idea of Jewish self-rule in Palestine. I'll say up front though, Jews, so that I don't get too sidetracked. It's just that, yeah. So I think like the big sticking point is just the mandate, because the mandate gave them a significant a lot more land than what they were slowly in the process of acquiring. Let's see. The Ottoman Empire opposed the idea of Jewish self-rule in Palestine, fearing it might lose control of Palestine after recently having lost other territories to various European powers. It also took issue with the Jews, as many came from Russia, which sought the empire's demise. Interesting. In 1881, Ottoman governmental administration decreed that foreign Jews could immigrate to and settle anywhere within the Ottoman Empire except in Palestine, and from 1882 until their defeat in 1918, the Ottomans continuously restricted Jewish immigration and land purchases in Palestine. In 1892, the government decided to prohibit the sale of land in Palestine to Jews, even if they were Ottoman citizens. Nevertheless, during the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, many successful land purchases were made through organizations such as that and the Jewish National Fund. The Ottoman Land Code of 1858 brought about the appropriation by the influential and rich families of Beirut, Damascus. Damascus wasn't it like Syria? I think maybe, and to a lesser extent, Jerusalem and Jaffa and other sub-district capitals of vast tracts of land in Syria and Palestine, and their registration in the name of these families and the land registers. According to Palestine American anthropologists, in 1858, the Ottoman Empire introduced the law of taboo to fix rights of ownership of the land. Landowners were instructed to have their properties inscribed in the land register. The taboo was resisted by the Fellaheen. They saw a threat to their community in registering their land for two main reasons. One, the cultivated fields were classified as Armda Emiria. I don't even know how you pronounce that. The land of the emirate, and were taxed. And two, and owners are registered for the land were first to to pay a tax on it. And then 2, data from the land register were used by the Turkish army for the purpose of the draft. Ownership of registered lands were often drafted to fight with the Turkish army in Russia. In 1918, after the British conquest of Palestine, the military administration closed the land register and prohibited all sale of land. Register was reopened in 1920, but to prevent speculation and ensure a livelihood of the fellahin, an edict was issued forbidding the sale of more than 300 dunams of land or the sale of land valued at more than 3,000 Palestine pounds without the approval of the High Commission. From the 1880s to the 1930s, excuse me, most Jewish land purchases were made in the coastal plain, the Jezreel Valley, the Jordan Valley, and to the lesser extent the Galilee. This was due to a preference for land that was cheap and without tenants. There were 2 main reasons why these areas were sparsely populated. The first being when the Ottoman power in the rural areas began to diminish in the 17th century. Many people moved to more centralized areas to secure protection against Bedouin tribes. Yeah, because I do remember, I think they had like what do they call it, barbarian? Like it was like a barbarian type-ish thing that was going on back then. And then the second reason for the sparsely populated areas in the coastal plain was the soil type. The soil covered in a layer of sand made it impossible to grow the staple crop of Palestine, corn. As a result, this area remained uncultivated and underpopulated. The sparse Arab population in the areas where the Jews usually bought their land enabled the Jews to carry out their purchase without engendering a massive displacement and eviction of Arab tenants. In the 1930s, most of the land was bought from landowners. Of the land that the Jews bought, 52.6% were bought from non-Palestinian landowners, 24.6% from Palestinians, 13% from the government, churches, and foreign companies, and only 9% from fellahin, which is farmers. And then here, which this would be post-World War II now, out of the 1,000 and whatever dunams of land owned by Palestine by large Jewish corporations and private owners, about 44% was in possession of Jewish National Fund. Or maybe was this until 1940 or 1945? Okay, so this is like a year out before like the end of World War II. So this might have been like when, okay, so this is probably well after the Ottoman Empire had fell, and I think now we was just kind of like focusing on Japan. Probably. I don't know. I don't remember like this specific points, specific year points in of World War II for sure. But okay, so like this, but this is getting to the cusp of like the end of World War II. So I do believe Britain already owned like or already had control of the land. Jewish corporations and private owners, about 44% in possession of Jewish National Fund. The table below shows the land ownership of Palestine by large Jewish corporations in square kilometers. By the end of the mandate, more than half the Jewish owned land was held by the 2 largest Jewish funds. Blah, blah, blah. By the end of the British Mandate period in 1948, Jewish farmers had cultivated over 400,000 dunams of land, while Arab farmers had 5 million dunams of land under cultivation. And then here we go, Peel Commission in 1936. Okay, so this is still, well, it's 1935. Peel Commission was in 1936, but the World War II started in 1939. British government appointed a Peel Commission to investigate the reasons for the civil unrest in Palestine. Lord Peel's findings on land purchase were as follows. Okay, so maybe I guess they were just like doing some investigative work. Okay. A summary of land legislation enacted during the civil administration shows the efforts made to fulfill the mandatory obligation in this matter. The commission point to serious difficulties in connection with the legislation excuse me, proposed by the Palestine government for the protection of small owners. The Palestine Order and Council, and if necessary, the mandate should be amended to permit of legislation empowering the High Commissioner to prohibit the transfer of land in any state area to Jews, so that the obligation to safeguard the right and position of the Arabs may be carried out. Until survey and settlement are complete, the Commission would welcome the prohibition of the sale of isolated and comparatively small plots of land to Jews. Up until now, the Arab cultivator has benefited on the whole both from the work of the British administration and the presence of Jews in the country, but the greatest care must now be exercised to see that in the event of further sales of land by Arabs to Jews, the rights of any Arab tenants or cultivators are preserved. Yeah, right. Because like I think like whatchamacallit, like you had this really like I want to say like in today's terms, like it would be, I guess the closest you could find would be like a renter, right? Like you had this issue back then. My understanding is that like you had people that owned the land, and these people were completely separate from the people that lived on this land. And so like there was this issue where like basically the owners would just be like, you know what, fuck it. Like here, look, I'll sell this piece of land to you, and then like either I don't remember if either then Israel had to like give something or pay something to the people that were on that land in order to get them off, or if they could just outright just kick them off. Um, but I do recall that being like a quite a bit of contention, and like the way you can just relate that to today's terms would be like the whole renter thing, right? Because like if you're renting an apartment or whatever, right, and like the owners of that building sell that building to somebody else because they don't want it no more, right? Well, like I do believe like U.S. laws and stuff, like as far as your lease is concerned, you don't have to worry about your lease, like them just coming up and being like, yeah, we're breaking your lease and we're kicking you out. However, once your lease is up, my guy, if they're not saying they're going to renew it, you gotta go. Like if that's just the unfortunate reality of it. That's just like the other people don't own the building no more. This other set of people do, and it's like, as far as like rights and privileges is, they own it, you don't, right? You're just a renter. You're I guess in that sense like technically a squatter. And so the moment your lease is up, they can kick you out, and then they can do whatever it is they work, which is what I believe what was happening with like affordable homes, right? Affordable apartments being bought up, and then they were waiting for these people's leases to like come up due, kick them out, be like, yeah, we're not renewing the lease, you got to go find housing somewhere else. Kick them out, and then once everybody was out, they would like tear it down or renovate it, whatever, to make the buildings really nice, and then let renters come back in, but then charge super higher rent, right? So like if you bought a building where like it was going for like let's say like an apartment, like a one bedroom apartment was like $800-900, right? Just to give you a number, right? Then like after the renovations are done, then it's like 2.5 grand. like that's like that, like to about that extent is like what was like it was happening a lot. Was it a year ago? It was like a year or two ago. I believe it was like a year or two ago where that was happening a lot. I want to say like I can't remember what specific states. I think New York was one of them. But yeah, like that's just, I mean, that's just the unfortunate thing. And it's like I personally, I wouldn't necessarily like blame the Jews on that. I mean, that's just like I said, like the whole that whole Arabian like structure was just kind of just like crazy. And then like I said, then when the Ottoman Empire like collapsed or like disintegrated, I mean, you had no protections. Like this is the thing. Like whether it's right or wrong, like in war, bro, like you're subjected to whatever the winner wants. He won, you didn't. Like it is what it is. Like that, it would happen anywhere. It literally would happen anywhere, right? Like Russia has control over X and X territory and sat there and like and I mean annexed it, right? And so like if Russia, if Ukraine doesn't take it back, right, that shit is Russia, and Russia is then able to do whatever the hell they want with that land. If they wanted to sit there and they want to kick everybody that like identifies or feels some type of way for Ukraine and not Russia and kick them out, they can do that. Like that's the rule of law. That's the rule of war. So let me just finish this and we get back to this. But the greatest care must now be exercised to see that in the event of further sales of land of Arabs, Jews, and the rights of the Arab tenants or cultivators are preserved. Thus, alienation of land should only be allowed where it is possible to replace extensive by intensive cultivation. It is possible to replace extensive by intensive cultivation. Okay. In the hill districts, there can be no expectation of finding accommodation for any large increase in the rural population. At present, and for many years to come, the mandatory power should not attempt to facilitate the closed settlement of the Jews in the Hill District generally. The shortage of land is due less to purchase by Jews than to the increase in the Arab population. The Arab claims that the Jews have obtained too large a portion of good land. Is too large a portion of good land. Whoa, what is this grammar? The Jews have obtained too large a portion of good land cannot be maintained. Too large a portion, good land cannot be maintained. Much of the land now carrying orange groves was sand dunes or swamps and uncultivated when it was bought. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't understand that argument. Like they were buying land that was like basically desolate. Legislation investing surface water in the High Commissioner is essential. An increase in staff and equipment of exploratory investigations with a view of increasing irrigation is recommended. And this was the report in 1937. We know World War II started in 1939. So, I mean, like, just at that point, like, it's just, it's a wrap. Economic impact. The Falala who sold land in an attempt to turn vegetable tracts into citrus groves became dependent on world markets and the availability of maritime transportation. A decrease in world market demand for citrus or a lack of meat transportation severely jeopardized the economic situation of these people. Okay, yeah, so let's go. Concessions in mandatory Palestine, or a number of monopolies for the operation of key economic assets in mandatory Palestine. Okay, yeah, this is all cool stuff to read. But
Jews, given what had happened to Jews historically in Nazi Germany and the Arab world, not at the expense of local populations and to displace them. The reason they were displaced is because of a refusal to accept the Jewish state and Jewish
okay,
sovereignty.
now we
And
need to
what
do
followed were
metal
attack after
glass.
attack from the surrounding Arab nations with the aim of destroying the Jewish state, not with the aim of creating free Palestine.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that. And I want to let you, Dave, now reply. I know, sorry, he said a lot, and I just wanted to, because I'm learning with you guys, so I'm kind of going to ask questions.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, as far as the idea that there wasn't a Palestinian state, I do find this to just be one of the weakest arguments. I mean, human beings have natural rights. This is the foundation of Western civilization is that your rights are not derived from whether or not you have a government, and that people were there. People were.
Okay, hold up. What is he talking about? Like, is he about to make that classical argument about human rights? Human rights doesn't say doesn't say anything about property, right? Because in order to protect those human rights, you gotta have a government. If you don't have a government or some form of agency to protect those human rights, to protect those particular rights that aren't human rights, you have a human right. What is it? Life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness, right? And like I'm sorry, land ownership isn't one of them, and like you're subjected to your objected to the wilderness of humanity. So like what is this argument he's getting ready to like sit here and make?
I mean, as far as the idea that there wasn't a Palestinian state, I do find this to just be one of the weakest arguments. I mean, human beings have natural rights. This is the foundation of Western civilization is that your rights are not derived from whether or not you have a government, and that people were there. People were living in those homes. They had homesteaded the area. They had property rights. They had natural rights, and they were violently evicted from the place that they had been living.
Property rights from who? Who do they have natural property rights from? Like these are not protectable. These are not protectable rights, especially if the government. Especially like the government entity like disintegrated. Like I'm sorry, like it's just like your rights only go so far as like as the government that's like, willing to defend them for you
for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, and that's wrong. And this is there's really no.
And as far as my understanding of it is, Palestine didn't. That Palestinian entity did not have it. They did not have it. I'm sorry, like.
Because even if some of them just fled, which is true, some of them fled, some of them were violently evicted, some of them fled because they saw how violently evicted others were, but they weren't allowed to return, and Israel had no right to do that.
But Dave, do you agree that there didn't exist? Just to get clarification, do you agree that there didn't exist a sovereign state of Palestine in the way we recognize countries today?
Yeah, that's a debatable point. Yes, that's true.
I think a lot of people think that. I think a lot of people do think that.
But I'm saying I think it's completely irrelevant.
No, I understand.
Yes, it's true that there wasn't a sovereign government known as Palestine. They were ruled by the British under the League of Nations mandate, and then before that, for 400 years or so, they were ruled by the Ottoman Empire. All of that is irrelevant to me, and especially in the United States of America, it's just kind of like this was like the Putin logic that he opened.
Wait. Why is that irrelevant to you in the United States? This isn't nothing to do inside of the United States. This is to do with other countries outside of the United States. So why would irrelevance within the U.S. even matter? That's crazy.
Something about, like who has historic claim over these different territories. I guess the British have historic claim over us, but we don't care because we wrote the Declaration of Independence and said, screw you. We're not doing that anymore. We have rights. God gave them to us. But there's a bunch of stuff here.
Which we were willing to fight and defend those rights, and we was able to like militarily compete and and fight them off. What? But again, that's inherently different. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Why am I getting worked up over it?
Again, the question isn't whether they had a state or not. The question is that Israel has been militarily occupying these people. Now, in 1947, when the UN had their partition recommendation, they made a recommendation. The General Assembly had no authority whatsoever to just go around carving up countries and deciding whose territory was what. They made a recommendation. And then the Zionist settlers decided to violently enforce that. Now, obviously, the Palestinians rejected it, and for very legitimate reasons. In hindsight, maybe it would have been better if they accepted that, maybe not. However, they were granted 54% of the land in this recommendation. After the war in 1948, they took 78% of the land. After the war in 1967, they took 100% of it. What every single peace proposal has been based around, going all the way back to the first Camp David, through the Oslo Accords, through Camp David in 2000, to every time there's been a serious negotiation about a two-state solution, it's always been that last 22%. You're talking about Gaza and the West Bank. No one, aside from what some dumb college student might be hollering, or what someone on Twitter might say, there has never been a serious conversation about from the river to the sea, about the Palestinians actually, even the right of return stuff is always whittled down to like a very small number of Palestinians who could maybe come back to where they used to live. But we're talking about the final 22% that Israel has absolutely no claim to. No claim.
That's what Hamas and Mahmoud Abbas believe, from the river to the sea. That's what Israel's fighting. I'm sorry, I just want a clarification. Yeah,
okay, one second. Hamas has actually, in the past, said they recognize Israel under 1967 borders. That may not be what they're saying right now at the moment, but just to be clear, they have said that before. I'm not just talking about the dreams of some terrorist group that can never come true. You know, Osama bin Laden also wanted worldwide Sharia law. That was probably going to happen.
Why could the desires of Hamas, who like are like, you know, the official government for the Palestinians, why would their wishes not be able to come true? Like, what's the thing that's keeping that from becoming a reality? I'm curious.
Though, okay? So anyway, this is what's been going on in every single negotiation. The entire global community, including every single United States president of my lifetime,
there's no lead around here?
There's no claim to that last 22%. It is not theirs. It's not theirs to give. It ought not be their decision whether the Palestinians get a state or not. It's not their territory. That's why they're the occupying force. Now, I just want to mention, because this is something that I know the pro-Israel side always loves to brag about, that, well, we disengaged with Gaza in 2005. A little interesting note about that never, very rarely comes up, is that Benjamin Netanyahu resigned over the disengagement. This was in Sharon's government, and he resigned over it because he was so against it. So, by the way, the guy who's in there now, the longest-serving prime minister in Israeli history, resigned over this disengagement.
Because it worked out so well, Dave, in the long run, to disengage?
He resigned when they did it.
Yeah, he was against doing it.
Right.
And how did it work out to disengage from Gaza for Israel's security?
Why do you think they did it?
What's that?
Why did they do it?
Why did they disengage from Gaza?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They pulled out 8,000 people from Gaza because it wasn't worth the protection of that settlement to give an experiment in good faith and goodwill to see if a Palestinian state could be created.
Okay, let me read you a quote.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Doug Weissglass, who was the senior advisor to Sharon in his government when they pulled out of Gaza. Here's why they did it.
When is my allergies freaking to kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than Flonase.
It's faster, bro.
It's faster, bro! It's faster.
Stop it.
The significance of the disengagement plan is the freezing of the peace process. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. And you prevent a discussion on the refugees, the borders, Jerusalem, effectively the whole package called the Palestinian state, with all that it entails, has been removed indefinitely from our agenda. And all of this with authority and permission, all with a presidential blessing and the ratification of both houses of Congress. Of course, he's speaking about our government, not the Israeli government. I continue with the quote. The disengagement is actually formaldehyde. It supplies the amount of formaldehyde that is necessary so that there will not be a political process with the Palestinians. The disengagement plan makes it possible for Israel to part conveniently in an interim situation that distances us as far as possible from political pressure. It legitimizes our contention that there is no negotiating with the Palestinians. You know, you mentioned that they pulled out 8,000 settlers, or I think it's a little bit more than that, 8,500, something in that ballpark. That same year,
And the graves.
Hold on, that same year they put 15,000 in the West Bank. So this was never. And now, by the way, they also, so they pulled the IDF forces out of Gaza and put them all on the perimeter.
Okay.
They still controlled the amount of food, the amount of construction supplies, the amount of medical supplies that could come in. They control the airspace, the sea space. This is why all the international human rights organizations all say the occupation never ended.
Well,
in fact, life actually got worse for the people living in Gaza. But just to be very clear, the Israelis were very explicit in their own words. They did this to dead the peace process, which they had agreed to see through, because the Americans, as well as the entire global community, was like, you got to stop eventually.
Well, okay.
You can't just occupy these people forever.
You just did something inadvertently I can't let you get away with when you read me a quote of one person and then said the Israelis did this. There were a lot of people that were for the disengagement because they genuinely believed that if we cede land to the Palestinians to give their own right to attempt to self-determine and form a state, then we will get more peace. And every attempt Israel has made to do that has led to more bloodshed and terrorism against Israel following Oslo Accords, Second Intifada. And as we've seen now, what happened in the last 18 years in Gaza, you cannot blame Israel for... Wait, I didn't interrupt. You cannot blame Israel...
You did, but okay, keep going.
Once. I'll give you one. You cannot blame Israel for a culture that is bred within Gaza, raising children every day in kindergarten, as young as kindergarten, that they should aspire to become shaheeds and martyrs, and they should live the day that they can go into an Israeli cafe in Tel Aviv and blow themselves up. That is what they've been doing. That you cannot blame Israel for all the international aid that's coming coming to Gaza that instead of being used to invest in infrastructure and build up a prosperous state alongside Israel, instead we're investing in terrorist tunnels, terrorist activities, and destroying any chance of an actual free, prosperous society. You can't blame Israel for wanting to secure its border, and you can understand why they would be cautious when pulling out of Gaza. And look at what happened 18 years later. I think you're always starting the story in the middle. You're saying, well, they pulled out and they were cautious and securing the border and monitoring things, and that's what caused the terrorism. No, they were monitoring things because they were smuggling rockets into Israel in order to attack them and using all the aid and materials to build rockets and weapons to constantly attack and deliberately.
I don't remember him like maybe bringing up like the blockade, but yeah, like we know that the blockade thing was like had like a true legitimate military purpose in it, because like what like I think like what didn't this, was it a CNN person or somebody that was like in there, and like they had somebody showed them like how they were making the fuel for the rockets, and like they were literally like taking like it was like some food item, some food sugar item, and then they would like sit there and like melt it down, like they would cook it to like the like where you get like this brown substance, and then you would pack it, and then I think they combined it with some type of like fertilizer or something, right? And then there you go, right? Then you had a means of like of a little like makeshift like rocket. Not sure what's something. Okay, so I think I'm in a good position to be able to start making my metal glass here. Okay, so but I'm also going to need more sand. So probably going to do the sand thing first, right? Yeah. Probably going to want to do the sand thing. Probably am going to have to like actually like speed this up if I want this to work. Okay, so I am going to cut this off and play this video.
Attack Israeli civilians. Every rocket fired at Israel is indiscriminate and with the intention of killing Israelis and maximizing civilian casualties. And so I think there's like this moral equivalency that's being done is really disturbing to me, in the sense that Israel is not doing those things, even though there's a disproportionate in terms of the numbers. We can specify, we can get into those details. But the point is, the disengagement. There may have been politicians who said, "Oh, this will cause this will do this. We can benefit from this in such and such way." But you're taking all the agency away from the actual terrorist regimes that took over and sought to destroy Israel, as explicitly stated in their charter. How can Israel be called the one who doesn't have the moral high ground here when they're fighting against regimes that took over with the explicit goal of wiping out Israel and all of the Jews? I don't care what they said something in '67 is some kind of tactic to try to get world pressure off of them, but they benefit from this kind of apologist for what they're doing. I think for saying that it's all Israel, it's all Israel's responsibility. This occupation is perpetuated simply because of Israel. It's perpetuated because of Israeli security needs. That's why it's
okay. You're doing a lot of arguing with straw men here and not anything that I actually said. So number one, I didn't pick a quote from some random Israeli. I picked a quote from Sharon's senior advisor explaining why they embarked on the policy that they did. He didn't say, this is what I like about the disengagement plan. He said, this is the purpose of the disengagement plan. I'm sorry, if you had, I don't know, Paul Wolfowitz on record telling you this is why the George W. Bush administration did something, that's not the same thing as just like some guy in Kansas said it. I didn't just pick some random Israeli. I picked a senior member of the government as they were doing this, telling you what the policy was about. And in terms of this, like, a lot of these are like the buzzwords that I hear in these debates. Moral equivalency. I never said they were the same. In fact, I think Israel's done much worse to the Palestinians than the Palestinians have done to the Israelis. So I'm not saying they're the same at all. And in terms of well, you can react. It's kind of an objective fact. But look,
intention when evaluating morality matters a ton. I mean, if I'm driving,
but you're just assuming what the intention is. I'm reading you their words of what their intentions are.
If I'm driving in my car and I accidentally lose control of the car, the brakes go out and I kill 10 people, versus if I'm driving my car and I see one person and I deliberately run over them, the latter case is a much worse human being deserving of condemnation. Even though in the first case more people died. And I think people look at numbers and they say Israel must be the bad guy here because
this is so disanalogous. I mean, like, yes, obviously there's a difference between vehicular manslaughter and first-degree murder. However,
and self-defense and murder, I would say.
And self-defense. Listen, this is all the stuff. It's like, look, self-defense. Just to be very clear about this here, okay? To break down kind of these terms. If somebody broke into my house and points a gun at me, and I shoot and kill that person, I can say, hey, I acted in self-defense. This guy was threatening me. Right. Nobody would argue if an IDF soldier shot one of the Hamas militants on October 7th in Israel. No one would be sitting here going like, oh my God, how could Israel do that? That would be legit self-defense.
Don't say nobody, but
no, hold on. Let me just finish my point here. Now, if nobody, I think, is pretty fair on that, but whatever. Anyway, if someone broke into my house, kills a family member of mine, and then runs out into the world, and I go, I got to go get that guy because of I have to defend myself. Now, that I might have a right to go get that guy, but that's not self-defense. That's not what self-defense is. That would be justice. That would be revenge.
What if he keeps firing at you?
Yeah, let me just finish my point, okay? Because you just told me not to interrupt you. So what we're talking about now, even if you're just talking about Israel going and getting the people responsible for October 7th, that's not self-defense. You can call it justice, you can call it revenge, but it's something else. Now, if that person who just came over in my house and killed one of my family members goes back to his house, and I know that his kids, his wife, his aunt, his grandma are all in there, and I say, I'm going to blow up the house and kill all of them because I want to get that one guy who came over here and killed somebody, I have committed not vehicular manslaughter, but murder in the first degree. Cold-blooded murder, okay? So I'm just saying, I know things are a little bit different when we're talking about different countries, even though Gaza is not exactly a country, but I'm just saying, in invoking self-defense to justify what is actually murder in the first degree is just pure trickery. Like, that's not a real comment on what's going on.
I think
You're
it
not
is. I
dealing
can
with
explain
anyone's real objection. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I would say you're stopping the continuation of things. It's not just going into the house. And this really boils down to, a lot of this conversation boils down to the morality of war to begin with. Because it's not just a bunch of random individuals fighting. We have governments that have a responsibility to seek out justice and defend their citizens. And I would say it's not just somebody committing a violent act against you, but threatening to do so over and over again. And under that duress, the threat of violence is just as justified to defend yourself as actual violence in real time. Would you agree to that?
No, not necessarily.
If I put a gun up and I say I'm going to shoot you and I'm going to keep doing it, you have a right to defend yourself.
Right, but if a homeless guy on the street goes, I'm gonna kill you and your whole family, and I just murder that guy, you'd be like, no, that's not justified just because he made some threat that he has no ability to follow through on. And so, like, no, it's not.
What? Like, what argument is that? Right? He has no, he has, like, based off of your assessment, he has, like, no means of potentially doing that, but that doesn't mean he can't later on, like, acquire those means and then do it. Like, that's crazy. That is actually kind of crazy. That's kind of, like, I'm not at all sure, like, why argue? Why make an argument like quite like that? Okay, cool. So those are being made there.
I can understand that, but I'm just to continue my point. It's not that they just commit this act and then go back to their business. If they stay in their family's house, outfit the windows of that house so that they can successfully shoot RPGs at soldiers trying to do special operations and trying to gather intelligence, and they use these houses and create military installations out of these homes, then you do have the right to. That is self-defense and blaming Hamas for putting these people in harm's way, for implicating themselves and embedding themselves and exploiting that asymmetry. And Israel makes efforts to minimize civilian casualties, but it's not accountable to Israel to do that when it is fighting a war of defense.
First off, that does not describe the vast majority of the cases of people being killed in Gaza. But okay, in that hypothetical, I think the way you put it is an interesting one. They're exploiting that asymmetry.
Yes.
That's right, because this is an asymmetrical war. Okay, do you think Israel exploits the asymmetry at all? Do you think they exploit the fact that they have way more power than the Palestinians?
Dave, Israel, in terms of this claims about genocide and being leveled at Israel, which I think is a smear, just think about it this way. Israel could level the place tomorrow. They could have done it on October 8th and 9th and level the entire country. Again, they could do it, but they won't do it. And Hamas can't do it, but they would do it. If they had the military capacity, they would kill every Israeli tomorrow. Do you not agree with that?
Okay, so I just want to jump in here because I do want to ask a question about that because I have shown aerial footage. There have been...
Okay, hold on. As a moderator, what question could you possibly ask about that? Like, no. She's gonna try and, like, reinforce this point. That's what she's about to do.
Doctors Without Borders that have gone there, that have worked in tons of war zones and have written pieces saying that this is not a regular war. Like, it looks like they are raising the place. And when I see, again, of course, someone will always say that's propaganda here, but when I look at it, it does sort of look like they want these buildings fully collapsed, and then it doesn't.
Okay, they don't want the buildings fully collapsed, but if you got somebody shooting at you from said building and you can't sit there and kill them reliably without putting a significant amount of people in danger, you will destroy the building. Yes, like this is typical war stuff. This is typical basic war stuff. You best believe that if there's a sniper that I have identified shooting at me at said building, like, you best believe we will be sending some form of explosives into that building to kill them. Like, that's oh my God, bro.
It's not helpful to the pro-Israel side when Jared Kushner jumps up and talks about how profitable the property would be. And so I do want to jump into kind of what Israelis are currently protesting. I actually got a phone call today from an Israeli newspaper who was saying we would like comment from Candace.
She said Jared Kushner?
Kind of fully collapsed, and then it doesn't look like they want these buildings fully collapsed, and then it's not helpful to the pro-Israel side when Jared Kushner jumps up and talks about how profitable the property would be. And so I do want to jump into...
Jared Kushner, why does that name sound familiar? Who was that again? Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner. What was that again? Investor, former official. He is the son-in-law of former... Yeah, okay, yeah, the son-in-law. I was gonna say, like, wait, that's not Trump's son, is it? Right? Because it doesn't have a thing, right? Oh, yeah, how profitable these things are. That was a little dab at the
kind
Trump,
of what Israelis
Trump
are currently
family.
protesting. I actually got a phone call today from an Israeli newspaper who was saying we would like comment from Candace because the Israelis are believing that some of this was a false flag. He had interviewed some Israelis on the ground, and they think that, there's a larger plan that's at bay. Now, that sounds crazy unless you read the Jerusalem Post article, which came out earlier this week. I covered it on my show, where they are saying that there is no question that the Israeli government knew that Hamas was going to kidnap 250 people.
Jesus, why is that so loud?
Reclining is trending.
Oh, God, stop it. Come on.
Right, I'm here because I don't want a false flag. He had interviewed some Israelis on the ground, and they think
A
that
false flag
there's a larger
operation?
plan that's at bay.
Oh
Now, that
my
sounds
God.
crazy unless you read the Jerusalem Post article, which came out earlier this week. I covered it on my show, where they are saying that there is no question that the Israeli government knew that Hamas was going to kidnap 250 people. I want to read to you verbatim here because I don't want to misquote the Jerusalem Post. Obviously, none of us would say the Jerusalem Post is anti-Israel or anti-Semitic. The headline read, "The IDF knew of Hamas's plans to kidnap 250 before October 7th attack. The IDF had precise information about Hamas's intentions, but due to prevailing conceptions in the security establishment and possible negligence by officials, the warning signs were not acted on." I can go ahead, you can read that article, guys. We'll drop it in the link. And I do want to say, this is kind of gets into what Charlie Kirk was saying instantly about any of us who have been to Israel. Just like it's a very long time for them not to respond. I've been to Israel, you've been to Israel. It's very small, and it feels like there's a military presence every 5 feet. It's actually scary going into the country. They're so secure. You see women holding, massive guns pointing down at you in the airport. And so people were questioning whether or not they allowed this attack to go on, and they had this intelligence, and they wanted it to go on for larger regions. Additionally, we know that Egypt said that they had handed Israel a report and told them that there was something that was being planned. Ami, do you look at that and say, well, that's all a conspiracy and that's crazy, or do you think that's interesting? I just like to hear your feedback on that.
What I would say to that is obviously everybody on the pro-Israel side especially wants a full investigation as to how something like this could have happened. The fundamental obligation of any government, first and foremost, before any other policy, and we all would agree here, is to protect its citizens, and everybody acknowledges that security failure. To infer this nefarious, incendiary reason, to me, sounds very much like 9/11 truthers, saying, hey, there was a lot of money to be made from the Iraq war, and we needed a reason to go in, so let's just let the planes hit the towers, and it's not really Saudi Arabia, and it's not really the hijackers, it was an inside job. So to me, it has as much credibility. Upon hearing it for the first time from you here, that idea sounds about as credible as a 9/11 truther conspiracy.
Yeah, sorry, I should add more here because the article was a bit longer. I didn't realize this was the first time you were hearing it because it did just come out yesterday, so that makes total sense. It's that they actually have the document. So a newly surfaced document has revealed, and this is the reason why the Israelis are protesting, has revealed that the IDF and the intelligence systems had detailed knowledge of Hamas's plan to raid Israel and kidnap 250 people weeks before the October 7th massacre. The document, which was compiled in the Gaza division, outlined Hamas's intentions and was known to top intelligence officials, according to a report by Can News. And then it goes into further detail. So I think, and by the way, quite ironically, 9/11, there were a lot of questions as well, USS Liberty, and just so you know where I stand on this, I do not think that false flag attacks are impossible. In fact, I know they're not impossible because of the CIA declassified documents pertaining to Operation Northwoods and JFK's refusal to allow them to stage a false flag attack with CIA on American soil to go to war with Cuba. So if we accept that intelligence agencies, I'm referring to America now, have attempted those things in the past, and now they have documents alleging that they absolutely knew something. Now, they could have been negligent. That's entirely plausible. I do think, given a lot of the rhetoric, and I personally don't think Bibi Netanyahu is a good person. I do think he's quite nefarious, given statements he's made in the past, and he's been caught on camera talking about, don't worry about America, and we're going to do this to the Palestinians, turn the cameras off. I just don't see him as a good guy, and I think that's what a lot of people are questioning. Like, why do Jewish Americans feel they have to defend this guy simply because he's the leader of Israel? They're always bad leaders. I wouldn't defend Joe Biden against crazy stuff.
I think it's important to make those distinctions. I would simply say that, someone I think we all like, Thomas Sowell, is always asking when you're evaluating things, compared to what? It's not like I can stand by everything Bibi Netanyahu said or would defend him, and not everyone should, but compared to what? When we're looking at the situation, the leadership of the opponents and the enemies of Israel have said far, far, far worse, more disgusting, more genocidal things than I think anyone in Israel's ever said. And it's evidenced by the fact that you don't see the same kinds of, you don't see IDF going into a Palestinian home, dragging a body through the streets of Tel Aviv to mobs of cheering crowds. And I will say also, just as a point, that as we got into the weeds of the military actions here and what's justified in our discussion before, Dave, about self-defense, I know that argument from authority, everyone should be able to talk about anything, but it's to approach this topic with humility as we all sit here comfortably in armchairs in the West, commenting on our microphones and on our podcasts, as if we're military tacticians knowing exactly how to conduct a war. If we all accept the fact that war is horrible and war is tragic and war is ugly, like even a just war, if you agree that there are wars that are just, and you're never going to not have civilian casualties and collateral damage, not saying those terms as just buzzwords and just ways to evade responsibility and accountability, but we accept that in reality, war is hell and war is tragic, and you do the best you can, but I just think it's really, I always find it really frustrating, and it's kind of just rich to see people, all of us, everybody kind of commenting on this as if they know, if Israel's just been responding to October 7th, we can tell them, not the IDF, not the military experts on this who are trying to conduct this war, we know best how they should do it. And the way what that manifests in ultimately is, soldiers 19 and 20-year-old Israeli soldiers sitting in a booby-trapped building in Gaza waiting to be killed because the rules of engagement in Israel are so strict, and they have to go through so many channels before they actually execute operations. And then we get reports back of dead soldiers who were blown up, who were killed because they couldn't execute properly, effectively, because they were restricted by rules of engagement that Israel imposes upon itself. You would never hear that from the Hamas side. You would never hear the Hamas issuing an apology for a rocket that landed in the wrong place, or Hamas getting up and saying, we're launching an investigation to find out what went wrong here. And Dave, I know you're not defending that, and I'm not trying to just make points past you. I'm pointing out that, to me, it's a point of confusion as to why not more people see it that way.
If you only look at things from one side's perspective, and of course that is the more powerful, the more wealthy, the ones who are doing more of the killing. If you just look at it from their perspective, that's true. You could just as easily say, hey, we're all sitting here in America talking to our microphones. What do you know what it's like to be lived in a blockaded, occupied territory where you just got to accept that your grandmother was just, killed in some drone strike, or that your kids just got their limbs blown off? Maybe you got to join Hamas. What do you know about the rules of engagement? Maybe you got to go over there and kill whoever you can. I mean, you could play this on either side. Let me just say a few things, because there's just been a lot here. So number one, I did read this piece in the Jerusalem Post, and I will say I'm not a conspiracy theorist on this. I think that the most likely explanation, although I'm not ruling anything out, I mean, there's definitely no question there were wild, exaggerated claims made about October 7th that were just not true and were not founded. The atrocities were horrific enough. There was really no need for it, but there were a lot of claims that were made that just turned out to not be true at all. There is no question that Benjamin Netanyahu is desperate to keep this war going as long as he can, because whenever the music runs out, he's the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history, and his entire doctrine was, I'm going to do this and thwart a Palestinian state so that we can protect our people, and it culminated in October 7th. So I wouldn't say nobody doesn't want a real investigation of October 7th, but there's a reason why we haven't had that yet. But I don't know if any of you guys ever heard in fact, I think I might have brought this up when I was on your old show, Candace, with my first and I'm guessing last appearance on a Daily Wire show. But I made this point that there's a hot mic, or like a secret recording of John Kerry that you can listen to from back when he was Secretary of State. Then he was talking about the rise of ISIS in Syria, which, of course, for people who know about this, the Obama administration had a brilliant plan of arming all of the anti-Assad rebels to have another regime change there in Syria. And this is why ISIS was driving around in Toyota trucks as they were taking over parts of Syria and parts of Iraq. And John Kerry is talking very candidly about this. And if you remember, this is around the time when Obama called them the JV. This was while he was sending weapons and funds in that he knew was ending up in the hands of ISIS. And John Kerry says very blatantly, he goes, look, we saw the rise of ISIS, and we thought this will be great because this will put pressure on Assad to step down because these guys are coming toward Damascus. What's he going to do now? And so he's going to have to step down, and then we can put the government in that we want. But then they turned around and invaded Iraq. That wasn't part of the deal, it's just this tremendous hubris that you can prop up this terrorist organization and then use them in the way that you want them. And this is, I'm just saying, I know that for years, this was the Israeli attitude toward Hamas. This was the quote, we can control the height of the flame, Benjamin Netanyahu said. He was propping up Hamas intentionally so that he could look to the rest of the world and say, hey, look, we got no partner for peace. Look, it's a terrorist group who's won there. He was literally just a week or 2 weeks, I think it was, before October 7th, he sent the head of Mossad into Qatar to make sure, because some of the funding to Hamas had slowed down, so he sent him in there to make sure the funding continued. This was his strategy. By the way, this has been acknowledged, again, by, we can go through a lot of quotes on this one, by all types of people at the top level of Israeli government. It's been reported on in the Jerusalem Post, the Times of Israel, Haaretz, the New York Times, Washington Post. It's been widely reported on. But I think this was more likely what happened, that they totally underestimated Hamas's abilities, and they did not think at all that they could pull off something like October 7th. And it seemed from what I've read about it that even when they were getting this intelligence, that was like, hey, they're planning something here. They're planning something big. It was like, yeah, they'll never pull that off. We don't even really have to worry about them. Israel has, for the last 20 years, been much more concerned about the threat of Hezbollah, much more concerned about the threat of Iran. They're totally downplayed Hamas as this little punk gang that couldn't do anything to them. So I'm just saying, is there a bigger conspiracy involved? It is possible. From everything I'm looking at, it seems pretty likely that that's just the easiest explanation, is that Benjamin Netanyahu had tremendous Dick Cheney-like hubris, thinking he could get away with doing whatever he wanted to, and this is why he was propping up Hamas for years, and it backfired.
That all to me starts the story in the middle, Dave, still, because at the end of the day, what's been Hamas's attitude towards Israel since its inception, and what's been Israel's enemies' attitude towards Israel since its founding in 40
We're not on the side of Hamas. Hamas has a bad attitude, for sure.
And in perpetuating violent attacks and raising populations of people to hate the Jewish state and want to kill it, I mean, whatever political benefits one can operate in that scenario exists because it's a given, and by default, not having to do with any occupation. But they want to destroy all the Jews.
Asymmetry here? But don't you see the asymmetry in our arguments here? Is that I'm making a point. Listen, I'm not defending Hamas, but you are defending the government of Israel.
No.
So when I point out something,
by shielding accountability from Hamas in what's perpetuating this war, you're not defending their actions, but you're missing where the accountability lies.
No, okay. Again, I'm not defending Hamas. I'm not shielding them from accountability. But you are defending the government of Israel. So when I point to something that Israel's done horrifically wrong, that there's just no excuse for, you immediately pivot to how bad Hamas is.
Only because
I agree. Hamas is a bad group.
Hamas is a bad group, but the way you say it is all the emphasis. Okay, let's say I agree with you. Netanyahu did all these nefarious things, and I'll just, for the sake of argument, I can.
That's a fact, dude.
Okay.
It's been widely reported. It's documented. It's proven, and we have the quotes in their own words.
There's still, to me, the way I see that, there is a marginal issue and a fundamental issue. There is a world that these politicians are operating in, and that world is that Israel is the underdog surrounded by regimes that wish its destruction continually and constantly. And to shield accountability for them, that's not Bibi causing them to do that. Bibi didn't cause Hamas to come in, slaughter opponents and Fatah members and take over in Gaza and oppress its own people. Bibi doesn't write curriculum for schools in the Gaza Strip to hate Jews. He doesn't do anything.
He just funds a terrorist organization so that he can make sure he never has to give the Palestinians their freedom.
No, if the Palestinians wanted
in his own words,
if the Palestinians wanted a state tomorrow and started saying, you know what, we support a two-state solution alongside Israel, we're going to raise our children to support freedom and prosperity and live coexistent with our Israeli brothers next door, and then we have a Gaza Strip that I could go visit when I go to Israel and go in and vacation there along people. And by the way, no Jews allowed ever live in the Gaza Strip or the West Bank. It has to be Jew-free for this to be just. People are just emphasizing the complete wrong side of the picture here, and that's what I feel you're doing. It's that in the Gaza Strip, the idea is we have to get rid of all the Jews. And no one seems to have an issue with that. Every Jew has to leave for this to become a Palestinian state. And no one seems to have an issue with that. In talking about the disengagement, no one seems to care that their main priority is Yud and Ryan. No Jews here at all allowed. In the West Bank, what about the, quote, settlements? Listen, there's a distinction to be made between a caravan on top of a mountaintop with, quote, settlers versus neighborhoods that have established a real property right in the settlements in that designation, and one has to account for new factors on the ground. And you've said this before in conversations, Dave, that you don't want Israel to be, in terms of the right of return, I heard you respond in your conversation with RFK, that you don't believe Tel Aviv should just be turned over to the Palestinians and completely held. You would object to all that, right? So I'm just saying my distinction here is not that I'm fully, Israel's imperfect and has its flaws, but I do think it's super important to make distinctions between the marginal issues driving the conflict and the fundamental issues. And to me, to overlook the ideology that animates this region against the Jewish state existing at all is the fundamental.
Look, there's no question that there's a long and I find very fascinating, very tragic, and very complex history in this region. And it involves the Zionist settlers embracing terrorism. It involves the Arabs embracing terrorism. I shouldn't say not all of them, but groups of both. It involves occupations and terrorism and military conflicts and all of this stuff. But if you say you want to get down to the foundational issue here, like what's really going on, this is the bottom line.
Are you a Rocky Mountain Power customer? How would you like to get paid to put a backup battery in your home?
A bunch of Eastern European Jews decided that they wanted to start a homeland in historic Palestine, that this was like where their holy book told them that this would be the place to go, and they had suffered a tremendous amount of oppression in Europe, and so they embarked on this plan, this very radical and but pretty damn impressive that they pulled it off. This was their plan. It was a group of Eastern Europeans who had never been to the area, did not know anything about the local people, really. They most of them didn't speak the language that they decided they wanted to build this country around. In fact, I don't think any of them did at the very beginning. And they started migrating there. In this process, way before the beginning of the creation of Israel, it involved a whole bunch of Palestinians being kicked out of their homes. There was resistance to that. There was violence on both sides. When it culminated in the creation of the State of Israel, it resulted in 750,000 Palestinians being evicted from their land. After the 1967 war, Israel has occupied them ever since. And my argument is not that there's no bad guys on the Palestinian side or that they've never done anything wrong. My argument is that that is the fundamental issue. And if you're not talking about that, you're not having a serious conversation about this issue. In the same way that if you want to actually talk about 9/11, you have to talk about American foreign policy. If you don't acknowledge that, then you're not even really having a conversation about what's going on.
That understanding of the history, I think, is false. The way you just said it, that this
false?
Fundamentally, Israel is formed by all Eastern European Jews displacing the native populations there. Do you dispute that there's always been a Jewish presence in that part of the world? In Israel?
Of course there has.
There has been. And that indigenous rights, and on that argument alone, that historically Israel, that part of the world, the last actual state, and you could go back, I'm going back now to the 2,000 years argument that I know you don't like, but the point is that there is a connection between the Jewish people and Israel that goes back thousands of years. You don't deny that.
Yeah, sure, but
Okay,
you don't get to claim a property right because you were somewhere 2,000 years ago.
I know, but I'm just let me finish the point because you're simply starting the story at this one element.
Like, but why wouldn't it matter though? If you're gonna sit there and complain that, like, you know, like the Palestinians were there and then they got moved off their land, then where does that end? Because then you could say the same thing to like like way far back in the past where the Jews were sitting there on that land. Like, it's just like it's. Oh my God! Like, see, like this is why, like, I can never understand like how they create these arguments.
You don't get to claim a property right because you were somewhere 2,000 years ago.
I know, but I'm just let me finish the point because you're simply starting the story at this one element of Jewish immigration to Israel and ignoring what about all the Jews in the Arab countries that were immigrating because they were kicked out and expelled and the efforts to purchase land from absentee landlords who were.
Sorry, I just want to jump in there because this is where it gets confusing because over time, you know, Judaism used to be a religion, now it's a race, and now some people think it's an ethnic group. It's a bit confusing, right? It's not. You think it's not a race, okay? Because some people would say to be Jewish is to be a race. I think what he's saying is that migration from the majority of Eastern Europeans into the Middle East. Just to clarify, because I know it gets kind of confusing. It's like, of course, there's always been people that follow Judaism that have lived in that region. There's always been Christians. There's always been Jews.
I'm talking about the rise of Zionism, which is
the
creation of Israel.
My point was there were hundreds of thousands of Jews that were displaced from the Arab world and ethnically cleansed from the Arab world in that part of the region as well. We conveniently leave out that fact of what was going on.
No, it's not conveniently leaving it out. Yes, it's true.
You said foundationally this was all a European colonization and displacement of a people. So
no, I was starting from the late 1800s and taking you up to the creation of Israel. But yeah, there's no question in 1948 in Iraq and other surrounding Arab countries, a bunch of Jews were kicked out. That's wrong that they did that. I have no problem like acknowledging that that's wrong. The difference is that nobody's defending that. Nobody's pretending that never happened. Nobody again, listen to your point that you said earlier, and this is when I said no, of course that I don't think all of the Jews should go back to Europe is the answer. Any more than I think we're going to give the land back to the Native Americans. That's not going to happen. You know, it's many generations later, and you would be committing the same evil act to kick all these people out of their homes now. However, what I am saying about Native Americans is that number one, we could recognize what was done to them and say, hey, that wasn't so cool. And number two, if there's any Native Americans around still, they should have full rights protections under our legal order. But they should have their natural rights protected. You can't just keep abusing them. At a certain point, you got to go, hey, the past was bad. We're not going to 100% make up for it. But going forward, you deserve your freedom as much as anyone else does. And that's all I'm demanding out of Israel.
You just said the whole indigenous rights arguments to Israel, where Jews were technically there first and displaced by previous empires.
No. You're talking about, hold on. Listen, this is a totally different argument. To say, oh, well, someone else was displaced 2,000 years ago or something like that. Okay, fine. Yes, lots of bad things have happened historically. And as I just said, we're not going to be able to go back and rewrite every wrong that's historically ever happened. We can say, stop doing it now.
I get it. Because
that's the argument. I'm arguing that the Palestinians get their crummy 22%. Israel won. Okay, they
also,
won.
I do also want to interject. I get confused about the argument that like we are the original Jews from the Bible. It's just Ivanka Trump has converted to Judaism. Is she now get to say that she has claimed to? I mean, people over these years have also there were mass conversions. That's why I keep trying to say it is relevant that we are talking about a religion here, because you can just convert into a religion and then to say, well, I'm this religion, so I'm the original person and I have a right here. I think it just gets crazy. So we should really talk about practical solutions, which I think what you are saying, Dave, is
go ahead.
Yeah, what you are saying, Dave, is that you just believe it just needs to stop. Like everything just needs to stop. Allow the people that are remaining there to be there. And Ami, what would you say is a practical solution? Do you follow Bibi Netanyahu's perspective that until we get every last hostage, we can just keep blowing everything up?
Well, as far as things blowing up, we can keep blowing things up. This idea that Bibi should accept a negotiation and ceasefire is to me so backwards. They should give back the hostages unconditionally. Don't we all?
What if they don't?
Don't agree?
What if they don't?
Then you have to pursue the hostages. What they're doing is.
But what does that mean? What does that actually mean practically? Like I need to hold you on answer here because is your perspective that if they don't get back all 250 hostages, that he has a right to kill every Palestinian?
Every Palestinian. There was a mission that took place a few weeks ago in Israel was demonized because hundreds of Palestinians were killed in an operation to try to rescue the hostages. I guarantee you, if Israel could have walked in and taken them peacefully without firing a bullet, they would have. The question isn't are hundreds of Palestinians, even though of course they're not making a distinction between who of those Palestinians were actually terrorists and attacking the Israeli soldiers trying to rescue the hostages. No distinction was made there. And the real question isn't is hundreds of Palestinian lives worth rescuing for Israeli hostages? The question is, are hundreds of Palestinian lives worth keeping for Israeli hostages, worth kidnapping for Israeli hostages? I hate this perversion that's going on. They should be returned unconditionally, and Israel as a government has a responsibility.
I just need to hold you to an answer because I want to understand.
Unconditionally. They took them.
So you mean, but let's be practical here. If you say we're just going to keep looking for our hostages until we get them back, okay? Is your perspective that he can quite literally kill every Palestinian if it means that he is able to get hostages? Like there has to be. We have to actually talk about this practically because everyone says unconditionally, and we say until every last hostage. I'm like, okay, let's really talk about what you're saying here.
So the question to me is problematic, and I'll tell you why. The question should be aimed at Hamas. Is it really worth keeping these hostages when Israel has an obligation to bring them back, and whatever the military cost is and the collateral damage, you have a responsibility to return this hostage. You are the aggressor against Israel in this scenario, in this current military campaign. I know they were talking about the broader context, which I can revisit to sort of wrap up the conversation. But in this current military campaign on October 7th, a ceasefire was broken. You went into sovereign territory, you slaughtered people, and I take issue with this exaggerated claims of October 7th. I mean, it's a gross conversation to have, and I've spoken to many people. It's not just reports I've read. I've spoken to people personally who can attest to the atrocities. But as you said, Dave, even murder and burning people alive is enough. So let's just take that for what it is. But my point is, they aggressed against Israel. It's theirs. You can't all of a sudden then complain when there's consequences for that. You have to be the ones.
I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to understand what you mean when you say until every last hostage. I just need like a yes or no. Does that mean that Bibi Netanyahu and the IDF have a right to kill every Palestinian if it means that they are able to secure their hostages? It's a very simple moral question.
It's not a simple moral question at all. I don't think they have a right to kill every single Palestinian, and gratuitous violence should be condemned. But they have a right to pursue them, and if Hamas keeps committing to keeping them as in civilian homes, hidden among civilian populations, Israel has a right and obligation and responsibility to rescue them. I can't see how we don't agree on that.
Yeah. Because the problem is there's a whole bunch of babies being killed. killed.
So why don't you say Hamas, give them back and
Listen,
stop?
No, it's, no
Hamas,
not
give
everyone
them
wants the
back.
hostages returned.
Hamas,
Sorry, so
give them
everybody
back.
wants the hostages returned. I just disagree with unconditionally.
Well,
I think that's
So you think
very
it's just to pursue them, but maybe you're disagreeing with the means?
Hold on.
Yes, I'm saying you can't kill every Palestinian to get back 250 Israelis. That's my position.
What? So then, what are you supposed to do? Like when you, what? I said you like, and then like, oh, what is this? Why making it seem like they're sitting there and they're like a lawnmower. They're just like grinding through like troves of actual like Palestinians in order to get to these hostages. Won't the ones they just rescued, didn't they have them hiding inside the camps? If the innocent die because of just because of where Hamas had chose to keep and keep the hostages, I mean it's just it is what it is. Like that once again, right? This is what war is. Like they're not blowing through all like a mad ton of Palestinians. They're sitting there, they're waiting to see where they can find these people at, and then if Hamas choose to place them in places where they're around other other civilian lives, like then it's just like that doesn't mean that you just get immunity where I'm not gonna do anything like that. To me that's crazy. To me that's really crazy. Where, come on, I know I have a thing here. It's the tree. It's the tree.
All right, guys, kill.
It's just to pursue them, but maybe you're disagreeing with the means.
Yes, I'm saying you can't kill every Palestinian to get back 250 Israelis. That's my position. All right, guys, I hope you're enjoying this conversation. I just want to take a brief pause here because we are talking a lot about freedom. We're talking a lot about children. We're talking about peace, prosperity. Are these things achievable? And of course, just as Americans, we ask ourselves, what kind of a future do we want to leave for our children? We know, especially now, that these are not guarantees. Freedom, peace, prosperity. It's up to us parents and us grandparents to instill knowledge and a love of liberty in
Stop it.
Are flexible complete their
twins. These books are blowing.
Did I just skip through an ad?
When you even
Oh,
ask-
Firefox is amazing.
This is what's crazy, and what there's such a disconnect when you even ask the question. You go, I don't understand how this is even like an issue. It's like, oh well, the issue is that babies are being murdered. That's the issue that me and Candace have with this.
I
Right? It's
disagree
like,
with murder.
well,
The term
hold on,
murdered.
You can disagree, but that's factually true.
Killed and
anyway,
murdered are different things. You're ascribing
yes,
intent.
yes, they are different things.
Yes.
Murdered.
That's what we
when you drop a
fundamentally
bomb, when you drop a bomb, knowing that there's babies down there, knowing you're going to kill babies, you murdered them. That's murder. When Obama drops a drone on a wedding in Yemen, that's murder. And when Israel drops these bombs on Gaza, they are murdering people. It would be the standard. If you did that,
my
like within a
God.
government, within the legal framework of any government,
Any more
this would be murder in the first
silicon?
degree if anybody else did it. So I'm quite comfortable using the word. Let me just finish my point here. So if you don't just fundamentally value Israeli life above Palestinian life, then obviously, if you have to kill a whole bunch of children to save one person, it's not like, oh, that's obviously the correct answer. You go, I don't know. I mean, there's so many innocent victims here, and that's the issue that people have. Now, as far as your constant kind of like deflecting this back to like, why don't you tell Hamas to release the hostages? It's like, again, Hamas, release the hostages. Okay, didn't work. So let's talk about what we can focus on now. This would be like if right on the dawn of the invasion of Iraq, I were to say, well, I think Saddam Hussein should step down and institute Jeffersonian republicanism in Iraq so we don't have to invade. It's like, yeah, but that's not on the table right now. So like what is on the table right now is should we invade or should we not? Right. The truth is that if the mission truly was, which by the way, just a slight correction, Candace, but Benjamin Netanyahu has not said that if they release the hostages, the war will be over. That's things that I've heard a lot of like pro-Israeli pundits say. Benjamin Netanyahu said Hamas has to be eradicated. So even if they did release all of the hostages, it's not as if he said the war will be over now. He said until the job is finished, meaning all of Hamas is taken out, which is totally unachievable and will not happen. But the question becomes, if the primary goal here is to retrieve the hostages, which I do think should be Israel's primary goal, then what has led to them getting the vast majority of hostages back, not just in this conflict, but in the past? It's what we do when people take hostages right here in the United States of America. Someone runs into a bank and holds a few hostages. You know what we do? We don't start dropping bombs on the place. We don't go in spraying machine gun fire. We call in a person known as a negotiator. And you try your absolute best to negotiate the return of the hostages.
And then what happens when they don't negotiate? What happens when they do not negotiate? If they do not negotiate, then what do you think happens? Like this is this is crazy to me. Oh my gosh, man. I need more sand. I need more sand. Like this is crazy. We bring in the negotiators, and then if negotiations fail, what happens next? We sit there and we send people in to go get the hostages. That's what happens. That is what happens. Oh my god, bro. Like this is just like this is so it's just so crazy. Like they I swear to you, like these people make this stuff seems like it's just so easy. That's not how war works. Like that's not at all how war works. I'm sorry. Like it just or conflicts period do not like play out the way like these people make it seem like that shit with like Candace when Candace was like oh God, what was his name? Pierce Morgan. When Pierce Morgan was like, do you think, with the Russia-Ukraine war is going on, who do you think, how do you think that's resolved? No, I think they should just stop fighting, and then the war is over. But like, that's not achievable. Oh, yes, it is. They could just all put their weapons down and then just be like, okay, we're gonna stop fighting. Like I said, like like you convincing me that this is that it has to be one way or I'm not gonna listen to that. Like that was like her literal answer to like the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That they just both stop fighting. That's just not gonna happen. Like it's such a childish. It's just a childish like just naive, like just way of just looking at it. Like that's so unrealistic. It's just it's really sad. It really is just like sad. Okay, so okay, cool. See, so now we're maxed out. Yeah, see, so now we're maxing out our sand input. But I am going to need to put probably gonna need to throw like one more drill here. See if I can get I might have to find a way to like kind of bump this up. Because if I add one more, I know it's not gonna. I have enough coal to like add another one of the silicon. I probably should add another one to silicon, but it's going to. I don't know if I have enough sand piping through. Let me think about this. I could. Okay, what I could do is I could, but I would only get one more. At best, I would get one more turd into this. One more.
And this has been successfully done many times. It's a much, much better strategy than just slaughtering an insane amount of innocent people, which is going to do nothing but guarantee that there's more hatred and more terrorism in the future.
I think history disproves that whole outlook that this will create more terrorism in the future, because I think when you demonstrate to an aggressor that attacks you for ideological reasons, that to the extent that you support this ideology of hating the Jewish people and hating the Jewish state and wishing our destruction, to the extent that you buy into this, you will face the consequences of our military doing what it needs to do to defend itself against that. And if you keep
but history disproves my point.
Yes.
Israel has been dominating militarily the Palestinians
it does prove
for
your point.
decades
If you look
and
at
decades and
we
decades.
can go back to World War II, and we can go back to the fact that when you assert your, war is a ruthless, terrible thing. Can you imagine any sort of war where there isn't collateral damage or any civilians? Does that mean it's never just? Does that mean it's not just?
No, it doesn't mean it's always just.
But you said something interesting before, where you said, okay, Hamas, release them, but they're not going to release them. Does that still mean they're not accountable for what's to come when they don't do that?
No, Hamas ought to be accountable, but innocent Palestinians shouldn't be.
For the innocent Palestinians that die in the crossfire, I'm not denying that happens. Why are you not agreeing with me that Hamas is ultimately accountable for the escalation, for the perpetuation? In other words, all of us here hate the sight of dead Israelis, hate the sight of dead innocent Palestinians. So this whole idea of valuing one life over another, I'm with you on that. But I'm saying, you know who does like the sight of dead Palestinians? Hamas. They tell you that very explicitly. They love the sight.
So do a lot of Israelis. Yeah,
that's a false equivalency. No,
it's not. Why do you use this term? I didn't say they're the same thing. I didn't say they're equivalent. I said there's also a lot of Israelis
who like the sight. Not at all to the same degree. And a lot of the people killed, as I said, on October 7th were peace activists. Israel would want peace tomorrow with its neighbors if its neighbors just said, okay, we want peace with you too. But they don't.
So I would just interject here to say that I believe that Bibi Netanyahu has a different agenda. And I think what gives a lot of people pause, people that are agnostic on this issue, is when you say something that feels like a very easy moral question, like, do you believe every Palestinian should be killed in an effort to get 250 hostages?
How do you moderate and then like sit there and interject whenever you want? That's clearly just propping up one side of the argument. Like it's just
And people don't say, no, of course not, that would be crazy. Like, we can't just kill 1 million people, women and children, majority children, because we need to get 250 hostages.
I did say no.
And I think that kind of leads into that. You didn't say, like, it wasn't an easy question. You were like, I don't know about this question. It would be Hamas's fault. And I think that might be, and this is really to be constructive here, Ami. I'm not trying to come down. I'm trying to be constructive because I see, I'm actually using you as a conduit to talk to the entire pro-Israel lobby. So do not take any offense to this.
I'm just me.
No. Like, that's why I'm saying I'm using you as a conduit. So please don't take offense to this. But I want to communicate this because there are a lot of people that are pro-Israel who lobby for Israel interests, and I want them to just hear this feedback, because for me, and I think that I am a person that really just does see racial equality. Like, I just do not value Israeli life more than Palestinian life. Period. Innocent life more than one over the other. And when I hear that question and people are not able to give such an easy response, like, obviously no, like I want every hostage returned, but not under a circumstance where 1 million Palestinians are going to be obliterated. And yet we see so often that a lot of the pro-Israel voices are not willing to say. They're like, honestly, I've seen people tweet this it looks like we're going to have to go in there until every last Palestinian, and it's Hamas's fault. That doesn't make me, like, I don't think that brings people closer to the pro-Israel side. It makes people go, okay, are we dealing with racial supremacists? Are these good people? How is there no compassion? How is there no, wait a second, no, of course we do want the hostages back, but we also obviously know that we can't kill 1 million people to get back 250 people, because that just sounds radical.
Right, it sounds that way when we talk about war and we look back at history.
Right, but then like, how do you think the families of those people that are kidnapped are supposed to feel? Like that's like what, like what do you think they're supposed to do? So like what, like, oh, you know, look, I understand your mom, your husband, or your daughter was kidnapped. But if we was to sit there and try to get them back, right? Because they don't want to negotiate. They're not going to sit there and give us, a means of getting them back without violence. If we was to sit there and try to go and get her by force, we would kill 3 people. And, to sit there and kill 3 people for just your daughter. I'm sorry, your daughter's hold. Your daughter's hold, right? Is that the answer we give? It's just that at some point, like, you just like people's families and stuff, people's like loved ones and everything, they just they just shit out of luck. Like, I'm sorry, like, you know, Hamas keeps them like next to the, you know, all the Palestinian stuff. I hope I hope your daughter was like, you know, didn't have any ill will towards the Palestinians. She's gonna be a Palestinian now. Like that's that's just crazy. You know, that's just wow. Assuming she don't, boy, being a prisoner or a hostage as those are not good times at all. Okay, so it look like my sand output is exactly where I need it to be for me to get more silicon now.
The millions of innocent people.
We can't kill a million people to get back 250 people because that just sounds radical.
Right, it sounds that way. And when we talk about war and we look back at history and the millions of innocent people who are killed in conflict, in war, one does have to evaluate fundamentally how these things happen and who's accountable for those deaths and who's accountable for innocent collateral damage. And it's so obvious to me that all of those people we talk about that have been killed and have sympathy for in this conflict were alive on October 4th, 5th, and 6th. Now, you're back to your question. If I need to clarify it, yes, of course. Not every. What was your initial question? No, every single Palestinian life. No, and Israel doesn't have to do that. And thank God it doesn't have to do that. And it wouldn't be just to have gratuitous violence against innocent Palestinians. But when there are innocent Palestinians that are killed in collateral damage, yes, the fault is on Hamas for initiating this war. Absolutely. And when they embed themselves among those civilians, when they hide hostages inside a journalist's home that then gets reported, Palestinian journalist killed. And you see that headline and say, oh my God, Israel's killing journalists. Well, the journalist was keeping 3 people hostage. So this muddying of the waters over who's a combatant, who's a civilian, in all of these situations, when somebody talks about children, but we're talking about a 17-year-old with an RPG, that's where I'm telling you I'm illustrating why it's very, very complicated. And we can't just think of these things in black and white terms or in abstractions. Like, well, a million people, that would be terrible. But when it comes to World War II, when millions of people were killed in Nazi Germany, or hundreds of thousands in specific instances.
Oh, I don't even think I even need this here, right? I could just... Oh, no, I do need it there. Right? Oh, gosh.
We're judging things in reality itself under the context of war, which is horrible, and nobody on the pro-Israel side, at least for me, and I speak for myself, desires it or wants it at all. But in wars of self-defense, against wars of aggression that are committed against Israel, you know, who are we as far as military tacticians to say how it should be conducted other than the fact that it is just and the hostages should be returned unconditionally, and that would certainly mitigate civilian death on the Palestinian side.
So I like this, who are we to say what they should do militarily other than to say it's just? And it's great. I guess we're qualified enough to say that it's just, but we're not qualified enough to say that it's unjust. Okay.
The devil's in the details, absolutely.
Well, okay,
but
so look,
yes, there's a moral question to be asked here on war, absolutely.
Okay. So if you imagine, I'll get to that question about war in a second, but if you imagine, say like you know, there's someone goes and takes a bunch of hostages in a school or something like that, and they're in with all the children, and your local police department comes down and they go, all right, boys, blow up the school. And they blow up the school. They kill the guy who took all the hostages, and they kill a whole bunch of kids with them. And then they turn around to you and go, hey, Dave, why are you so outraged with your local police department? I mean, that was on the guy who took the hostages, and he was using human shields. And so it sure does suck that we had to kill all these kids, but it's not our fault. It's that guy's fault. You could see where maybe I wouldn't accept that answer.
Absolutely.
And I go, hey, first of all, my tax dollars fund you. Okay, which I'm not thrilled about to begin with. And number second, you're the one, your whole justification here, right, is that you're the cops. You're supposed to be the good guys. You're the first world democracy in a sea of the third world, right? So yeah, there is a little bit of a different standard, you would hope, over a terrorist group or someone taking hostages, and you who's supposed to be my taxpayer-funded police officers. And if they turned around and said, well, sorry, all the deaths are just on them, I think we would all say that, just on the logic of it, saying because they took hostages and because they're among civilians, therefore responsibility absolved is ridiculous. Now, to your point about war,
I had a question on that too.
Well, let me just, hold on, but I just want to get to the other stuff, because there's a few things that I haven't addressed that you said. Look, there has long been many brilliant people, particularly in the tradition of Christianity, who have thought about, you know, just war theory, what a just war looks like. One of the big separations that always is made is whether it's a war of necessity or a war of choice. The question, look, when you think about the ungodly level of human suffering that Israel is bringing to Gaza right now, I mean, forget even like so many of these debates, which I appreciate that we haven't gotten bogged down into like the numbers. Do you trust the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers? Do you trust Israel's numbers? Look, I literally watched a couple months ago an interview with a doctor who just got back from Gaza who was talking about the shortage of anesthesia. It's like, if you could try to just think what that looks like. It means they're operating on children with no painkillers, with no anesthesia, operating on little kids. You're talking about bringing this profound level of human suffering to a group of people. There's only one question that matters, and it's, do you absolutely have to do this? Is there no other option? Is it so self-evidently clear that the alternative to doing this would be worse than doing this, because this is so bad? And the simple reality is that Israel just doesn't have to do this. They don't have to. Israel had a monumental collapse of intelligence and security on October 7th. It is not a guarantee, especially after all they've done the last 8 months, it's not a guarantee that October 7th are going to happen left and right if they were to end this war today. If they were to end this war today, October 7th is the worst terrorist attack that's ever been pulled off in the history of the existence of Israel. And there's been lots of terrorist groups, and they've been plotting a lot of things. They pulled off this one big one, which I'm sure if we ever get that investigation, we'd find out, as much as we already know, we'd find out even more about what a massive failure it was on Israel's part. So how about they could plug that up? Israel, for years before October 7th, was propping up Hamas, was underestimating the threat of Hamas, and was relying way too heavily on their like machine gun robots instead of having like
please ask how they were propping up like Hamas. I think that'd be such a cool question to ask. Can you give me examples of how exactly were they popping up this terrorist organization, who is also, I mean, dude, keep in mind, right? There are still the elected leaders of said of said country, of the Palestinians. So like, I'd be really interested in like finding that out, how exactly they prop them up.
Soldiers on protecting their border. So they could just not do that. They could just stop right now and not do that anymore. Stop propping up Hamas, stop relying so much on the machines, have actual soldiers there, and don't underestimate the threat. They don't have to keep doing this. They don't have to keep bringing this level of human suffering to the people of Gaza.
2 points, Dave, I wanted to ask you. Does a government that represents a people have a unique obligation to its own civilians as far as protection?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So, in your scenario of the bank robber guy going into a bank and taking people hostage, and his own government coming in and mowing everybody down, you would say it's clear that that's not comparable to two warring governments going at war against each other, one being responsible for its own civilians and one other being responsible for protection of its civilians.
Okay, so just to be clear on a couple things there. Number one, there is no government in Gaza. Hamas is not a government.
They are a government.
No, they are not.
In what sense are they not a government?
Israel literally has control over the tax revenue. They have control over their trade, their airspace, their sea space, how much medicine gets in, how much technology gets in, how much food gets in, how much sugar gets in. No, they're not a government. They're ruled by Israel. But to your question, look, I'm not saying it's an identical situation, and I even pointed out that, okay, things are a little bit different when you're talking about, like, within a country versus not.
So you said this analogous before, so I'm pointing that out.
No, it's a logical analogy. The point is that the logic that says because they took hostages and because they struck first, therefore all the death that follows from this is on them, simply does not follow. That's just not correct.
But could you imagine if you did a further analysis, hypothetically speaking, given that it's just for Israel to respond, which we agree, when they're attacked after they have to respond, we're really arguing here, and I'm just honestly trying to identify this area of disagreement. It's that the means have been disproportionate. They don't have to do it this way. They could do it a different way. And when I say who are you to say that, it's more like, if you analyze it, could you imagine a situation where, given the fact that Israel does a lot of dropping of leaflets and intelligence gathering to find out where people are and sending in special forces and risking their own soldiers' lives and their civilians' lives for the rockets and fire they're willing to tolerate, having a high tolerance for their own civilian casualties, if you analyze the situation, could you imagine a situation where the choices are just between bad and worse?
Well, I mean, look, obviously, as I said, October 7th was the worst single terrorist attack. But in the 70s and 80s, Israel was dealing with terrorist attacks on a much more regular basis. Of course, there was also the first and second Intifada. It was not until Benjamin Netanyahu that they ever started treating the terrorism problem as a military problem. It was always targeted assassinations, special operations, negotiations for hostages, things like that. That was always how Israel dealt with the terrorism problem throughout its entire history, until this psychopath Benjamin Netanyahu rose to prominence and decided that we're just going to treat it for the regular old army. Just treat it like it's not a people that we've had captive for 6 decades.
You think trading 1,000 Palestinian prisoners who've been convicted of who've committed crimes against Israel,
have they been convicted? Have all 1,000 of them?
They've committed violent acts against Israelis. I think
have they been convicted? Because you started saying that, but then you kind of stopped.
In certain cases, yes, and in certain cases, no.
Right.
But they're not hostages. That's my point. They're not innocent. They've committed violent acts against Israelis.
Well, you kind of don't get to say that if they haven't been convicted of a crime. That's kind of the whole way a system of justice works.
I understand that point. Fair point. But my point is this: do you think it is moral to trade 1,000 for? As far as disproportionality. In other words, incentivizing kidnapping and hostage taking on the Palestinian side. That's what those negotiations ultimately lead to. Sinwar, who was traded back to Israel, was the one responsible for October 7th.
Okay, yes, as everyone who's a member of Western civilization, this should be foundational, would agree that yes, it's better to let 1,000 guilty men go free than put one innocent person away. Yes,
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So, no,
That's not all what he just said. He just asked you, right? Because you have a problem with like a bunch of innocent lives being killed to save somebody, right, in a hostage situation. So he's asking you that if you have because what he's referring to like the how the hostage negotiations go, and the way it works is that typically, right, the Hamas would sit there and they capture whatever is Israeli, and then they would demand like 100 bodies for that one Israeli person. They want 100 like Palestinians that are currently locked up in jail, and give us 100 people and we'll give you one Israeli person. To me, that's like that's crazy. I mean, that is crazy. I mean, it is crazy. But then they usually do it because they're trying to get those people back. They want they want the hostages and they want those people returned to be back in Israel. It's crazy. So and that's what he does. And see how he doesn't want to answer he's jumping around like he doesn't want to answer the question, because you can tell at face value it's crazy, because it's not that okay, sure, you want to say that like all of them are not are not a convicted, sure, but a bulk of them, but it's a prison swap. It's for prisoners, right? So a very high decent amount of them likely are committed, right? And then just because they haven't had a chance to go through maybe like the course of stuff, because I don't know like how Israel's court docket stuff potentially works, and like how backed up it may or may not be as far as timelines for prosecution. But like at the end of the day, don't sit there and try to like dress it up to make it seem like there's a significant portion of the people in jail that are potentially innocent, right? Like you would like to hope, assuming Israel's not doing anything crazy, you would like to hope that it is it sounds crazy, but you want to keep that at like 5 to 10% and under, right? Obviously, zero would be the most preferred, but like, I mean, shit, like we don't do, we get caught up with the same shit over here where like, sometimes like innocent people get locked up, and it's just that that's just how it is, it sucks, but we just need to just continue to work hard to do better. I mean, okay, so all right, so my sand look like it's going strong. It looks like it's going strong. Or am I speaking too soon? It looks like it might be going strong. Looks like it. Do I need to put one more, or is it no? I mean, I understand it has like the occasional gaps, but like it essentially tightens up like right here. Right? Because you can kind of see, oh no. So, yeah, you can kind of see like the gaps, but after like this little corner part right here, it looks like it's good. My limiting factor here appears to be lead, and it'd be more so if it was fighting. Oh wait, there are resources here, but it's only titanium though. Okay, let's see how much we got. Ground factory. Yeah, I guess we're going to get that now. But I'm looking for the thing that lets me like upgrade my base. Where's my thing to upgrade my base? That's what I really want. I don't see it nowhere. Yeah, here we go. Core base, well armored, stores more resources than the shard. Yeah, here we go. Oh man, I need half a gram more. This is what I want first, because I want to be able to actually store more resources. All right, come on, let's wrap up this interview.
Exactly what I'm saying. It's
yeah, after this interview, we'll
probably
stay up a little bit more and
trying to save one person. Yes,
it's better to let 1,000 people who could risk attacking Israel again in the future go through it.
What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? After this, we'll actually do like some street editing, like on our OBS to try and like tighten up some stuff. Yeah, and then we'll call it a day.
We're getting at that I think you're not exactly understanding. Okay. See, even when you say this, you go, but that's a risk. That some innocent Israelis could die. Right. No, yes, because that's better than just slaughtering a bunch of Palestinians. Correct.
No, because there is, and I'm going to say it again, this false equivalency between, there's prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, and there's Israeli hostages, and we should just trade for them. And I'm just saying there's a moral difference between the actions of one and the actions of another. The crime of the hostages being taken were that they were Israeli Jews, and the crime of Palestinian prisoners is very different than that. A lot of these people have committed acts of violence against Israelis.
Well, okay, so
and they swear to do it again, like Sinwar, for example.
I think you're getting at a really important point here. By the way, it also, this is, as a lot of the pro-Israeli side does, it's very like looking at Israel through rose-colored glasses. I have heard several different like first-hand reports from former IDF soldiers who like quit and left Israel because they're like, no, we were just like rounding up people and kidnapping them, and then like your like sergeant would be like, whatever, we'll say he was throwing rocks at us. And get like, no, there actually are a lot of innocent people both in the West Bank and Gaza who have been kidnapped by the Israeli government.
Throwing rocks at us? That's crazy.
They have zero natural rights, because screw them, I guess. That's just what they have to accept forever. But you made a point earlier that I never responded to, and I think what you're talking about now is somewhat on the same, similar vein. And that you were saying, look, there's a moral difference between like Hamas running in on October 7th and just trying to slaughter in the most barbaric way, like any civilian they could get their hands on, and an Israeli bomb that is trying to get one bad guy and sure might kill a lot of innocent people in the process. But like, there's just a moral difference between those. And I do, on some level, I do agree. Like, there is no question that one is like so much more primitive and barbaric, and like, so I was just, by the way, in terms of pro-life, I don't know where you fall on the abortion issue, but it's not really important just for the point. But someone said this to me yesterday, which is a very like kind of basic pro-choice argument that someone said to me. They go, oh, so you say abortion is murder, Dave? Well, so that means you've probably been around women who've had abortions before. You're not treating them like a murderer. You know what I mean? And like, there is a sense in which that's true. Like, that's true. If I found out my neighbor was a woman who had an abortion once, I would feel a lot different than if I found out my neighbor was a murderer. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not necessary. But like, the act is the same thing. It's just that, look, you have a little bit more grace for one because it's kind of like, we live in this culture where people have been so poisoned. Look, I know a bunch of military guys who went to Iraq. They're murderers. But I also don't look at them in the same way as someone who just like murdered his neighbor because they were caught up in this much bigger system. They were propagandized. I'd like to change the culture to a point where they kind of look at this in a different way. So I'm saying there is something different about the barbaric murderer versus the soldier who fought in Iraq or the woman who's had an abortion or something like that. However, while you can recognize there's something different about it, you can also recognize there's something very similar about it. And if from the Palestinian perspective, like if that was my kid and they got killed and you said, well, Dave, it's not as if it was some barbarian who ran over into your country. It was just something that we accepted
100.
would be the outcome of pushing this button. Then it's like, yeah, no, so yes, there is kind of a difference, but there is also something where because a government is more sophisticated and more powerful, we do have this kind of reaction to look at it the way you are. This is different.
I have no other means of like making more.
They're obviously guilty. We're not just slaughtering people. We're having collateral damage. I get the point. However, if you're on the receiving end of that, it doesn't feel any different.
But it's not a linguistic trick, Dave. I'm judging actions and of the differences between someone taken into an Israeli prison.
I'm not claiming it's a linguistic trick.
Yeah.
I'm saying that there is often a feeling, the more sophisticated and more powerful a country gets, that it's like, oh, well, we're a little bit removed from the brutality of what we're doing. Whereas if you're on the receiving end of that, you can understand where it feels just as brutal. Okay?
I said, as far as the subjects go who experience such a thing, it doesn't matter if somebody killed your family member by accident or on purpose. For the subjects experiencing it,
let me finish the point. By accident. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, for somebody experiencing a tragedy, a loss, a bomb being dropped on their family, and I can argue that it was just, if you can make that argument that it's just, as far as they're concerned, it doesn't matter. I understand that point that you're making, that for those subjects, it doesn't matter, but it's super important for the basis of basic civilization and understanding these things, that murder is not the same thing as killing, and it's not the same thing as self-defense, even though the outcomes, as you're describing, are all the same. What's the difference? This person was killed and it's barbaric, and this person was killed.
I think you're missing my point. I think you're missing my point a little bit, because I'm not saying, no, it would look, as terrible as it is to lose a kid, you would feel different if it was an accident than if it was intentional. Like, if it's an accident, you might fall to pieces and be hurt. If it was intentional, you might be ready to go murder that person who killed your kid. Now, my point is that it's not that it's unintentional. Again, if Israel bombs a building that they suspect a member of Hamas is in, but they know that there's a whole bunch of innocent people there, it's not an accidental killing. It's still a murder. They've decided that the price of murdering these people is worth it to get this guy.
But you're ignoring the other side of that equation, where leaving that person in place will lead to a battalion being killed or an attack on an Israeli city.
No, I'm not ignoring that. That's not a foregone conclusion. It's not true.
It's easy for you to say. If you don't face the risk of that on a regular basis, it's convenient to say that.
Again,
okay, guys, we're coming up
from one perspective. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, guys, well, you just heard Dave Smith mention the fact that he is pro-life. You already know, but I am pro-life. Well, the reality is that new estimates show that more than 1 million babies were killed by abortion in 2023. That is the highest amount of abortions since 2012. The overturning of Roe v. Wade only made them more ravenous for the blood of babies. We absolutely must fight back against this evil. Because when they shout abortion, we have to be screaming life. And how do we do that? Well, you know what I'm going to say? We join hands with Preborn, the largest pro-life organization. Add 20. So please, and 2 minutes, Ami, for you. First and foremost, I just want to say how much I appreciate both of you guys, but I want to just give the floor for 2 minutes, Ami, for you to make your points regarding what is happening in Israel and also how Americans should engage in the topic, and then to give the floor to Dave similarly. And then I'm going to give the floor to myself, because I was so good at staying quiet, and it was very hard for me. So you first, Ami.
Okay. In an effort to sort of steelman Dave's point and try to understand it fully, which I believe I do, and it's been great talking to you, Dave, and I think you've been really passionate about this issue, and I appreciate your perspective. I still stand by the idea that fundamentally what's driving this conflict is not geographical, and it is not political, it is not a land dispute, it is ideological, it is religious. And the ideologies that animate what's going on in the West Bank, the people who hate the state of Israel and what's going on in Gaza, who hate the state of Israel and wish it destroyed, don't wish it destroyed because of a property dispute or because of what happened upon its founding. They don't want the existence of a Jewish state, and they are the ones who are genocidal explicitly towards Israel and Jews around the world. And to ignore that and say, if we just went back to 67 borders and gave these two places the right to the self-determination, we would just get peace and prosperity and coexistence. Well, every single effort to do that over decades and decades has led to more violence against Israelis. And the fact that even before an occupation between 48 and 67, before the West Bank and Gaza, there was an effort to destroy Israel and attack Israel, and there were, even before the founding of Israel, there was violence against Jews in the region. And I think to ignore that fundamental reality, to ignore the culture that exists not because of Israeli brutality, but because of radical Islamic fundamentalism that dictates that we must destroy the Jews, not just in Israel, but around the world. And next up, by the way, America too. Death to Israel, death to America. This is an ideological conflict. And there are other players at play here too. We didn't talk about Iran and funding the proxies to destroy Israel, the little Satan, and America, the great Satan. And so that to me is fundamental to this problem. And other political actors we could disagree with, we can dispute, and we can talk about which policy is better. Netanyahu hasn't been the only prime minister of Israel. There have been other prime ministers with different policies, and Israel still faces genocidal threats and annihilation constantly from the north, from the south, from countries all around that want to see it destroyed because it's a Jewish state. As far as American support for Israel, there is an academic discussion to be had about the role of foreign aid to any country. And I'm curious to continue a discussion another time with you, Dave, about the positions of nation states and the legitimacy of nation states and the role of how we support allies and adversaries. But as far as the list of countries, if we want to start with a priority of who to support or pull foreign aid from, there are plenty of worse countries, much more adversarial to the United States than Israel. And one can make the argument that Israel doesn't ask for charity from the United States, but rather there is a strategic alliance that America benefits from in supporting its only ally in the region because they share the same enemies. So one can have that discussion. That's an academic discussion. And there are plenty of pro-Israel people that are anti-foreign aid too. There have been super pro-Israel Zionists who didn't want Israel entangled with other countries and want to have full sovereignty and believe Israel's sovereignty is compromised by accepting foreign aid. And that's kind of a separate subject. And I think to conflate being against foreign aid to Israel with other hostility or anti-Zionism isn't necessarily fair either. But at the end of the day, the fundamental issue that Israel is facing is an ideological one from its enemies that want to see it destroyed, much more than they want to see a free, prosperous Palestinian state. They want to see a non-Israel exist.
Okay, maybe I can start with kind of a point of agreement there on the last thing you said. I mean, it's certainly not the case for the majority of Palestinians, but there are certainly groups like Hamas who I do think you're right, basically, at this point. Like, things have gotten so bad that this death cult has kind of like risen up, and I do think they just want to destroy Israel more than they even want something for their own people. They're clearly very willing to sacrifice their own people, and it's terrible. At the same time, because I don't solely put myself in Israel's shoes, I can't just go, look, I got 2 little kids, and if someone ever did anything to one of those kids, there is no level of evil that I wouldn't stoop to. I mean, like, I'm capable of doing very, very evil things if anyone ever hurt one of my little kids. I mean, like, I could do something to the kids of the person who did that to me. I could go to very, very dark places. And so, yes, basically, this conflict has gotten so bad on both sides that the Palestinians are stuck, as Darryl Cooper put it, who's one of the best minds on this topic, by the way. Hamas essentially celebrates losing. It's like a sick death cult, but this didn't arise out of nowhere. And I'll say just 2 things I want to say very quickly, okay? Number one, I reject all foreign aid. If I could only cut foreign aid to one country, it would be Israel. Israel is the first one that should go. Number one, because it's received the most of it. But number two, as you almost as you kind of admitted there, we have the same enemies, right? Why? Why do we have the same enemies? Okay? It's because we inherit all of Israel's enemies. Benjamin Netanyahu came over to the United States of America in 2002 and testified before Congress as a regional expert. And you know what he said, Candace? You'll never believe it. If you overthrow Saddam Hussein, democracy will sweep the region. So I highly recommend that you go fight a war with Iraq, who, by the way, the neocons, essentially the Likud vanguard in America, had been planning overthrowing Saddam Hussein with Benjamin Netanyahu since the 90s. You can go read A Clean Break. The memo from Richard Pearl and David Worms are to Benjamin Netanyahu about their plan for overthrowing Saddam Hussein. Not Israel overthrowing Saddam Hussein, of course. The United States of America overthrowing Saddam Hussein on behalf of Israel. Also, in that same congressional hearing testimony, Benjamin Netanyahu advocated that the U.S. preemptively attack Iran. Coincidentally. Now, we do have all the same enemies. Look, let me just say this, and I'll finish on this. There's nothing unique about Jews or Israel in terms of the evil stuff that their government's done. I think that the way they founded the country involved violating a lot of people's property rights. I think they've killed a whole bunch of innocent people. Nothing I wouldn't say about my own government as well. You know, and it's true for lots of governments around the world. Throughout human history, there has been atrocities, genocides, ethnic cleansing campaigns, slavery, all types of horrible things. And at every single point, there were people who would rationalize it, because that's what human beings do. We play tricks on ourselves. We're very capable of coming up with good rationalized arguments. What Israel is doing to Gaza right now is simply evil. It is inexcusable. It's been going on for 8 months. Forget the health ministry's numbers. When this thing is all over, it's going to result in hundreds of thousands of deaths and displacements. It's going to ruin lives for generations, and it should stop. All you really need to do is look at some of the images of what's going on in Gaza right now. The only question that should matter is, do you absolutely have to do this? Does this have to happen? Could you stop? Is there any other way? And as soon as you start asking that question, you'll realize that, yeah, there actually could be a lot of other ways to handle this. I do want to also say, I really do appreciate the spirit of this debate. I know that we're both pretty passionate about it, but a lot of for some reason, the topic of Israel is a very I don't know, Candace, have you noticed it's a little bit of a hot button issue?
Yes, and that's why I was very happy to have you guys back, because I just feel like we've had productive discussions. I want to just really commend Ami, because he's coming into this knowing that, first and foremost, I tend to agree more with Dave Smith, and he was still willing to do it. And here's what I always say: in terms of any person who's for Israel, I respect people the most that will get out there and debate their ideas. It is like the reason why I respect Dennis Prager, even though I had disagreements with him. He will go out there and he will actually debate what he believes. It's the people that won't debate what they believe that you should never listen to.
That's why I respect Ben Shapiro so much. Oh, wait.
These comedians are just telling a joke. And the last thing that I want to say, and just now to interject my opinion and where I come at this, I became very well known for being a person that stood up to my own community when Black Lives Matter became the prevailing ideology in America, and everyone was sort of calling everyone racist. We didn't support this corporation. And I challenge Black Americans to go, hey, first and foremost, you're an American. Don't let somebody pigeonhole you and tell you that you are Black and you therefore must defend these certain things that don't really make sense. And I want to say to Jewish listeners the same thing. I know that in school I was propagandized to see myself as a Black person, to think about slavery as a horrific sin, and to always therefore have an emotional response when anything was happening to a Black person. But at the moment that they are able to instill in you a fear, no matter how rational or irrational it is, they're able to control you. And so to my Jewish friends, I don't think of you as a Middle Eastern foreign nation that you are required to defend. You aren't. You simply aren't. You are an American first. You are allowed, of course, to critique Bibi Netanyahu, to critique what's going on there. And you are certainly not required to defend death because you have some fear that perhaps was instilled in you to believe that if you don't, it's going to represent some sort of existential crisis, and suddenly they're going to wipe you out of, New York and LA and Boca Raton and all the other places that I go with my Jewish friends. It's just not going to happen. And I just come at this for, I don't want to be involved in any of these foreign conflicts. If you do feel a closeness to Israel, if you are Israeli, there are people whose family, like you said, grew up in Israel, and that is the reason why you feel so attached to this issue, then more power to you. You should also be allowed to speak about what you want to say. You should never feel fearful in any city in America saying that you want to support Israel. That would be completely wrong. And to the extent that is happening, you will always have my support. And I hope that what everyone listening to this
Nazar, hey, what's going on?
More speech, not less. You're going to agree with Dave some, you're going to agree with Ami some. What we can all agree on is that, I'm better looking than both of them, and you should just keep watching my podcast and my show for that reason. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me, and I wish we had more time to do this, but I've got a sick daughter, so I've got to go take care of her.
Thank you. I know how.
This was it wasn't too bad, but like moderation, the moderation point, like I don't know. Takes on Israel and Palestine. Man, where do I kind of start? The whole situation is just kind of just shitty. Like this is the culmination of just like a problem that probably should have been solved a long time ago, that just where the can was just kicked down the road like way too many times. Like on one hand, from the Israeli side just want to be able to live and not and be free of threat of just trying to like be able to like build something for themselves. And then on the Palestinian side, they've been like shafted of their land and whatnot. And then they could have accepted multiple peace deals, but because of just harboring that like just that feeling of being wrong, they said no and tried to fight for what they believed in. And like I was saying way earlier in the stream, like people just don't understand that war, like just like the nature of war, right? Like to the winner goes all the spoils. So like every time like the Palestinians thought they were going to like do something to Israel to try and like take back what they want, they just end up in a situation where they just have even less than what they agreed to. Like if the Palestinians had actually sat there and probably agreed from the get-go, on the like on what was being offered to them, because at the end of the day they just weren't in a position to right, whether you believe is right or wrong, like at the end of the day war is war. So like if they had agreed to like what they that very first offer they were getting, they would have been in a completely different situation. And then like Israel wouldn't have the support that they do not have at the moment, although you could argue that it's probably dwindling because of the way the war is going. But Israel wouldn't have had the support to like the then try like shiesty maneuvers to sit there and take more land, right? Like those settlements and everything that they were doing to like slowly erode and expand like into more and more land, because you can tell that they're hoping for like once all this is over with, that I mean like even if like an agreement was to be reached about like the way land is going to be carved, like that is going to include like all of the land that they put their illegal settlements on. So like that's going to be a given. But like they wouldn't have been able to do any of that if like they had if the Palestinians had accepted like the very first peace deal. So now you're just in a really shitty situation where like, right, you had the terrorist attack. You had the terrorist attack on Israel, and then then you had a just response, right? They had to respond, and then this notion that like Israel shouldn't be doing this or be doing that to get like their hostages back, like to me is just a little bit crazy, because at the end of the day, like as far as what I can tell, it seems like the Israelis are doing everything they can to try and avoid civilian casualty, but it is a highly densilated population, right? And Hamas is not making that easy at all. Wasn't the latest like hostage rescue event, like the hostages were in like some of these like civilian camps? Like it's just I'm sorry, it is what it is. Like one of the things that they were just sitting there arguing that I thought was just like wild was that they were just sitting there and like they were taking to issue the amount of people that was like basically being killed per like I guess like person that they were trying to rescue, and to say it shouldn't be the case where like you got to kill X amount of people to rescue a hostage. And then I was just like that's the craziest thing to say, especially to the person who's kidnapped and their family. So like like I was saying earlier, so does that mean like like they're supposed to just go to like this person's family and be like, hey look, I know your daughter, your daughter was kidnapped, and like we tried negotiating and they don't want to give they don't want to reasonably give your daughter back to us, and so like we have the means and capabilities of going in there and rescuing her, but if we did so, like we would probably kill like 3 people. I am certainly more pro-Israel in this matter, but I will not deny the wrongdoings that Israel has done. But what could have Israel had done on October 7th? Not save the people being human trapped. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's just like the situation was just like overall shitty. Like you're not about to sit there and tell me that like you would have rather like they would have went to these families and be like, look, your daughter's hold. Like I'm sorry. Like, but if we try to go in there and rescue her, they're gonna keep her like either like in the hospitals, underneath the hospitals, right, or in these camps and stuff that as we're seeing now is like has definitely been the case, right? The footage when it was like moving some of the hostages like through the hospitals through like secret entrances, and then this latest like hostage rescue effort where it was in the camps, and it's like we could sit there, we could rescue them, but if we did it right, we would kill like maybe like 3 or 4 civilians just because of the nature of how military operations are in a civil population, because they're going to keep her around other civilian people to try and deter us. And 3 people for your 1 daughter, it just I'm sorry, your daughter's hold. like it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I don't understand like what this argument is. So like that was like one of my like my biggest points or contentions with like how they were like discussing it. And then the thing is just like then Candace, like the moderator, right, then she kept interjecting, right, and it was always to prop up the pro-Palestinian side. And I'm like look, any reasonable person can sit there and say that Israel has been like hasn't been like perfect at the whole thing. Nobody's perfect at the thing when it comes to war. Things happen. Some of the stuff that they've done like are especially like a bit problematic. That thing with like the humanitarian trucks, right? That humanitarian truck thing was a massive issue. Like, wasn't it 2 separate instances? There was one where like I forgot the name of the organization, but like there was a pre-planned route, right? Pre-planned approved people, right? And somehow and somehow that truck still ended up getting hit by an Israeli missile strike, and it was just basically like, yeah, you know, it was dark. It was a dark like what, just a dark military something, right? And it was a mistake, and we're really sorry about that. And I'm like this, that can't be the response you get. Like, how the hell did it even happen to begin with, when like you control all the transportation, you control all of the humanitarian movement? How was it a mistake? And these people, and like, you approved all of this stuff to happen. You had to tell them what road to go down, right, in order to deliver aid. So you told them that, and then somehow they, like, it was a mistake that a missile that had to have been authorized by multiple different people to then fly and be targeted on a thing. Like, just like, nah, it's crazy. It really is fucked up. But I had so many debates with pro-Palestinians who don't even realize they're supporting anti-Semitism. Like, these groups in our campuses are vandalizing shit. You have a right to protest, but not to ruin shit. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely, right. Like the shit that happened in on the college campuses was definitely like mismanaged. Like I was saying, like, students, right? If you sit there, you pay tuition, right? And this is the thing, like, I just can't stand for like the school itself, right? You pay tuition, right? So you're there to get an education, and like, they want to protest, fine. Don't block the buildings. Don't keep me, who paid tuition, from sitting there going to do what I did, and then for the school to not do anything about it. To me, is like was especially wild. Like that one video I saw where like they had the people like blocking the entrance. In that situation, I believe there was other entrants, so like as a student, just be like, just whatever, just go. But like that other one where like they were like commandeering like whole buildings and stuff, I was like, bro, like that shit's crazy, right? Yeah, like just don't, like, you can be on the side, you can be like, imagine the protesters, they're protesting like something to do with police, right? And then they tried to block the entrances into like the police buildings. How quick fast would that get hemmed up like that? So I don't understand like why like the college stuff was allowed to happen the way it happened, when they started getting like overtly aggressive and started like blocking, commandeering like access to stuff. To me that was just crazy. They should have like hinted up. Funny thing is the majority of these people are just Hassan fans, all hypocrites. Probably, yeah, like for sure. Like I've seen some of Hassan's stuff, and it's just crazy, like how extreme, how ignorant these people can be at not being able to just objectively like just look at something and be like, okay, like, I can I can look at this and look at that, and take all the emotion and stuff out of it and just stick with the facts. Just stick with the facts and with the reality of what's on the ground, right? And then most importantly too, it's just like I mean, like at the end of the day, like, protest what you want. Just don't impact other people's lives. Terrible takes, he's too far gone. King of giving misinformation. Oh yeah, him and a lot of other people. What? Candace, and then of course, like, I'm trying to think like who be doing it on the, like. And then the thing is that I can't really think of like anybody on the Jewish side that really does it to the degree they do. So would you say you're more Republican? Yeah, no, I'm a Republican, but like but I'm not like crazy far over there to the right. Like, I'm Republican, but I'm not beholden to every single position the Republican Party has. Like, I can sit there and like be reasonable about something while still being like, conservative or just basically like what's in the best interest of the center left. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you see, like this is where, like, that's the sweet spot where things just need to be hashed out. Because you go too far left, right, you be with Hassan, and then if I go there too far right, I'll be like one of those crazy people that want to do like conduct a military operation in Mexico because we can't seem to figure out how to stop drugs from coming in the country. Like, it's just it's just like to me it's just crazy. Like I said, bro, it's just middle, like, just don't allow yourself to get dragged into like the far side of things. It is pretty crazy. You don't have to give me like specifically where you are, but like okay, it sounds like you're in the US, And I'm just curious of like what time is it over there? Because it is 3:30 in the morning. All right. So, is there any far right commentators you don't like? Let's see. Far right commentators I don't like. I'm trying to think. Okay. So you're an hour behind. Oh, so you must be okay. So you like further over there. Okay, cool. I'm just thinking because it's super late or super early, however you wanna look at it. But as far as far right commentators go, I would say, yeah, I know like Cali's the only other time zone, right? Mountain. No, I think there's one more in between. I think Pacific, maybe. I don't know. My time zone thing. My brain is fried just because like I've been up for like I guess 18 hours now. But as far goes, like I don't like how like Tim Pool stuff can be kind of crazy. PBD podcast I watch a lot, but I really don't like how like just like crazy they can their positions can get sometimes. So like there's that. I'm trying to think like who else like far right that like I just as far as like the people like I typically consume just period, just point blank period, like like I used to watch a lot of Jordan Peterson. I don't watch him much anymore, but it was him, it was Destiny, PBD podcasts, and then while not necessarily related to like politics per se, but then there's like the Fresh and Fit podcast, like who else, I was touching on Tim Pool stuff just a tad bit here and there, but then like those positions was a bit crazy. What about liberal commentators like Destiny? Destiny seems to be like pretty well balanced. I haven't seen anybody else, and I've been like scoping them out from time to time. I haven't really seen anybody else that can be as like balanced as he is. I don't agree with 100% of what he says, but at like my biggest issue is that it's just if you're just gonna argue something, just stick with the facts. Just stick with the facts. Like our side like does such a poor job. Like when the truth can be just as damning, we still seem to somehow find a way to then still want to stretch it or misrepresent it to make it look worse than what it is. And that to me is like a huge problem because then it's like because it's always like some of the little stuff sometimes that people want to just stretch out and just like outright lie about, right? And it's like, well, if you're willing to stretch or lie about these little things, then like how am I supposed to possibly believe you about like these big things? I think is like what a huge problem is, and I don't on the left side I don't tend to see that as an issue with Destiny. I'm trying to think like who else who else on the left side saying that? I think I agree with the majority of what he says. I agree. So as Ben Shapiro, he's probably the only right commentator. Yeah, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is another really good one. His stuff, his stuff is like a decent chunk of it is behind the paywall. The Daily Wire. I refuse to give up any more money than what I'm already giving up for his stuff. So like I just try to catch the free stuff where I can. But Ben Shapiro was like really really good. Like I really liked like that infamous debate between him and Destiny was amazing. It was truly amazing. But Charlie Kirk, I am actually not familiar with him. Like I said, I don't know quite everybody. But let's see. I think I might have I heard that name before. Let me see. Charlie Kirk. What about Charlie Kirk here? Is this one on the right or on the left? Let's see. It's open season on women in Biden's America. If I had to guess, I'm not gonna look, right? I didn't see the comment. It's open season on women in Biden's America. Okay, so he's probably on the right. On the right. That debate was that debate was phenomenal. This sounds like this is on the right. Illegal admits to raping 13-year-old came through Eagle Pass. Okay, yeah, so he's gonna be on the right side. Now I'm just gonna be curious of just like how far to the right he is. Also, by the way, too, like I've had this microphone for like many years now. I am finally going to upgrade, but it won't be for like maybe another 2 more weeks, and I'll probably like buy it probably sometime like the following week. So it's probably trash. Just so would you say you're libertarian? You know, I haven't really sat there to try to really pin down what exactly I am, because like I'm not fully educated on all the many different facets to like really like give you a definitive action or definitive answer. So for the time being, I just tell people that if as far as conservative, if I'm conservative, liberal, or any other stuff, I just say I'm American, right? I just keep it at that. Oh well, the mic I'm using right now is a Yeti. I've had it for like many years. But I actually spent, I think, like a good decent chunk of yesterday learning about mics and dynamic and condensers. So like it's probably just trash. Like every time my AC cuts on, like that's when like my voice like gets crazy. But it would make sense what I learned about the condenser mics. I think the AC is about to cut on now because it's hot over here. But the mic I am going to get is actually this one. I just saw him use it, right? Yeah, this one right here is this style. What is it? I can't remember the name of it, but something 320 is the particular one I'm getting, and it's going to be dynamic. But then I also have to get the what the hell is that? The little the audio interface, because it's an XLR microphone, so it's not USB. But then like that's more preferred because XLR directly to USB, apparently like you lose like some of the signal quality stuff due to conversions. And I just was like, oh, like okay, fine, I'm gonna have to just shell it out. And these mofos are a bit expensive, but I need my audio to stop sounding like cheeks, okay? Because like my audio, especially when I'm sitting there doing my own editing, it's just like crazy. The Shure SM7B. Let's see what kind of mic this is. I think I might have came across it, but like I was watching so many videos doing a comparison. SM7B dynamic. Is it this one? This one here for $4.99, and then is this the same exact one for at AliExpress? I love the Chinese, right? This is clearly the Chinese government is like offsetting the cost. I have that, and it's nice. Oh man. You got you wouldn't happen to have any vids or something like that, because I would love to actually listen to see exactly like how you sound on it. If not, it's totally cool, because I'll just like pull up videos of it. Yeah, $123. Oh, but you have to buy greater than or equal to 3 pieces. You know, I could buy 3 of them, and then I can sell the other 2 for like 300, maybe 250 each. That is crazy. Free shipping on first order, free fast delivery. Yeah, you got about yeah. And I was looking at a oh yeah, obviously I'm not signed in on this browser. But yeah, I have an audio interface that I already have in my cart that I end up getting like that seemed like fairly decent. It's not like the nice ones. I think like I actually like I actually saw like the one that like Destiny is like currently using, right? And that shit was like 3 to 4 grand. About myself, well, ain't necessarily like too much to really talk about. I mean, like you know, I'm just dabbling. I'm just dabbling on like just like all topics, not necessarily just politics, but you know, other stuff too. And yep, so I have a business that I am in the midst of like finalizing now as we speak. My jewelry is like out of reach right now, but yeah, like I have I could just show you the website. Why not just go to the website? I have a little collection of Egyptian jewelry that I am trying to establish here, where like all my stuff is handmade and imported from Egypt. So this is actually the website I have made. It's not 100% perfect. Okay, I all of this I am doing on my own. Every single part of everything I'm doing is like 99% just me, with the exception of obviously like, you know, the people that's making the jewelry on, because that's gonna be my guys in Egypt. But yeah, like I actually started working on this. It'll be almost like a year and a half now. Yeah, about a year and a half now, and it was just a massive amount of work. I have my bachelor's degree in computer science. I actually had got my degree back in December of 2022. And so like after that, like I started working toward. I was also in the military, and that was also around the time I got out. I got out in December. I also got my bachelor's degree in December too. So I had made sure I had structured everything to line up perfectly, so that when I got out, first, like, took a little break or whatever, focused on getting this established as best as I could, and then I started trying to get into tech. Yep. Thank you. But sat there. We got into tech, and then I want to say what I want to say, like maybe half a year later, like then like we picked up a contract job, doing like tech work for for like a online company. And yeah, that's I do come into the office like 3 times out the week, but then I can remote like the other 2 days. So like that's like on the regular like life side. So I have that as far as like my little tech job. And then here on the personal side, right, I'm working on like getting this business stuff going, where like I got like Egyptian jewelry, all handmade, fully customizable. I'm even working on like the merch stuff for like once I start like really growing out the merch part for like the streaming things. I'm trying to think like what else. And that's like, I mean, that's actually like more or less kind of it about me. I'm not married, I don't have kids, so like, and it's just me. I mean, I have a girlfriend, obviously. I have, I'm content with that. So yeah, that's about all I got. But yeah, not too much really to really talk on. Really huge tech enthusiast, so like, I like do and set up a lot of stuff. I do have like as a matter of fact, like one of my other YouTube channels, right? We started doing this thing with I started posting out videos for like a really niche thing with routers. It's also where I put it like with my jewelry and my and routers is like what I dedicated that channel to. Because like I don't think I have can I even, and you know what? It's just probably like significantly easier if I just actually use the browser that I'm already signed in on, and then I can just grab the link, or even, yeah, all right. So I could just open up the Chrome here, and come on, YouTube, and yeah, right here. These 5 notifications. Oh yeah, like some of the other stuff is posted because these are shorts that are I have scheduled to post for like the Jewish stuff. But then like say then I got like a bunch of like stuff related to routers and stuff, because like I'm a tech enthusiast for like a really small particular niche, but that's just for like this particular stuff here. But yeah, like I work on tech stuff. I work on the jewelry stuff, right? And then like I have a regular tech job I do. So yeah, all that is loud. Can I mute it? Can I mute it? Can I mute it? No. Oh wow. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I have so that's where like a significant amount of time goes, because it is hard. It is so hard to do all these different things by yourself and on your own. So ask anything if you want, so you're not the only one being interviewed. Okay, so you said you're center left. What so I am 30, right? So like at what age did you actually kind of grab an interest into like politics? Like me, I was about 25-ish. Yeah, I was about like 25, I'd say, when I really started to like pay attention to the politics. So I'd be really curious to like what age was like your entry into that kind of stuff. Um you know what? I can actually just, why don't I just play the other jewelry video here? I can close this browser. I don't need that no more. Developer, media content, produce videos. Here we go. All right, I can just play this one. 22 now. Oh wow! And decided to major in government is when I decided to be more. Oh, okay, cool. So you're majoring in government. That is awesome, right? And then especially do it, to be doing it at such a young age is pretty cool. Right? No, awesome. So right now you're center left. Sounds good. 18, I would say. Oh, okay. Wow. So right out the gate, right out of the gate of being an adult. That is pretty awesome. I want to say, like, what was I doing? No, I was really dealing with like a lot of life stuff. So like I don't even um I can hardly remember what I was even like really doing at 18. It was only like 12 years ago. That's crazy. Okay, but that's interesting. Religion is another like big like sticking point. So me, I do believe in God. I don't believe in religion though. So I have I don't want to say it's like necessarily unique per se, but yeah, I could go a little deeper into why. I just believe the politics play a huge role in everybody's life. I believe every vote matters, and I've always loved the news and debating. Same here, like I've always loved watching the news. Always loved like being informed and just like understanding everything that's going on, and that's why I consume. That's why I consume like so much of media, especially from like different parts, even the ones I don't like, because I just like need to be able to understand like what media arguments and stuff that other people are using, and then I will sit there and like my life scenes, I would sit there and then just stop and then actually like research to just sit there and see like what it is that they're they're talking about. I'm an atheist. It's hard for me to grasp the existence of God. Something so for me, I started off um I want to say I rejected the concept of religion and God when I was around 7 or 8 years old. I don't know why I had like that that understanding of even stuff at that younger age, but like it just happened, and like I sat there and watched my mom convert. I think she was like a Christian. I think she was Christian. And then like she converted to Islam, and then because like the guy that she was with at the time like was Muslim. Um and then like later on, I guess then like when the part of resident like converted back. But like it was like somewhere around that conversion time where I just personally, obviously I didn't like publicly like say anything, because you got the peace in the house or whatever, but like I just like personally was like I don't believe in none of this religious stuff, none of this God stuff, and I like just like I'm good, I'm gonna just do me over there. And then I want to say it wasn't until I've had some experiences I can't really talk about right now, but like that I would say helped me actually believe in God. And it wasn't just experiences that I could just write off as just something where I would be like, oh yeah, you was just lucky that this played out the way it did or whatever. It was like it was the type of experiences that was like not only was it like super unlikely to happen, but then for it to happen more than once, and then after the direct invocation of God, like actually requesting God to do something, and then for something to immediately happen that was like just like seemingly impossible, that just like does happen. After the first time you're like, okay, it could be luck, but then the second and then the third time I was I don't know. To tell you what, I used to be Christian, and then I read the whole Bible. I thought it was going to get me close to God, but it ended up making me not believe his existence. So that's crazy. I literally just finished reading the entire Bible. Was it last week? Yeah, it was last week. Yeah, I think it was the 16th. Like, yeah, I literally just finished reading like the entire Bible last week. The only part to put it out there, right? I did skip the parts that talked about like those stupid like genealogy things, like this guy had 3,000 children, this one had 2,000, this one had like 1,375. Those part was like incredibly like boring and just unnecessary to me in my opinion. So anything that dealt with that, and then the genealogies, like this was the son of this guy who was the son of this guy that was son of this guy, I was just like, God, this is stupid. I'm not reading this. And so like those parts I did skip, but everything else I read. I read. And yeah, I don't believe in religion, so like it didn't really sway me one way or the other. I think that's good. I just use my nature of being a skeptic as a way to discover the world myself, and that's really good. And me, what I actually plan on doing, so like had I had this idea, I would have did it with I probably would have did it with the Bible, but because at the end of the day, I see it as why take a book's word for it when you can discover the world yourself. Yep, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Me, I plan to eventually, like, because I'm taking a break because like reading the Bible was like an intensive task. Because I was doing like I think I was doing 25 pages twice a week, and I just like some days I just like hate it, but I would do it because I was trying to get through it. But like I plan on reading the Dead Sea Scrolls next, and then after I'm done with the Dead Sea Scrolls, because you know those are the stories and stuff that were also ancient that they didn't include in the Bible, and then I plan on then like reading the Quran, and I'm probably going to like on the days that I'm doing them, I'm probably going to live stream my readings of those too. I mean, just cause I mean, like, why not, right? Make some use of like my time, maybe get some like good clips or something. But yeah, no, like the world. I mean, with like such significant chunks of the world operating off of like these religious texts, I think these are like really good important reads. That's why I read the Bible, right? The Bible contained the Jewish stuff, which is the Old Testament, and then the Christian stuff, which is the New Testament. And so Dead Sea Scrolls help like fill in any of the extra information that obviously wasn't in the Bible. And then you have Islam, right? So then you have the Quran, which I most certainly will be reading. If I didn't major in political science, I would have definitely majored in physics for sure, because I always loved science. Oh yeah, science stuff is pretty cool. And then like I'm familiar somewhat with like then like the I guess what the incongruence of science and religion. But like I said, but again, like I said, I'm not religious, so like it never really bothered me all too much. But yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at with that. So that stuff will be coming soon. My workflows are getting better each and every time like I do this stuff. So like when I originally started this, like my God, like I had so much problems with audio and getting things to work and look right. It was just it was terrible. But every time like I try to improve a little bit better. As a matter of fact, I was going to then work on after that interview that I just finished watching. I was going to work on the on some OBS stuff to clean it up, but I'm probably going to do that tomorrow because I have like I guess like 10 hours worth of video now that I got to cut through for clips and stuff or for videos and stuff. But yeah, no, it is excuse me. That is that kind of more or less sums up like I guess the more important parts about me. Um I can't really think of anything else that really as far as like who I'm planning on voting for as of right now. I'm leaning Biden, but we'll see, right? I gotta see like the debate is coming up. Unfortunately, it's gonna be coming up where I'll likely be at work. I was gonna try and stream it. If it's early enough, I might be able to catch it. Just because of the time zone difference. Or if it's well, but it's probably like late at night, so I probably am not gonna get it because I won't get home in time. But that I'll try to catch the sentencing. The sentencing will be that Trump sentencing will be something crazy. If this man gets jail time and if it extends for more than a year, stuff will not be looking all too good in the US. It'll be what do you think of Obama? Obama was like pretty decent for like what he had to deal with. He had to walk a really fine line between being I guess like the first black president and then like trying to make sure he presented himself as being like president for all and not specifically just one. And then also too like the his Congress the congressional like workings he had was also like really tough. Mitch McConnell, like that's the reason why Mitch McConnell had that nickname, the Grim Reaper. He was everything Obama tried to do, he was there to make it as hard as possible and absolutely stop it whenever possible. I like him. I think he was a great example of a president. Yeah, right. There wasn't nearly any of this drama. Like remember, like do you remember when, like Fox News was like going crazy about like that time when he wore a tan suit? Like that was the extent of like the problems that this man would create. It's just like he was definitely like really good at his demeanor and the way he would handle and carry himself, And so, and I'm trying to think. I can't really, but then again, I wasn't like too like deep into too deep into politics back then, so I don't have like a really good close memory of like all the things he was doing to be fair and mention any mistakes he may or may not have did. But like it seemed um pretty well established that yeah, he was overall, he was just like a really good president. I think the only people that didn't like him are the racists or people in the Middle East, which is fair. uh for the racism thing, absolutely. Like the kind of hate that like was just given, like that whole birther, like the whole birther conspiracy. He wasn't even an American, like that kind of stuff. That stuff was just that stuff was crazy. The Middle East stuff, well, I mean, like didn't nobody really like the presidents. I'd say from George W. Bush Bush Jr. Up to Trump, up to Trump and up to Biden, really. Like it's just like I think like the Middle East stuff was just, I mean, people are always going to be hated for that, or just like the American presence period. The Middle East has never liked the American period. I mean, yeah, like it's just like we stand as a counterpoint to like a lot of their beliefs and like what how they operate. And then we came up in there, we got the guy that we wanted by any means. And then that was that. And then even like even the ish that Trump did, where he murked that Iranian general that was in Iraq, and Iraq was like hella pissed from that. So yeah, there's not really too much of a thing there. Then the stuff we try to do in Afghanistan to stand them up, and then like have them like believe in beliefs that were Western and not of their culture. So then obviously, then when the Taliban finally took that over, they took all of that out. You mentioned you don't like Candace Owens. What do you disagree with her? Her position and demeanor, I see tend to be like really I'm trying to be fair, right? Because it's not like I consumed a significant amount of her content, but it seemed like from what I see so far, she seems to be like really um I don't want to say childish, but like just like some of her takes are just like kind of crazy. Like I watched that the Piers Morgan debate, that interview that she had with her, and then like her take on like the whole Russia Ukraine thing, like oh I hope that they both lose, because they like nobody should be fighting, and like I just don't want to be supporting any foreign wars or any foreign nation. Or we need to be focusing on just America, because like we obviously in America live in a vacuum where none of the stuff that goes on overseas matters, or the allies we have matters. It's just I just crazy. And then the thing is, my biggest thing with her is that she really likes to like sit there and stretch stuff out, or and sometimes like it's just like on the cusp of like lying. Like she'll sit there, she huge bad faith debater. Like she will actually sit there. Like there was that one point in Piers Morgan where like Piers Morgan said that because he was questioning her about like Nick Fuentes support, which I'm sure you're probably familiar with Nick Fuentes, right? And then he said like, oh, like how he has 1 million followers, right? And then she jumped on him hard about it, because like how does he have 1 million followers when he's banned and blah blah blah. And it's like playing semantics. But then when the conversation turned like shortly after to like the stuff with Kanye, well, like what Kanye tweeted about going DEFCON on all Jews and stuff, then as she was trying to tell it, she was like, oh, he said he was going to go DEFCON on some Jews and stuff like that. Like it was like my God, like to sit there and like the play around with words only when it benefits you, but then like sit there and like harp on when like when it doesn't. It's just like it's crazy. It's so crazy like what she does. Hold on, I'm trying to get my cord to stop acting in my way here. Like bro, it was, oh my God, it was so bad. What was one other like just like major highlight of thing? Oh my God. And then it's just like bro, and then do you remember the part where she was just like what was it, bro? When she was sitting there making an argument about Pearson, like about how he's disingenuous and whatever because he flip-flops on positions, and then like when he challenged her on that, and then like she's sitting there and say what did she bring up? She brought up COVID, and he made it. He was trying to like make his position clear, and so like she said like you flip flop on things on like COVID, and he challenged her on it, and she was like, oh well let me ask you, like, do you still believe in it? And I was like oh my god, like you sitting there saying he was disingenuous because he flip flops on positions, and then when he asks you about it with COVID, you have to ask him about what his position is. I was like, bro, this is wild. This is crazy. I also don't like how she also likes Kanye West, but used to work at the Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro. Bro, her shit's it's all over the place. I forgot what video. I don't remember the name of these people, but like I was watching somebody that gave a really good take on like Candace Owens, and it's like they said that Candace Owens. I really like the summary of it. It's like Candace Owens like tends to operate at a position of contrarianism, of just like taking just the point that is just like the one that I guess everybody's against. So like if there's pressure to be on or support one point, she would do everything she can to go on the other. Oh man, her debate with Destiny, her debate with Destiny was just was kind of I was really hoping it was gonna like be a little bit more substance, but of course, then like with Candace and stuff, it was just like crazy. Like, oh yeah, you're just like what is a 35-year-old man sitting there and now I'm paraphrasing here. What does a 35-year-old man like get out of like allowing women to live the lives that they want to live? Like that like was just like basically like her key highlight moment, and I was just like it's just crazy. I can't like just because of their lifestyle of just like of like what I don't even know what's like the word for it, but just like just casual dating and everything like stuff that's just not like religious, right? And then that's my next other problem, right? It's just like I don't understand why in a country that was founded like the very first amendment they added to the Constitution was about freedom of speech, right? Thou shalt not institute a religion, and I don't understand how is it that you think it's fine to then keep pushing religious beliefs onto the entire country. Like to me it's wild. It's incongruent with being an American. But my God, is it just let that like it's crazy. But yeah, that's my that I mean that's just like what it is. It's so terrible. But like that's like that her and a lot of people that shit with like the stuff that just like recently passed with the 10 Commandments. Oh my God, what was that CNN interview we was just looking at with like one of the Senate or like legislative representatives of Louisiana, bro. When we sit there and she was asked like, oh, are you fine with? I also like Alex Jones is just crazy. Do you see like his settlement 1.5 billion? I'm actually not too familiar with Steven Crowder. I don't know too much about him. Michael Knowles, I have heard. I'm trying to think. Matt Walsh, I have seen like some of his stuff. Matt Walsh just I don't know. I don't know like where that guy kind of operates from. Okay, yeah, that guy. Yeah, him like yeah, he's super onto why do they do this with this picture like this? This is that's crazy. Yeah, like that's because like these two in particular, like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, they tend to like really operate. They operate a little bit too heavy on the on the religion too much. Yeah. They sat there. Yeah, bro. I don't know why they did this man like that, but yeah, they operate too close to like the religious stuff. And like I said, like like one of the like most important things I personally believe was just like that freedom of church and state, or just like being free from having the government try to like push any form of like religious beliefs in any form on the people. So that's why that shit that they're pulling off with Louisiana, and then like the governor daring them to like try it in court, which they already did. That's just getting thrown out. It's getting thrown out. It's not like we sat there. We even went through some of the case laws of like all the other stuff, right? Texas's thing with putting up the Ten Commandments statue, that was upheld by the Supreme Court. But then when you actually dug into it, it's because it actually adhered to the display clause thing, where it was part of a broader display of a bunch of other like historical stuff, and that was just like one of I think like 15 or 17 monuments or whatever. So it was like that one was fine, but like you had all these other cases where like when it was clear as day that they were erecting or putting up this religious thing solely because of this of a religious purpose, and the court threw that shit out quickly. So like the Ten Commandments thing, like hanging that up in every place in the school, oh yeah, that's getting thrown out of court. It's not going to survive. That's not going to survive. But then to watch this lady in that CNN interview sit there and try to play just gymnastics with the questions being asked, like, okay, how would you feel if somebody else from a different religion wanted to hang up their texts, their statues, or whatever for their religion inside of these classrooms? Well, I'm not going to, talk about that because, that's a hypothetical, and I don't want to speak on hypotheticals. So I'm like, what the hell do you mean? Like, you're literally doing this with the Ten Commandments. How is this a hypothetical? This is real. This is actually real. If the population was just a little bit different, this could literally be happening in that state right now. Like, it's just like these people be so bad faith sometimes. But yeah, that is that's kind of my take on that. I can't think of any more people I used to I really like to listen to that I really like to listen to. My AC just cut on too, so my mic might start like sounding like robotic as food. Can't engage in a hypothetical if it disagrees with yeah exactly, right. You can't engage in a hypothetical if it disagrees with if it disagrees with yours, right. Thoughts on Trump? So here's my thing. I think Trump was actually a good thing for his first presidency because it woke up a lot of people to like taking the political stuff seriously. Because my God, you know what? I might as well while I'm here, I might as well let me come here. Hold on. Let me fill this application here. Like his first presidency, I think was like super important and helpful to like waking up a good chunk of the population and like taking this politics stuff seriously. But and then like I said, and it's not like he wasn't bringing up like some really good points. Like yeah, there we go. Let me get that. I'm trying to think like what was it, like the stuff with like NATO, like the other countries like not paying like what NATO agreed for everybody to pay. Like I thought that was a good point. The improper trades that we have with other countries, like I found it crazy, but I think he's in it. No. Like I only like his tax cuts and his constant mention on China, right? And then the thing is like that's what I was getting, like with the trade thing. I thought it was crazy that like we had agreements where we wouldn't charge tariffs for a certain product being imported from a country, but if that country was importing that same type of product from our country, they would have tariffs on it. I thought that was like really crazy, but like there was stuff that it was important that I think like he was bringing up, but overall he was just like he was just kind of shitty. I mean, like really, he was just shitty. You know what I'm saying? Like the only one major benefit that I will give him is just that he showed you how fragile like the government really is if you don't take the ish seriously. Because China's our enemy. He has made Americans realize how important to realize who the enemies are. I mean, we have a lot of enemies. Like whatchamacallit, Barack Obama and Donald Trump both told Europe not to trust that Russian gas pipeline. I don't know if you how much of that you probably remember, but like both of them, Obama and Trump, both kept on telling Europe to like don't trust that Russian gas. Don't rely too much on that Russian gas. And I was like, oh, war stuff, that stuff is over with. And, major countries, they ain't about that life no more. They don't like sit there with problems. They just want money and just want to like just live normalized and then shit. And then they started invading Ukraine. Oh yeah, as far as this gas pipeline, we got to conduct some maintenance on it. So we got to, we got to turn on the tax cuts. I mean, but like, what did it really do in the end, right? And then it had a sunset clause, right? Didn't it? If I'm not mistaken, didn't Trump's tax cuts had like a sunset clause on it where like after, I think it was like literally like after his presidency, like it was said it, yeah. Like it, like I said, like it really didn't. It just really helped. It's just one of those typical things where it just helped the people who have like a lot of wealth, right? Trump. Let me see. Trump tax cut sunset, right? I think tax overhaul, temporary changes for housing included margin tax cut rates across the board, a doubling of the child tax credit, and near doubling of the standard deduction, all of which are set to expire December 31st, 2025, right? So so like this is so that's crazy. You know what? That is a genius ploy, because then you know what's going to happen, right? If Biden wins, right, and then people file taxes immediately after, right? Because the shit expires on September 25th, right? So Biden wins a year later, right? A year later, or technically 2 years later, right? People file taxes, and if it doesn't get updated or changed, right? A lot of that stuff, everybody's getting the money and stuff. They're gonna notice a significant drop, right? And then depending on the congressional structure, right, there ain't gonna be shit that they're gonna be able to do about it. This was actually genius. How they did that. They made sure. Let's see. Or when he tried to also overthrow the government and play. Oh yeah. Like the January 6th thing is crazy. How people do it. Tucker Carlson. There we go. I was wondering them. Tucker Carlson is just, bro. He'd be another one on the right that I absolutely just will not listen to. That interview with Putin. God, like, bro, these pronunciations be killing me. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I want to see a Destiny and Carlson debate. Oh my God, bro, that'll never. I don't think that'll ever happen, right? He knows the position he's in. Like he would get absolutely destroyed, and he doesn't want that. He would not want that, right? The Ben Shapiro thing I knew was eventually going to happen, because like of all the people, Ben Shapiro was like the most like solid, grounded person that I could see that would be willing to actually have a debate with Destiny, and like they both like give each other props and stuff for like what it is they do and respect each other, which I thought was like really nice. But like the debate with Tucker Carlson will never choose to do it unless it's like in a really rigged setting. It has to be in a rigged setting. But sure, got Destiny good at a lot of times, especially when talking about history. I'm trying to remember, like, what was it? Like, it's been a while now, and I only did like one watch through of it. I might have to watch through it again just so I can see, because I think there were some things that he just wasn't familiar with, and it probably had to deal with Israel, which is just, I mean like, Jew stuff for Ben Shapiro's like it's kind of like clockwork. So but then also like there's always a chance it can be skewed too, and like Destiny is always like, to always err on the side of caution, even when he probably shouldn't sometimes. So I'm probably gonna have to like rewatch it too to like really remember, because it's a bit hazy. A lot of stuff can be a bit hazy, because I just so much stuff be going on in my mind these days with all the stuff that's going on. But yeah, no, like the Tucker Carlson stuff is just crazy with the January 6th. But despite how much of an idiot both presidents as I do like Biden as a president, I mean, we finally have stability. His legislators are phenomenal. Yeah. As far as his legislative achievements with the with the how he handled COVID. Because remember, COVID was just a sneeze that was supposed to be away by Easter. It was supposed to, like, by Easter's time, we wasn't supposed to have no more COVID. COVID was supposed to be gone. And then we started having all these crazy things, or like, maybe, there's this like Clorox or this bleach, man, that just like knocks it straight out of water. Maybe, doctors, maybe I might need to look at something. Maybe we can inject it or something. I was just, it's just so I was like, God, it's so crazy. And then I'm still waiting on my Magneto powers. What do you think about him bringing back the Paris Agreement Act? wasn't the Paris Agreement was just climate change, right? I mean, yeah, like I don't understand why like Trump pulled out of that. And then I want to say, didn't Congress then pass a law to make that harder for presidents to to pull out of like these national agreements now? But yeah, no, like as far as climate change stuff, like yeah, climate change stuff is like super important. I mean, I understand that the like I mean, but like if you understand the nature of science, like nothing is ever like definitive or like absolutely proven. So you take it with a grain of salt where applicable. But like to sit there and like to pretend like we are not having some type of impact on the environment, it's just not understood exactly how much is to me is just kind of crazy. So I would lean more to like the climate side, but I do think like they're pushing it a little bit too hard without really thinking about how to do it the right way. American Families Plan. I am actually not familiar with that one. American Families Plan. Let's see. Fact sheet. American Families Plan Rescue Plan was projected to lift more than 5 million children. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So that's what it was called. That was the name of it. I just didn't know the name of it. Yeah. Wasn't that the one where like for children, right? It was to like really help with funding the infrastructure investment and job act. Yep, infrastructure. Don't forget about I say my favorite, biggest important one that Biden did was the CHIPS Act. I think the CHIPS Act was probably the most important of all the legislations. That one right there, that one is going to set us up for a lot for success for the rest of the future to come, right? Because I think people didn't understand, right? Minus the American Rescue Plan Act. I'm gonna read about that one. Like I'm not all too 100% familiar with the text. But yeah, like my favorite was just the CHIPS Act, just because like people just didn't know that Taiwan is the only place in the world, right? That like they produce 95% of all of the most sophisticated, best, greatest of these silicone chips, right? That nobody else can really produce, right? It takes a couple of years just to build the factory and equipment. Yes, the federal law. Yes, the federal law. What are we looking at here? I'm trying to like it's just I'm trying to think. What I lose my train of thought, man? It's just like it takes a couple of years to build the factories, and then it's such a hassle to get the expertise to then operate and work in said factories to then build these chips. It's just for the CHIPS Act, the federal law. And it's just and I really suspect as long as nothing happens within the next 5 to 10 years, because that's roughly about how long it's probably going to take for us to get it up and running. The program that offers comprehensive benefits. The program that offers comprehensive benefits. What are we referring to? Or is this still under the CHIPS Act? Yeah, like all of the different all the different funding and stuff that they provide to get like people to start building these factories and whatnot. I'm trying to think like what else. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else I actually look at the stuff? WTF is this? Hey, Capybara, what's going on? Oh yeah, no, we're just discussing some good old like political stuff. You missed out on like stuff, man. I was just sitting there going through the stuff. I'm not American. Oh cool. If you don't mind sharing, like what particular country would you be from? Let's see, you got good English and stuff. So like what, like UK maybe New Zealand. I don't know. Of course you can always be going through a translator too. All right, Australia. Oh well. Howdy. They pronounce it like Aussie, right? Aussie guys, right? Is that how it is? Is Aussie? Is it Aussies? It's Aussie, right? I think it's Aussie. Oh no, that is. Oh well, I mean it is a thing, right? What about the John R. Lewis Act? The John R. Lewis Act. Oh, Aussie. There you go. The Voting Rights Act. Let me look into it. Like I haven't read too much of the text going on. Was that the just a John R. Lewis Act, right? John R. Lewis Act. So Aussie is Aussie. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Aussies. Right, Aussies is how you do it. John R. Lewis Act. Why can't I? Why did I forget that? Here you go. Voting Rights Amendment. I just want a quick synopsis of it. This bill establishes a new criteria for meeting which states and political subdivisions will obtain pre-clearance before changes to voting practices may take effect. Pre-clearance is the process of receiving pre-approval from the Department of Justice or U.S. District of Columbia before making legal changes that would affect voting rights. A state and all of its political subdivisions all are subject to pre-clearance. Voting practice changes for a 10-year period. If 15 or more voting right violations occur during a 25-year period. Oh, wait, so there's stipulations. So this doesn't even go into effect unless something like this happens. 10 or more violations during the previous 25 years, at least one of which. This is cool. This got passed. Oh, yeah. It passed the House. Received in the Senate. Oof. Oh, yeah, why aren't the Democrats kind of pushing this so at least that this can be made law? This would be like kind of crazy. All right, let me catch up. Let's see. What about let's see, the voter yeah, isn't Colombia in South America? Yeah. Yeah, isn't Colombia in South America or am I going crazy? Colombia is in South America, right? It should be. Colombia country. Come on, keyboard, stop messing with me. Colombia's in South America. Yeah, I was right. Yeah. It's like right there on the thing there. Yeah, right next to Brazil. I remember this. What do you think about the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act? So the COVID-19 let's actually even pull up COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, right? That one, right? I think I did I did read that one a little bit. The following the spread of COVID-19 20, according to a recent report, during this time frame, race has been cited as the primary reason for discrimination, making up 90% of incidents in the United States and denounces any form. Oh yeah, because of the Chinese, like the Chinese stuff, like if people was like pushing on the Chinese, the stuff was crazy. I think that was like perfectly fine. I don't know like necessarily like how necessary it was, but I think like all this was just adding like just like a new, like I guess like a new like defined like hate crime. No, this was all good. Although I think like one argument that they did make is like because like what didn't the George Floyd stuff not make it through Congress? Why is there a law about voting rights in Colombia in American Senate? Is there such a thing? Let me see. Voting rights. Let me see. Voting rights. America, Colombia. All right. Hopefully I can get it. Hopefully it gives you something here. Voting rights today, because I've never heard of that of voting a law about voting rights in Colombia. A law about voting rights in Colombia in American Senate. If you have the specific with John R. Lewis, it said District of Columbia. Oh no, the District of Columbia. Yeah, that's D.C. So that's the capital, the capital of the United States. So like D.C. is in Virginia. Oh cool, we have 100 messages for today. D.C. is in the state of Virginia, but oh wait, we have a tweet too. Oh wait, we got oh, they pushed the tweet too. Okay, I got it. Oh, you gotta be so good. Yeah. It's just it's that that's just how it is. Our country sits there. We stay off of what is it? Was it the metric? Is it the metric system or the metric? Yeah, right. Everybody uses the metric system, but you use imperial, right? I'm correct on that, right? It's imperial that we use. Do Americans prefer the imperial? Imperial system uses feet. Yeah, right. Because we just gotta do this. This is why we drive on the right side of the road, while everybody else drives on the wrong side of the road. Okay, yeah, guys drive on the left. We drive on the right. Okay, can I move this up? No, is it not gonna let me move up? Okay, there we go. I don't want to miss the other guys. Let's see. Honestly, all these acts Biden did cover many range of issues, from economic recovery to social justice, infrastructure development, which is great and what the country needed. Yeah, absolutely. And then the biggest thing too is like, let people ask, well, what did Trump pass? What did Trump pass that made the economy so good and whatnot, right? And it's just like crickets. It just be crickets. Let's see. We have the same thing here. Our capital city isn't a state, but a territory. But the territory has like 3 cities, but only one city has all the capital stuff. That's that is a very interesting, unique setup. But when the capital city government manages random islands, we control that. Uh, when the capital city government manages random islands, we control. I guess what people have on it. Okay, yeah, we control what people have on it. Oh, okay. That is actually a really interesting setup. Like the territory that have like I wonder how like I think like one of the always like the biggest challenges will be figuring out like the mailing system. Like if I was trying to send you like international mail, like how in the world like would I sit there and address it as far as city and then urban environments and whatnot. Did you watch the State of the Union? I did watch the State of the Union. That State of the Union was phenomenal. The State of the Union was like, bro, people was so, and the thing is like, and it's their fault for setting the bar so low because they were just sitting there talking about, oh, how old he is and all this other stuff. You know, he's gonna stumble, he's gonna be slurring his words and all that stuff, and he was. I mean, he was cooking people. What's the State of the Union? So the State of the Union in the U.S. That's when the president, the frequency. I'm drawing a blank on the frequency. How often? Isn't it like every? Isn't it like? Is it every year? How often is the State of the Union? But I don't remember any other ones. So maybe it's like every like 4 years. The State of the Union is the message from. I just don't know how often. I think it is just yearly, right? Isn't it yearly? How often is the State of the Union? Once a year. Yeah, I was right. It is once a year. Yeah, the State of the Union is when like the president basically just like he comes up and it's a major public event. It's a major public event where he just talks about like whatever is important. Okay, I am going to hold on. I have got to disable my notification noise. All right, because the ringing thing is killing me. There we go. So hopefully now it won't ring no more. But yeah, he talks about like whatever important big major issue that he wants to discuss to bring to like the country's attention, right? It's something that everybody tunes into. Yeah, it was I was like, oh man, yeah, I gotta figure out like how to cut off the thing for restream. But yeah, like yeah, like it's a big major like I guess like public speaking event. Yeah, big major public speaking event where like he can talk about like just like essentially whatever it is, but not only will everybody in like a majority of the people in the country tune in to listen to it, but even like other countries around the world will also actually like tune in to listen to like what the president of the United States wants to have the floor to speak about. So yeah, it's that's what the State of the Union is. People doubted my boy. Yeah, like bro, they was putting this man, down. And that's the one thing I really don't like. Like I said, like why lie when the truth is just as damning? Like for on my side, for the Republican side, like if they would just stick with the truth, they could stick Biden on like quite a lot of different things. I think I'm like, what was it? Like the thing with like when it was talking about like, oh, how he couldn't get the girl's name right that was killed by like the illegal immigrant, but he apologized to the killer, right? Like that, which was obviously a lie in a stretch, right? Because he was apologizing to calling like illegal immigrants illegal, but like they had to sit there and dress it to say that he was apologizing directly to the killer instead of just saying that, oh, he was sitting there worried about offending the illegal immigrants, but couldn't bother to get like the girl's name right who was killed by one of them. Like stuff like that could like actually like potentially stick. So let's see. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the notification thing was like killing me. I know how he kept saying history is watching. Yeah, history is. Why is there only 2 main parties there? It's just a population thing, really. Because like as far as the way the population is just structured, people just mostly support one party or the other, and then like the parties, I think probably do a really good job of cementing their I guess their popularity within the country as well. So like like the Republicans a perfect example, like we have this thing called gerrymandering, right? That people get in trouble with all the time, where like they redraw the districts to make sure that like when people start voting, right, especially for like the local elections, that they can try and guarantee that a particular party would win more votes than the other. It's a very like I don't want to say necessarily complex, but it is something that does happen. But that is not. But that wouldn't obviously be the result or be default exclusively to gerrymandering. Is just the way the at least in my opinion, it's just the way just like the population is currently set up. You do have like the independent party, but I mean that could just be just like anybody, and it's just not really a significant portion. So that's that. There are any parties but the two majors. Yeah. See, like he sat there and explained it. Yeah, like the two majors, and like the majors do everything they can to make sure that they stay majors. Isn't everyone in the Senate from just two parties? Not everybody. There are I think there's like one or two independents. How many independents are in Congress? Right, I want to say there's like two, isn't it? Isn't it like two senators representing third or minor parties, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's 4. Yeah, we got 4 people in right now. Joe Manchin doesn't count because I wouldn't count him per se because he started off as a Democrat and then converted while he was in Congress, so I wouldn't really count him too much. Oh, Bernie Sanders is an independent? I did not know that. I would have thought the man was a Democrat. Interesting. Or Vermont. That is interesting. Thoughts on anarchism? Well, first let's actually let's get a nice tightening of the definition of the word. Anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that is against all forms of authority and seeks to abolish the institutions it claims maintains unnecessary coercion and hierarchy, typically including state and capitalism. I'll be honest with you, I don't know too much of it. I of course, like, through living, like, I have heard anarchy, right? I don't know why I was like pronouncing it, but yeah, Bernie is and then the other guy agreed with you. Yeah, Bernie surely was crazy, but man, anarchy anarchy would just be out of chaos. Like, wouldn't we just have like the Purge? Like, anybody familiar with the Purge movie? I think that stuff would just like kind of just devolve into that. If we sit there like trying to like dismantle like the institutions that have a significant importance into our day-to-day living, like and mostly security stuff, is just like kind of crazy. Well, I mean, it is 4 in the morning. I mean, I'm just up. Like, I wouldn't have been sleep. Well, I mean, I would have been trying to go to sleep, but I just wait until like I would have just like fell asleep. So yeah, no. I do like to drink coffee. I do have some instant mix coffee. I do like to use. But I actually have not drunk any coffee. I did have an energy drink though. Favorite president? I would probably say Obama. Obama probably, but like I've only lived. I mean, like, as a kid, I wasn't too much into politics, right? So like, I only became an adult under Obama's presidency, and it didn't seem like Obama's presidency was nearly as chaotic as these last two were, per se. And then for Biden, it wasn't necessarily his fault because of what he inherited, and it's just always amazing, right? Because like under Bush, the economy collapsed, and then Obama, did everything he could to like fix it, bring it back up. Then Trump came into office, did absolutely nothing, then didn't take COVID seriously because it was supposed to go away by Easter, and then allowed like it to like kind of crater all of the U.S., right? And then Biden had to come in and fix that, and then combat a lot of the lingering effects that Trump's stuff did, right? Because like that's when inflation then bit once COVID started to get relief. And then like all the stuff like the Afghanistan pull out, like, you let anybody else tell you a story, you swear up and down that was just Biden's fault, but nobody ever talk about like the deal that Trump made with the Taliban that didn't include the Afghanistan army, right? That said that you had to pull out by a certain time. And then people would be like, well, then, like, we could have just said we weren't going to pull out. And so then when I sat there and I pulled up the numbers for like how many soldiers we had in Afghanistan when Biden came into office, he had about 2,500 soldiers. And then like, and to me, I'm like, y'all mofos are crazy. Anybody that thinks that Biden could have just stayed into Afghanistan and stay and not get out is just crazy, because I don't know how you get off thinking that 2,500 soldiers, if Biden said, okay, we're not getting out no more, that they are going to survive an onslaught from an entire nation's militia. Like, that would have been crazy. Yeah, like, people saw how quickly, like, the Taliban just, like, blew through the Afghan army and how quickly they started. And so you thinking 2,500 American soldiers was just going to sit there and like, going to have a good chance of surviving that? Like, come on, like that's just crazy. Like Biden did not have any choice. Who you voting? Who am I voting for this year? As of right now, I'm leaning Biden. I'm definitely leading Biden right now. I could potentially change. I kind of doubt it at this point. We'll see how these debates that's getting ready to come up. I think the very first one's happening next week. Yeah, next week we'll see. But right now I'm leaning Biden. He freed my kind. He invited forever. He's invited forever to the cookout, so as Atticus Finch. That's funny. COVID was crazy here. We had 10,000 people locked up to the Capitol to protest, and police were shooting people with rubber bullets and arresting people for not wearing masks. Oh yeah, I bet. COVID was his own like special little COVID was his own special little thing. Like it was. I mean, it was something like, let's say, the world hasn't seen in a very, very long time. Damn, that one's a medium threat. Do I have anything that's like a little bit? Oh, I can say I'm gonna have to get it. Let me look at this tech tree real quick. So, I think New York got like the shitty end of the stick, because like it started off. Once it came to the U.S., it hit, of course, like the most populated state we have, and just was just blowing through. Let's see. Why Biden? Because in comparison to the two, like I can guarantee you that at least when Biden, hopefully when Biden wins, hopefully, right, that things will continue to stabilize. He'll continue to push to like start passing more and more laws that will benefit and help fix things in the U.S. And then whatchamacallit, right? And like I don't have to worry about anything crazy going on like outside of the United States, right? That is within control of the U.S. president, right? Like people, I don't know, like why people think that like the U.S. president has like this grand power of preventing two nations from going to war, or preventing like inflation, or preventing gas prices from going up and stuff. But at the very least, like supporting our allies, making sure that people know that that we're dependable. We'll sit there and we help people out, and we'll defend our interests wherever it's possible. That we guard like freedom of travel between like the waterways, so like Hamas can't sit there and like try to like block out shipping lanes and whatnot over there. Like I think like we help control Israel, where Israel was probably going to sit there and like do a little bit more, like do more worse stuff if they would have had invaded Rafah without like really sitting down and creating a solid plan. So it's nice that we're sitting there putting pressure on them. Supporting Ukraine was like really important, that I don't think Trump would do at all. Yeah, I just like Biden just overall just seems like he'd be more stable, whereas Trump bro, what do I think, like first off, like Trump will pardon himself, right, of crimes, and to me that's going to spell like the decline of like democracy as we know it, because and for the entire world, right, because like one of the key tenets of democracy is that like justice is applied to everybody, and nobody can just sit there and just like choose to absolve themselves from the crimes they commit. And one of the powers of the presidency, if you get back in the office, those federal crimes that he's being tried for because he did commit those federal crimes, if he gets up in there, he will be able to actually pardon himself and be like, no more. Right, and then the state crimes are going to go into chaos. I think for the Georgia state crime he's looking at, if he wins the presidency, the Republican governor I could see will probably pardon him and just be like, look, he's the president now, he's going to do it. What I'm actually a little bit terrified of is if the New York governor chooses not to do it. First off, like if he gets jail time and he gets it past a year, right? And then you have this issue where like you have a president of the United States locked up in like New York prison and the governor won't release this man, and then he becomes like the actual active sitting president. Like you will have this will be the craziest direct conflict between state and federal like we will have ever seen. It would have been it is going to be crazy. I'm telling you, like if it plays out that way, and then I can sit there and I can see like what is it? And then I can sit there and I can see like some of the Republicans get involved. Like I don't know, because you probably not like necessarily familiar with too much on like the political landscape over here in the U.S. But back when we was having like these immigration issues, right? When the federal government was trying to step in because like Texas was impeding or getting in the way of like stuff the federal government was trying to do, like other Republican states was sitting there and saying that they were going to like send the National Guard to Texas to support Texas in case of a any type of like conflict or issue with the federal government on the matter, right? So it's like it's already like things are setting up to where like either we're going to have a massive conflict, a massive like political conflict that's going to be crazy, or everybody's going to be challenged, and then we're going to find out that they were all talk and no action, and then they're going to quietly complain and then move out the way. I'm hoping for the latter, but the former, you should definitely take the former seriously. Texas is a nice state. Don't agree with politics. Texas is pretty cool, but some of their politics is crazy. Like I keep every so often coming across the articles with the people that's trying to succeed from the U.S. garnering more and more support from the legislature in Texas. And then like now I think like the last article I read was like they were saying that there were like 2 other states that they were saying had interest in kind of doing the same thing that they were working with. I'm just like, bro, like it's so crazy. Ooh, okay. Do I have enough actually to hold on? I just want to take a look. Oh God, bro, I'm still like half a K short. You know what? Why am I doing this? Let me get the laser drill, and then maybe I can like pump stuff out a little faster. We'll actually look at that. Will there be a civil war if Trump loses? No, there won't be a civil war, but people are definitely try to start some stuff for sure. The thing is like the civil war wouldn't happen in the way that we are familiar with from historical context, just because like unless like I'm trying to think, right? Because I don't think the public support would be there. Like the thing is that like the way the state governments operate can a lot of times be like significantly different from like what their population would support. So like for example, like a civil war would require succeeding from the United States. So like if Texas was to sit there and say they're going to succeed from the United States, the thing is that what that would mean is then that like the economy, right? The economy would have to be disconnected. People would no longer be able to travel between Texas and the United States because it'd be like seen as like a separate country and stuff. And like their whole way of living and stuff would be completely upended. Supply routes would be completely like disrupted, all that good stuff. And I can promise you like the people in Texas would definitely take significant issue with that, and like there would be like their own internal conflict within the state that would happen too. And then most importantly is just that the state governments do not have the military firepower to take on the federal government, right? And then like it's not even clear if it's not even clear, right, if the military in these states would even participate in a civil uprising, right? The national, like all the federal assets would obviously not participate, and they would like quickly remove themselves. But as for the state militia, like like I don't know, I don't it just it'd be all kind of crazy. Um, my brain hurts typing all of that. American politics seems fun. No one cares about politics here. Yeah, because American politics is like this fuck. Excuse me, it's freaking maddening. It's just what it is because like it just, um, we got a lot of crazy stuff that we sit there and do. I don't, you know what? I want to go back to over here, try to see if I can mine more materials first. Um. Let's see. Is a bit she can't wait for more streams to come. Appreciate it. Where does the average person in the military land politically? Seems like they'd be leaning more towards Trump, but I could be wrong. Um, um, I honestly, I'm not too sure. I think there was like a bit more support for Trump, like it's just for on a Republican side period, because the Republicans I think do like a bit of a better job, kind of posturing themselves to be a better towards the military than the Democrats do. But yeah, I'm not. I'm honestly not too sure. Like I've met plenty of people that are, um, you know, that support Democrats that were in the military. Where does the average? Okay, I heard that. Not only that, we are undeniably the best country in the world. Well, I mean, yeah, it's that's good stuff. Um, to think that way, we do got a lot of stuff that we do definitely need to work on. For it. Australia is the best. Like my biggest thing is just like healthcare. Healthcare to me just like tends to be like just like the biggest sticking point for the US, cuz like I personally, even though I'm Republican, I will say this. I support capitalism. I just don't support it in the healthcare industry, cuz then you get these odd situations where like people can't afford medication to live and then they die. And then like we just go about our lives. Like I think the first congressional hearing that they had in I can't remember if it was the first or the second Congress under Trump's term, but it was about that woman. It was about that woman whose daughter died because she couldn't afford penicillin, or whatever medication it was. Like stuff like that, man. Like stuff like that just like really make you think, man. It's just crazy. Like the cost for healthcare is like just astronomical. It should not be that hard. We lost a war to EMUS. What is EMUS? Um, EMUS. I wonder what that. Or maybe you just say to the U.S. Healthcare is a right. It's hard to believe you're Republican. I think you're more center left. Well, like, cause it depends on like what issue you're talking about, right? Like like traditional stuff that I like definitely be on the Republican side with supporting, and I have a leak. Hold on, I have a oh my god, I have a. Okay, where is this coming from? Hold on, where is this leak coming from? Like transgender issues, gun rights and stuff. Like I guess you could say like I tend to lean a little bit more on the Republican side. Okay, yep. See now. Okay, so now where is this? Okay, where is the sand coming from? Okay, sand goes here, it goes to here, and then it comes out, and it goes here where it's going left and it's going right, and then it goes here where it's going up and it's going down, and it goes here. How the hell is the sand getting in here? Do I just need to just redo? I think I might just need to redo this. Look up Australian Emu War. Okay, I will definitely actually. In fact, I'm gonna put it in my thing so I don't. I don't forget for sure. I'd be really curious of what. Yeah, I'd be really curious of what that is. The Emu War was a military operation. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna read that when I get a chance. What about abortion? Abortion, right? So yeah, I'm actually abortion. I'm more pro-choice, but I'm pro-choice like with restrictions. I think like maybe I think like 90 days, so like 3 months. I think 3 months should probably be like maybe like the cap on it. It probably should be the cap on it, just because like I'm not a religious person, so like all of these like crazy religious arguments that they have about like, you know, human life starting at the moment of conception, when it's literally just like four cells that are they're just like moving around, like to me is like a bit of a wild argument to have. But then at the same token too, I don't think like people should be able like after a certain point of development, I don't think like you should be able to just go ahead and get an abortion either. So that's where I'm at on that one. Which we had gun rights in our constitution. Guns are amazing. Oh yeah, in Australia. Oh yeah, like a lot of countries, boy. Yeah, y'all not getting none of that, bro. Where is this sand coming from? I'm trying to understand like how did I jack this up? It's coming over here because oh, and then it's gonna then funnel to all these other places. See, now when I do that, we should be good, right? And then this should like clear up very soon, right? Let's see. Oh, but the coal's getting a little slow right here. Do I need more coal? I need more coal. Let's see. Let's see. We don't have shit in our constitution. We declared war on birds and we lost. Military Australia to kill emus that were destroying crops in Western Australia. Oh, that is going to. Oh, that'd be interesting. That'll probably be like our war on drugs in the U.S. Although it wasn't like with birds though, but it was like on like some like shadowy entity for our war on drugs. I agree too. I believe too. I believe too. I believe that too. Honestly, if you're going on the streets bragging about having 19 abortions, you should be treated like an animal. You're lucky living in America. Yeah, right. And then it's just crazy, right? Because a lot of these people have beliefs and ideologies that if they were in like certain other countries, boy, they would have been like they would have been murdered. That's why like with the Palestinian support kind of be like crazy sometimes to me, because like some of these people that be doing the Palestinian stuff, they don't understand that if they were over there, they they be killed like almost instantaneously. It's kind of crazy. My local premier, basically a state government, celebrated opening free abortion clinics. Didn't sit with me celebrating it and being all happy with it. Let's see, like Brian Caffey. Oh, he's probably referring to your the thing about the birds. I don't know. Well, maybe it's talking about the abortion thing. Abortion thing is kind of, yeah, like me. Because abortion for the most part is traumatic. Yeah, like you know it's still like for the woman, you know, still a human life and whatnot. And um as far as like once it develops like past a certain point, to say that it's a human life immediately upon like the fusion of the two cells is wild to me. But like after a while, like at some point it does become a human life. So like, you know, it's not something to like, you know, take lightly anyway. At the bare minimum, you know that it could have been human life, right? Regardless of like where you stand on a religion, whether you believe it's human life at the offset or not, full term, obviously it then becomes like human life, right? And you know, so like that's never something to like ever take lightly. And that's why I'm like, you know, it should definitely be like freedom of choice, but definitely should 100% be restrictions, right? Because then you get these weird things where like some of the states that ban abortion, like they do it in all cases of you know, they like to say the word grape, right? Adding a G to the word there, grape, and incest, right? Which to me is crazy, right? And then especially the incest part, because you know, like the from the DNA standpoint, right? It's gonna sit there and it's gonna jack up, like that child is gonna come out jacked up. I remember when I was in Egypt, and I got to go to one of the museums. I got to saw like little statues they made. They got these historical statues that showed, like I guess the children, back then that had like these weirdly shaped heads, and the reason for that is because like they believed in and keeping like their family's pure blood, which means like not mixing their blood with any other families. So there was a lot of like incest, a lot of like I guess brother sister like breeding, right? And so yeah, then like the baby would come like deformed or like have a very short life expectancy because they just, you know, it just be jacked up. Again, the baby would generally be better if it wasn't alive, like incest or some major, yeah, like, you know, like that stuff. You know, and then the thing is like in the case of grape too, Like I've seen, I've seen some like, not personally seen, but you know, like those stories are just like the women that just sit there and they have that traumatic experience of being raped and stuff, and then they got to carry that person's child to term, where they could have like literally, hell, they could have taken the pills like 2 or 3 days right after to just make sure that they don't get pregnant, and then sit there to just have to carry the child's baby to term, and then if that child was to then grow up to look exactly like the person, and then of course technically there are parental rights. So then what does it look like when like that person wants to then get involved in the child's in the child's life and stuff, and then like you got to sit there and always look at your grape. It's just that whole situation is just like mentally like just like messed up, and that's why like I think it's just crazy that we would also restrict abortion for those cases as well, because that's just way too much trauma. Yeah, sure. Sure, you could call me what you want. How did you know my name was Charles? I'm actually kind of curious. Hold on. Where is my? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, did I? Like, damn, I don't even remember. See, this is my brain operating on the like, when did we get up? We got up 9 o'clock. No, 10 o'clock. We got up around 10 o'clock our time. And it's almost 5 o'clock, so we're 5 hours out from being up for 24 hours. It's crazy. Yeah, and he said, "Oh, you look like a child." What's your guys' most controversial opinions? My most controversial opinions. Well, I mean, like the most active controversial stuff is going on right now is what? It's just between like transgender stuff and I guess the Israeli stuff. Although the Israeli stuff, I don't know why it's like necessarily controversial, because it's like I guess if you try to start arguing like historical right, who's like right in the sense of like historical context, then I guess maybe that. But like probably transgender stuff might potentially probably be the most controversial, probably, I think. But I'm not sure what it would be. Incipients, yo, what's going on? Great to have you join. Andrew Tate speaks facts on a lot of things, some not. You know something? I actually for Andrew Tate, I like I like a decent amount of the stuff he says. And like you just got to be able to separate like the stuff that he does for theater, for when he is actually trying to like make a point. But like that, so now we get into like the red pill stuff. Red pill stuff is like the red pill stuff is in general, red pill stuff is like pretty decent. I don't know for Australia like how like much on the red pill stuff like you guys like are like track on that, but like the red pill stuff essentially is like pro development for males, for men essentially and stuff, and trying to restore some of the masculinity and stuff, which a lot of stuff like you can sit there and agree with, but then like there's a lot of factions like with everything else that has like a bit more of the extreme ends that can be like a little bit crazy. Why are Americans so obsessed with Israel? Israel seems to be, well, like the whole Jewish thing seems to be like entrenched pretty well into throughout the US, but then I guess the same argument can be given outside of that, because you got a lot of Jews that are in like a really like big prominent positions in the US, and then like the Jews do a really good job staying supporting themselves like in their entirety. So like they got like these groups, so in support I mean like financially and financially, politically, like all that stuff. So like they tend to do a really good job of like diverting attention and power where they need to, which I think is part of the reason why like it's such an obsession over here, because like some people are okay with it, some people are not. Let's see. Oh, you met one of you met Jay Waller. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's probably quite a cool experience to do. Like I said, like these people, like they're I think that they're the red pill people. They're generally good people for like those specific ones. And then like you just got the other ones that kind of like can say like some crazy stuff sometimes. You're Republican or another communist saying that they are Republican. I'm a Republican, but like just because I'm a Republican doesn't mean that I am beholden to um I'm beholden to like every single position that the Republicans take, because at the end of the day I'm American, and like what's best for America, right, is what I'll sit there and support. But I also won't sit there and just blindly support like whatever position my my party takes. Like that, for example, incipients, like what was it? Like we had DeSantis and Vivek, and I think we also had somebody else. Like the very first like debate where they were like sitting there saying that they're going to sit there on day one, do a military conflict in Mexico, because of like of the drug stuff, so they can stop the drugs. Like I don't know how you're a Republican and you support that. Like, if you're a Republican and you support that, you're anti-American, right? If you're a Texan, especially if you live in Texas or Texas, Nevada, or any of those states that border Mexico, because should a problem happen, you'll be the very first ones to actually know about it. Like, to me, that's kind of wild that we sit there. One of the only two countries that we border with, you'll sit there and like you'll do something as extreme as that. People don't remember their history. I don't know how he supports. Oh, I think I moved up too far. Met one of his friends, and Jay Waller. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like how he supports Palestine and his support for Trump. Yeah, like so, different walks of life will just have their different reasons for supporting people. But then they also like to have their own echo chambers and bubbles that they sit there and live in. So it is what. And you're not going to tell a man like that. Or convince a man like that, because he's going to look at his own life experiences and stuff, him being successful and like in a position much higher than everybody else. It's just nearly impossible to convince them one way or the other. Andrew Tate is just a retarded bit bong that human traffic as a far right schizo. I see him just as a Jewish Fed. I have not heard that one before, but yeah, he definitely he definitely did some stuff that we just gotta have to wait for the Ukraine to pull through. My predictions on the Andrew Tate stuff, he will likely be found guilty. Definitely for probably financial crimes. For the human trafficking stuff, unfortunately, the way the text is written in Ukraine, like people don't understand. Like people's contention is like when you hear sex work, you think at the bare minimum you think of things actually involving sex, but people don't understand that also includes like webcamming, right? Webcamming is also a thing there. So like the thing of just having women come from like other countries in there to do like webcam stuff, right? Can be seen as like sex, human trafficking, and that's unfortunate. I don't like that particular definition of it, but hey, if it's the law, I mean, it's just like the New York law stuff, right? Where like you can upgrade your misdemeanors to felonies that they further into crime. They're pretty unique in that, and I mean, you don't, you can say you don't like it, but at the end of the day, it's the law, and so like if it's the law and you break it, it is what it is. Because when Israel became a country, one of Israel's first ally was the U.S. and the U.K. Yeah, right. Because like those, post World War II, we had like the mandate, right? So like the U.S. As a matter of fact, Britain was the one that actually like, if I'm not mistaken, had possession of a majority of that land, and then they were the ones that basically kind of gave it to Israel. Israel only naturally owned like a small portion of it. Like we was literally just reading some of that like literally earlier in the stream. Let's see. Godly, I'm gonna have to. Can I expand this out some? Because it's starting to. There we go. Because I was wondering why my like thing was so small. Like let me grab my so I can put this back. No, I can't. I gotta have you open. Okay, here we go. Now we can actually like get to it. This guy's going to be trouble. This guy's going to be trouble. Yeah, no shit. I went so far the red pill pipeline that I came out as a black pill and became a nihilist. That's actually pretty crazy. I think separate masculinity and values to politics, if that makes sense. Like my liberal ideals generally would not sit well if I sat in a table with Andrew, Tristan, Waller, and Waller. Yeah, like I get it. Yeah, especially the separate, because like some of the stuff that they promote masculinity has like a lot of ideology undertones to it, which is like what I just don't like, because like say they live in a completely separate world. My biggest gripe with like on the red pill space is that they feed you a lifestyle that a majority of people will not be able to like live, right? Only like what I think the current like most recent numbers, either 2021, 2022, right? Like only 15%, roughly 15% of the population makes over $100,000. Like you're not like most families are gonna have to work. Like the husband, like the like guy and girl, they're gonna have to work if they're gonna want to live, because like you're just like a bulk of these people are not having jobs where they can sit there and have their wife only stay at home, support children and stuff, be able to have kids and stuff. Like it's a lifestyle that to me is just like it's really a fallacy. um let's see let's see, you are anti-American. By the way, I'm European, so it's funny watching all you Americans. Yeah, I'm sure it is. We got a lot of crazy stuff over here, but you know, Europeans, you guys be like having some like really interesting stuff, like especially like oh god, like that stuff that's going on in France right now. Well, you say European, so I'm assuming you might be referring to like probably like the UK. But like I'm just when people say Europe, I kind of like include them all. I think like the whole European Union. So like I think of like all those countries over there. But like I'm not big on geography, so I could be also like completely wrong in my understanding. I don't mess with how Andrew Tate became rich, but I like his philosophy. Well, I mean, yeah, like, you know, it was a webcam business. I mean, it was a, yeah, I mean, it was a hustle. And the crazy thing is that like if he had put that to rest and then like focus on all his other stuff, he would have probably been good. But you know, I mean, you know, it's just it is what it is. You're not always gonna agree with people you like. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and that's the important thing, right? But remember, right, the people on the like far right Republican, far left Democratic, right? They're going to sit there like you have to agree with these people, and if you don't, you're anti-American, or you're not a Democrat, you're not a Republican, just because you don't agree with them in like one particular point or another. Any of you guys looked into APAC? It's crazy stuff. Is it really? What is this? I'm just curious what it is. It's 2 p.m. in Finland and drink only 3.5 liters of beer. Gonna have to go to the store soon to buy more. Oh, in Finland, like what's like the most popular beer? Like me, I'm not a beer drinker, but and to me, and that's probably just because I grew up in the US, and it seems like all the beer just seem to taste all the same. And I remember when I went to Egypt, and I forgot what was the name of this beer I had. God, I need to try to remember what it was called, but it was so good. And then like it had a proof of, I think it was like 18%. Like it was a beer, but like the strength was like 18% alcohol. It was and it tasted so good too. It was the greatest thing. I think I have to put Australia when I look up Aussie, right? APAC, Australia, right? What's be this? Australia, Israel, and Jewish Affair Council. Oh, did you mean that the AJAC is there Israeli? Okay, so okay, AJAC. Let me just read some more of these comments here. Gonna have to go to the store and buy some more. So I like to say that too, that I find it stupid how Palestinians are not thinking where the Jewish people are gonna go after World War II. Like they are not going to go back to Germany where they were snitched to the Nazis to be put on concentration camps. Yeah, you know, and the thing is like the Jewish, my understanding, the Jewish people were actually kind of all spread out too. Germany definitely wasn't the place they were about to go, but like a lot of them were in Russia. You know, you had plenty of them in Britain. Like it was just like all throughout, and then yeah, and then they were just like, oh yeah, they all like migrated over there. But yeah, now you're at a point where like it's just like yeah, I don't know, I don't know like where they where people think like the stuff is gonna how the stuff is gonna be like settled, because nobody's gonna go anywhere. Like the Jewish people definitely ain't gonna go nowhere. So like the Palestinians, as much as sucky as it is, they just need to accept that it's just the consequences of war. So you just got to stay here. You just stay here, and you just got to accept like what you get given. You're not in a position to fight or argue anything else. So you just have to take it. And like, you know, you sit there and like people trying to sit there and do this moral standing. If they would just sit there and just accept the shitty deals and just move on, like there'd be so much stuff that just been so much. If they had accepted the deal from the get go, right, they would have been in a lot better situation than they are now. So I don't know. I'll say this. I feel like Israel. I'm gonna read these comments. And then I'm gonna talk about like how I think Israel should have actually handled October 7th. That I think would have actually probably put an end to all of it. But it could have potentially led to something more devastating. But if they had did it right, problem would have been solved, and this would never be an issue again. Let's see. Plus, if we're going to look into history on who predates and had the land longer, Jewish or Arabics, then the answer is common sense. Yeah, see, I just don't like the use like the historical context stuff, just because like, you know, like at like what point does it like at what point does it like stop to sit there and like start chaining like historical ownership and whatnot, and like then like do people inherently have a right that have like nothing to do with any of the situation that you just happen to be on the land that these other people used to be on? Yeah, like the history stuff is kind of hard to like try to use it, in my opinion. That US Europeans are fucked. Basically, we have central government controlled by Germany and France. Basically, individual countries have no power because EU can just sanction the shit out of us. Yes, this is true, right? And as I was saying, like, see, like the European stuff, like the Europeans got like some other colorful things they do. They do like for better or worse. You know, that is the system you guys got. But at least you know, as far as your medical needs, right? You got medical needs, and and it's light, and you know, it's life altering, right? You should be able to get it. You don't have a problem with that. You guys do a really good job at regulating chemicals. If I'm not mistaken, I think like in Europe, like chemicals have to be proven to be safe before they can be used, which is actually not the case. And I could be wrong, or like maybe specific industries and stuff like that, but my understanding is that's not the case in the US. Like something has to be proven to be like unsafe, per se. But you know, like you guys got like a lot of cool things, and then like y'all strong arm the tech companies quite a bit, forcing Apple to like to have to use the USB-C charger. Oh yeah, that was good. That was really good. I liked it, that one. APEC is a really political. Oh yeah, good. I don't know what to call it. Most elected people got a shit ton of money from them as donations. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, see, bro, I'm telling you, like the Jews do a hell of a good job supporting each other throughout the world, and this is why like they are what they are. Like if other groups were able to do this, like, you know, maybe the influence wouldn't be as big, but like they just do a really good job at unification. I can't think of any other religion or group of people that are like unify themselves as well as as well as the Jews do. Oh no, APAC America. Oh, this is what you was talking about here, right? Is this what? All right. Well, they're also in Australia. They're also over there in Australia. More than 3 million pro-Israel Americans working to strengthen bipartisan support for U.S.-Israel relationships. Oh, yes, these guys. Yes, I found a good site to see the donations people got. Track AFAC.com. Oh yeah, we actually I do like that we do have a mechanism to like track all the things. Like, at what point does it really matter? Yeah, what camera to use? I actually, as far as my camera, this is actually the Galaxy Note 8. It's an old phone I have that I just wanted to put to use. The phone I'm currently using is personally is a Note 10. But at some point when I'm not poor anymore, I will actually get me an actual camera. I'm eyeing like a Blackmagic camera, so that would probably be like maybe 7 years from now, where I'd be able to afford one. If I don't stop like spending my money on other things that I sometimes need but sometimes don't. So like we'll kind of see there. Oh wait, did my music stop, or is it still playing? Wait, the music I made? Let me see here. I had yeah, probably definitely missed it earlier, but like I have AI plugins, right, that I use to like generate music, and so like it's pretty cool. Let me just get a little bit of some background noise here. Kind of put that there. Let's see. Instance, Kevin Burn, Inspirus, don't forget to follow. Oh yeah, definitely appreciate the follow, you guys. As a matter of fact, I gotta get back to like fixing on my Twitch. Like so I stream the Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and X, and I have been attempting to kind of like clean up my interfaces. Let me pause that there. I actually meant to go to. Oh no, I guess I can't. I guess I gotta leave this as it is. But I've been trying to like kind of clean up my my stuff there, and it is a work in progress for sure. Just because like I'm still like relatively new per se on this part of my streaming here. I can go to create a dashboard, and yeah, but definitely if you guys do follow, I appreciate it. Like I said, we've been doing like a lot of reactions and whatnot. So let's see. I mean, in the EU, all the chemicals are really fucking regulated. Like USA can't export cheese into EU because even in USA they don't count the US cheese as cheese. It's cheese product. Yeah, like I said, the Europeans don't play. Like they will have important healthy products. And also, so like you guys don't have to. And that's, you know, honestly, that's probably the reason why a lot of times I think you guys have like a lot of lower rates of like of a lot of diseases. Definitely obesity. You guys aren't fat over there. Not like that. Not like it is in the US, right? Am I correct on that? I just want to make sure I'm correct on that, right? Obesity rates by country. And why am I getting sponsored links? List of country rates and obesity. Why are you so zoomed in? Good Lord. Country, right? I think you said Finland, right? I wonder where Finland stands on. Excuse me, Finland? Wait, they don't even. Oh, are everybody there just like goddamn models? Why is there not a single? They don't have it. Haiti too. Well, I mean, okay, I can kind of understand Haiti, but no offense to the Haitians, but Finland. Okay, well, let me see obesity rates. I wish I had a better thing here. Obesity rates in Finland, right? 19% of women, 7% of men. And this is in Finland, right? And if I was to do United States, as a matter of fact, before I even do that, let me duplicate this tab and let's say United States, right? I think like what we're at like 20%, like somewhere around it. Ooh, 30%. Nearly 1 in 3 adults are overweight. Yeah, but obesity though, because overweight and obesity are separate. 2 in 5 have obesity. Oh, that's even worse. Jesus Christ, including severe obesity, and then 9% have severe obesity. Sheesh. All right, let me get through. Let's see here. Basically, all of us Europeans laugh at you Americans for having so shit cheese that your government doesn't even classify it as cheese. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you guys don't understand how good y'all got it over there, because like we got all kinds of crazy stuff over here, which is the reason why we have what we have over here for sure. Get Google Pixel phone and install Graphene OS. I'll look into it, but like I really love like my Samsung phones, man. Like the innovation and stuff that they do, especially the quality. I mean, just think of like how big of a boss move it is. It's like how all these people love like the iPhones and whatnot, and a lot of people don't even know that the displays are made by Samsung. Samsung makes the displays for the iPhones. And let me just, you know, I always like to just double check, right? Because like sometimes the stuff could have changed from when I last read it. So anything like that I know of that I last saw like a year plus ago, I always like try to double check. Who makes the displays for the iPhone? It should still be Samsung. Apple sourced iPhones from variety of manufacturers, including Samsung, LG. These companies manufacture different types of screens for Apple. Yeah, but what's the share? Like the amount? Samsung is the largest. Yeah, see, as I say, because I think Samsung produces the most displays for their phone. So what's that? It's privacy focused OS. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I'll definitely have to look into it for sure. Do you play chess? What are your other hobbies? My other hobbies. I mean, like sometimes I video game. I actually I'll probably jump on video game stuff with other people Hold on, let me grab this real quick. I'll probably jump on like with like some of my boys later on today. We will we got some games that we're gonna try and play. What is it? The Heist? I think it's called the Heist. The break-in. We was playing body cam like the other day, and then I also want to try content warning. Content warning looked like it'd be like hella funny, and fun. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, like the gaming. How long you streaming? I'm gonna sleep soon, G. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes, and then like, I'm gonna peace out too, cause I definitely want to get some sleep. Well, I mean, honestly, I could probably. Is the sun up yet? Oh no, it's still dark outside. That's crazy. I thought like around 5 o'clock usually the sun come up over here. But I would probably keep going. But yeah, no, I probably do want to go and sleep because I do want to try and get up somewhat early so I can get some editing done on like on this stream and the other stream I did just a couple hours before it. So. But yeah, like video game would probably be the other hobby. That and tinkering with the tech stuff would be my hobby stuff. Do you like Fresh and Fit? I do like Fresh and Fit. But yeah, they do go a little bit too far in some of the stuff they they do. I had especially liked like the other streams they did because they did do like a lot of other stuff, a lot of money stuff. Was like they finance stuff I really especially like. Most of the U.S. issue with obesity is because you have a government subsidy for growing corn. You have so much corn that you add it to everything, even the fuel. Yeah, corn is the way of life. You must adopt it over there as well. You will be much better with corn, I promise you. It makes everything better. I think but to be truly honest, I actually think not just corn, but I think it is the chemicals too. I really do think like the chemicals and like how our food is produced and whatnot is probably contributing to not just obesity, but then just like all of the health problems we have. Period. But yeah, check out the Graphite OS. It's really good. Yeah, man, you hyping it up like that. I'm gonna have to definitely look at it. I appreciate you for yeah, appreciate you guys for definitely pulling that up. I'll definitely do that. UFC, if it ain't free, I ain't watching it. So the UFC, I think that's behind like some pay stuff. I don't think I have any subscriptions or anything with the stuff that I am willing to buy. Gives me UFC for free. I think I'll double check. I think I might actually potentially have something, but it definitely ain't the premium events. We'll have to look. But you know, I don't watch the UFC. A lot of my watching time is spent on like just mostly the political stuff, and then like technology stuff. 10 minutes is enough for me to down 5 liters of beer. Hey, go for it. I would almost join you if I had any beer in the house, but I'm more of a Disaronno person. Like I don't like drinking much these days, but like I will definitely like drink some Disaronno. Disaronno is like my favorite alcohol beverage to do. Let's see. I like that video with Myron and a bunch of obese people. Oh yeah, I bet that was, yeah, I bet that was. I'm trying to think. Like, I think my favorite one I think my favorite one, oh my god, was back when Kevin Samuels was alive. Oh man, when Kevin Samuels was alive, man, that shit was just, oh, it was so good. Those are the days I really miss. Kevin Samuels, I don't know, y'all know Kevin Samuels, but my god, was this, it was, content was always premium. And then that one show he did when he was on Fresh and Fit, or at least when he called in on the Fresh and Fit to talk to that one girl. Oh man, that I might have to rewatch one of those days, man. This shit was crazy. I'm finished. So professional alcoholic. So I'm a heavy drinker. Don't expect me to come to your stream sober. Hey man, hey, it's all love. Like you know what I'm saying. Like drinks are the way of life. You know, I used to like what you call it. Like what else did I used to drink? Like let's just these days I just like don't be having the time or don't be wanting to spend the money. And also too, like alcohol drinks in other country are like so much cheaper. When I was in Egypt, oh my god, bro, like to be able to pay $2 for a shot, like that's like, bro, like we $6 to $8 for a shot in the US. $2? So that's probably the reason why I don't even drink that much, bro, because it's just be expensive over here. I do have a Discord actually here. I will actually throw it in the chat for you guys. I just have to find it, right? I definitely just have to find it because I've been working on trying to get it up to. We customized it quite a bit actually. We did customize it quite a bit. I think it's probably easier for me to go on Kicks. I think I have the link right on my Kick side of it. Hold on, let me see. Where's my Kick here? Come here, create a dashboard. Settings, right? You go to settings, profile, right? Isn't it here? Yes, it is. It is right here. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. There we go. Discord. I was gonna say, you're gonna let me, and then let's throw that in there. People, guess we agreed on most part. Oh yeah. I guess we did end up agreeing on like on most part there. So that's Discord. Glad I bumped into you. Yeah, I'm happy you stopped by, man. Like, yeah, no, this was like this was all like really good stuff. It's going through Twitch trying to debate people. Guess we agree on most parts. Yeah, no, like we sure do. Even cheaper if you buy a bus ticket from Estonia to Latvia. Said, oh yeah, and then the travel, like that's the nice thing too. Like the European Union, you have like that cool travel stuff y'all got because y'all like on the European Union, and then of course, well, I mean to be fair, right? The U.S. like we do have like a whole body of ocean. Like unless we were going to Canada or Mexico, like we do have like an entire ocean that we have to cross. So like air travel is a bit expensive, like to begin with anyway. But yeah, like y'all got a lot of like really cool stuff, man. For sure. And then it's just so much cheaper over there. A lot of things are just so much cheaper over there. Over there in Europe. So like it's when I travel, if I go back to like another foreign country, like I will definitely be drinking quite a bit just because like it'd just be so much cheaper and it's just so much fun. Yeah, let me close this. Oh yeah, I can move back over here now. And hold on. There you go. I answered it with my with my gaming account on Twitch there because I keep my gaming stuff. I try to I don't know. I might one day combine them, but see stuff. Yeah, no, yeah. So like as my anime, yeah, my anime is Naruto, and yeah, like right now, yeah, no, I think Naruto, like, cause Naruto's like what I grew up on, and like, and to me, like that one probably had the most impact on my life. So that'd be like my top favorite. The one just underneath that is head and head between Black Clover and My Hero Academia. Those two to me are like really, really good. As far as like active ones. If you ever come to Finland, buy Kosken Korva. Yeah, Kosken Korva Sammaiki. Sammaiki, I think is what it is. I am going to let me capture this. Let me capture this and let me see. Is it going to let me? I'm going to have to put this in a notepad real quick because I think the rest of my sticky notes might pop up. I'm gonna add it. I got an actual place I'm gonna put it in. But I'm assuming this is a beer to buy in Finland. I actually do like have a thing, but I can't put it in my sticky notes, and I don't want my sticky notes to pop up. Just because like I have like notes of other stuff too. And I want. Are you gonna stream in this account or your gaming account? You know something, that's a good question. I probably am going to actually stream on this account. Just because like I'm likely going to be streaming first before they jump on, and I use Restream, so I can then actually add my stream, actually stream the both at the same time. So yeah, I'll still be streaming on this one, just because I'm almost guaranteed to be already streaming, on this one by the time they actually choose to like get on. If you ever, so are you gonna, let's see, Naruto's my childhood. Oh no, is this chat full of anime lolicons like all right-wing discords? Oh yeah, the lolicons, the lolicons is just crazy, crazy. Yeah, the loli stuff, like the loli stuff is like a quite a unique thing to sit there and have to like navigate through. Because you know they're like clearly clearly children, but then there's like some caveat that makes them not children. Like, oh yeah, she's like 4,000 years old, and I'm just like, bro, like this is all just crazy. No beer, it's liquor. It's liquor flavored with salty licorice. I'm not gonna lie, that actually does not sound pretty appealing, but we'll still try it. Liquor. right? It is and then I just got to get my spelling right here. UEUR, right? Yeah, liquor, right? Why it looks strange to me, but it's licorice flavor, salty licorice flavored. Yeah, we will. I will put this so I don't lose it in my actual notes. Um, let's see. Oh no, is it chef full anime liquor? Yeah, it's really good. Okay, it's not like American licorice, which is shit tier. Okay, I'll take your word for it. And you're probably right for certain, right? Because I've had McDonald's in other countries, and it's always amazing how it tastes nothing like the McDonald's in you. Like a lot of food, a lot of the fast food don't taste nothing like it does in the U.S. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, right? It's the chemicals. It's not the corn. It's the chemicals. The chemicals used in the country is like I think it's like what lead into a lot of these epidemics. Also Brian too. Like if you're curious, on my YouTube, so like on my because like my YouTube is where like I slowly started doing like the VODs as far as like where my cuts of these streams are being, if you're ever interested. And then I do also sometimes or attempt to do, I can't say that I do because I've only done one so far, but then I do also do like research projects that I kind of like have interest in. Like the one and only one I've done so far was on the Drake and Kendrick beef, because I was looking at all of the Drake allegations for like him being a peddler is what I call it, right? I don't, not the peddle, but I'll say peddler. And like a lot of the stuff that we was just coming on when we was pulling up the facts was just like all just either like stretched or completely like a lie. And then I'd sit there and I got notes. I actually got notes that are publicly accessible, that people are able to go if they want to actually look at the notes that I took on the matter, because I got links to all of like the sources that I used to like the pull up all the points I was making. So it was pretty good. I guess I'll throw that in there. I'll throw the YouTube thing in there just in case if anybody wants to look at it. Here, come on, give me just throw that in there. And then what was that comment said? If you have been outside of America, you can tell that even the chocolate tastes much better. Europeans literally don't have any U.S. Chocolates because it tastes so shit. Oh yeah, I bet. I can believe it. I can for sure. Oh shoot, that is not what I wanted to type. I can for sure believe it, because it's just like everything is just different. Yeah, brother. Good night, fam. I appreciate I appreciate you. I appreciate you like stopping by, and yeah, like definitely do look forward to seeing you again. Here's the here's the YouTube one. If you ever like catch on to that. And yeah. We are, oh yeah, because it's 5:30 now. Everybody, I appreciate everybody that stopped by. Incipiens, it was also like really cool talk to you, especially since you're from Finland, brother. Like thank you all for like stopping by. We are actually we've been streaming now for quite a good bit. I wish I would tell. Oh yeah, my thing would tell me here. What is it? So 5 plus 8 hours would be like 13-ish, give or take. Yeah, no. I like you, man. See you someday, hopefully. Yeah, man. I'll catch you later too, brother, man. It was great talking to you. I get banned really often from Twitch, so might join on a different account. All right, well, we'll definitely keep an eye out for you, man. I really do appreciate you stopping by, man, and it was really cool talking to you. We are going to be going ahead and wrapping it up. And here's actually going to be a good example of what I was talking about like my customization stuff for my streams here. Because we're going to wrap this up now in a couple of seconds. So I appreciate everybody here again. A raid. You know what? Yeah, I will actually. Yeah, I guess I'll sit there and look for somebody's channel to raid. Got any suggestions? Put it in the chat, because I'm gonna go ahead and do my transition. And then I'll just hang into the chat and see what you like suggest, or I'll just look too and see about doing a raid. But I do again appreciate everybody for stopping by, and you guys take care. I will see y'all. Wait a sec. Let me figure out how to edit files on my NTP server on Linux. What? You guys take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love, guys. Let me see what we got going on here on Twitch.